elevator.
Exactly. He calls it a space elevator.
Yes.
And his old friend Bucky Fuller actually designed the geometric lattice and talked about the materials out of which you'd make it. Now, if those friends of mine can do that here under Earth gravity, imagine what super engineering, the cosmic engineers is the term I'm using, could have done given a super science that uses hyperdimensional physics, robotics, advanced material understanding, and a little knowledge that we don't currently have to design materials, designer materials that are so much stronger and lighter and tougher than what we can currently create.
Not to mention 1/6 the gravity.
That would be in the 1/6 gravity, without storms, without earthquakes, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So while at first blush this stuff looks impossible, when you actually do the numbers, Art, we're not talking about anything unreasonable at all. The only thing that's unreasonable is that our space agency should have gone there, found this stuff, and then kept it hidden from us because they freaked out. And that, of course, is a long discussion we don't have time to get into this morning, but there is now overwhelming evidence. I mean, every new picture, every new comparison, every new enhancement, we've got 2 or 3 images of the same remarkable things. And it's becoming kind of almost boring. It's like, let's get on to the next step, which is how do we force them to tell us the truth, or how do we mount our own mission to go back and find out ourselves?
All right, so now that brings us to Clementine. They did the mission.
Yep.
It was a sort of a budget mission, but...
Well, before we leave to Clementine, let me finish off with NASA, because we had in the 60s unmanned missions. We looked at a lot of that data, and overwhelmingly, from Surveyor, Lunar Orbiter, and those missions, this stuff is there. Then we come to Apollo. Now, you asked me earlier, how do I know that somebody was hiding this? Because if we had sent Apollo in the blind, my friends, we would have killed all those astronauts. You can't orbit 60 miles up amid structures that are 60 miles tall and not get killed unless you know where they are.
You crash. Yes.
You crash. Now, in the lunar module pictures that we have now from Apollo 10, they were down at 10 miles. We're seeing stuff around the lunar module in the photographs at 10 miles. I was able to show some laser data from Clementine applied to the Apollo imagery over Sinus Medi from Apollo 10 that shows this stuff sticking up in front of the lunar module orbit at the orbit of the lunar module. So when Tom Stafford and Gene Cernan on the open radio loop said back in May 1969, as I stood on the floor of the studio at CBS next to Walter Cronkite, and he said over the live air to ground, boy, we're really down among them.
Yep.
Now we know what he meant. All we have to do is look at the pictures, ladies and gentlemen. We know what he meant. The idea that the astronauts did not know what they were doing, I find inconceivable, given the fact that we've got picture after picture after picture where these key things sticking way up in the sky, suspended by cable. You can see the cables. You can see the slope of gravity, like suspension bridges with heavy masses sitting at the bottoms of the center of the catenary curve of the cabling. That's one of the pictures, by the way, I'm going to send you.
All right.
We call it the bridge. It looks like I'd taken, the Golden Gate Bridge and stuck it on the moon, 5 miles up above Sinus Medi.
All right.
And we have several versions of this object. The idea that the Apollo guys, some of them, did not know what they were going there for is inconceivable. The question is, did all of NASA know? And I don't think all of NASA knew. Because remember, most of the people involved in NASA either built hardware, looked at gauges, or look at photographs that had come through the Johnson Space Center. If someone was regulating the information flow, you basically could conduct 2 missions, one in public, the one we saw on TV, and one in private.
Sure.
Because the TV quality was execrable. Now looking back, of course, I know why Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin carried that lousy black and white TV camera to the moon. NASA didn't want us to have state-of-the-art TV. You go back and look at the engineering specs, we could have had high-quality, full color from the moon that first landing. Doesn't anybody wonder why we had lousy black and white ghostly TV? It's in case they pointed the camera at something we weren't supposed to see. No one even noticed.
One of the structures.
Yeah. Now, the places where they landed, we don't think that they really went near anything until Apollo 13. Now, why do I think Apollo 13?
Yes.
Well, for a whole bunch of reasons, and there's too technical to get into here, but the bottom line is, if, as I'm strongly now beginning to suspect, and if our new NASA friends inside who are leaking us this data are beginning to corroborate, the entire Apollo program, Art, was designed from the beginning to go to the moon, to verify what the unmanned missions had told NASA, and bring home the bacon, meaning land and go inside, find the doorways, go in, and bring key things home, maybe including something from a library, then Apollo 13 must be viewed now in a radically different light. When everybody in this audience, coast to coast, goes to see the movie, I want you to think of one important possibility, that instead of that being a stunning accident, which NASA in its finest hour managed to retrieve the valuable lives of 3 genuine American heroes, maybe, just maybe, that mission was sabotaged by someone so NASA could not complete its secret mission and walk in the front door.
Well, all right.
And I have a lot of reasons for thinking that. And we don't have time to go into the details, but in some future show we will, as further corroboration is beginning to mount. Now, if that's true, it means that the sudden ending of the Apollo program was basically because we did it. We got there, we got where we went there, and we had to end the program so that people would not find out. And then we never went back because, of course, you never want anybody to find out what was there if Brookings or something like it was in operation. You would take this stuff, you would try to mold it into a secret program, mine the technology, mine the information, produce things, and lo and behold, 30 years later, we suddenly have STS-48 with spacecraft able to accelerate off toward the moon at 14,000 Gs without rockets. Do you think maybe there could be a connection, Art?
I take it you don't buy their explanation, and I remember the explanation about STS-48 very well.
As ice crystals?
Ice crystal.
No, of course not. You have to be an idiot to believe that explanation. For a whole bunch of reasons that I've gone into on the tape, and people like Jack Kasher and Mark Carlotto, who are independent physicists who also analyze this data, have come to the same conclusion, that we're looking at intelligently propelled vehicles, thousands of miles from the cameras, doing things that we, quote, supposedly can't do. Now let me put a nail in the coffin of another theory that I've heard, which is that we're looking at back-engineered alien spacecraft.
Right.
Ever since Roswell, ever since the famed incident in 47, this rumor has hung around this subject like, fleas on a dog.
Sure.
That, a genuine UFO, ET spacecraft crashed in the desert, was one of several. The military has formed teams, and they have been picking up bodies and picking up, crashed flying saucers from a super civilization that can go millions of light years, and then suddenly they fall out of the New Mexico skies, right?
Right. Well, something fell out of the sky.
Well, but did it or did it not? Let's just hold that in abeyance. So
Right.
the theory goes that we then, the military, took this stuff, from New Mexico,
Right.
funneled it into Wright Pat at Air Force Base outside Dayton.
Right.
Hangar 18.
Yep.
Very good movie made, by the way, about that, with Darren McGavin.
Oh, yes.
Worth seeing, okay?
Yes.
And that we have been back engineering the technology. And the stuff we see flying over your mountains out there at Groom Lake is basically retrofitted, back engineered alien spacecraft that the Air Force hot jet jockeys have figured out how to fly.
Right.
And the engineers like Bob Lazar have figured out how they work.
Right.
That's the model. That's the theory. I don't believe it. Let me tell you why.
Your theory is.
Let me tell you why I don't believe it. Let's assume we have a time machine. Let's assume we go back only 50 years, and a MiG-21 or a F-16 falls out of the sky over the U.S. or Germany.
Right.
Could the engineers of that time possibly duplicate an F-16?
No.
No, because you wouldn't have the tools to make the tools to make the tools to make, the afterburner, let alone the airlines or the computers. They would see these things inside that fly the controls. They're made of rock. They're made of silicon.
Seem magic, yeah.
Yeah, now we know that silicon has all kinds of wondrous properties. It's called chips.
Right.
It's called high-tech computers, right?
Semiconductors.
Semiconductors.
Mm-hmm.
But to a vacuum tube culture, black boxes made out of rocks would seem pretty dumb, and they wouldn't be able to figure out how to even duplicate it, let alone they could fly.
Yeah, it looked like magic.
All right, so spacecraft from civilization millions of years in advance falls out of the sky. The U.S. military scarfs it up, puts it in a hangar, and figures out how to build duplicates and make them fly. Sorry, I don't buy it. But, here's the but. Suppose that did happen, and those things sat in the hangar and sat in the hangar and sat in the hangar until Apollo went to the moon and raided some libraries of information specifically designed to let us read them, because that was the design of the guys who left the stuff there. We bring the data home. In a secret program, we build the machines to build the machines to build the machines to build the stuff that makes the flying saucer fly. And at the end of that 30-year process, we have figured out all the intervening steps of technology, so we in fact can build our own electrogravitic anti-gravity spacecraft. That may be more closer to the truth.
Well, I'm willing to buy that as easily as I am the other.
Now, there are other things that are suddenly appearing, and we need to do a whole program on the kind of interesting new breakthroughs that are now appearing that don't seem to have any history. and we can't kind of trace where they come from,
Yes.
including a whole range of rather remarkable drugs that have been suddenly appearing in Europe that are only available to a very select few, and they don't appear to come with any kind of R&D or any kind of program. They just appear.
I have been hearing this.
And I've got some people that may be willing to talk to you. And we tried to get one of these into Christopher Reeve, all right, which documentably has helped two people I know who were quadriplegics, hurt in sports accidents, literally get up and walk when the doctor said they would never walk again. And there appears to be a very strange horror story going on around one of these drugs called Cygen, that if you take it, it will kill you. And my suspicious nature, after 11 years, 12 years doing this, I've developed a suspicious nature, Art, says, does someone not want Superman to get up and walk because he would tell the world how he got up and walked with this drug? And maybe this drug is too valuable and only a few people want to keep it secret?
I've heard about Cygen.
Right.
Now, you're saying, to cut through it, that these drugs, or the
We have
information...
tried to get Cygen into Reeve, and I can tell you off the air a whole horror story of what the doctors at the University of Maryland Medical Center have been telling him, which is absolute crap.
Well,
Now, I think the doctors believe the crap, but I think that there are interesting wheels within wheels here, and it all goes back to what would you see on the visible landscape if Apollo was a program really designed to go to the moon, walk in the front door, bring home the goods, and those goods now are in the hands of a few people and are benefiting only a few and not the many.
Okay, you think this information to create these drugs came from the same, quote, library, end quote, that the information to build the vehicles that we believe are flying around
It is
came from?
consistent.
Same
I
place.
don't have a smoking gun. I do not have a direct trail. I do have photographs taken by a Pentagon mission of stunning clarity now showing geometric, extraordinary glass-like structures on the moon covering 300,000 square miles that tell me and a lot of my colleagues that the game is up and that the moon is made not of green cheese, but of very high-tech stuff, and that Apollo, I mean, look at Apollo, look at the anomaly. We suddenly have an entire civilization galvanized by a young president to go to the moon and to stop it after only a half a dozen missions.
Mm-hmm.
An effort that required Herculean resources and political chutzpah and all kinds of daring do with supermen going to and from. And then suddenly, as a culture, we all stop doing this and nobody ever goes near the place again.
All right, the Clementine photos, we've got to get to them. They were somehow leaked to you. I'm sure you don't want to say how, and
Well,
I'm
they
sure...
were leaked over the internet
All right.
by a colleague of mine who was a member of the Mars mission, who until a few days ago was on good speaking terms with me. And after I had released this paper and asked his permission to include his name and his company and all that, and made a presentation in Los Angeles, he sent me a fax and called me on the phone and is a man scared to death. Now, I asked him point blank, have you been talked to? And he assured me that he had not. But I have now found from another source that the company that he works for apparently has a very interesting black budget program in tetrahedral hyperdimensional physics.
I'll be damned.
And it's not the only weirdness. The document you see in front of you, the Clementine paper on the leaked mosaic,
Yes.
I had sent 6 copies by FedEx to a good friend of mine on Capitol Hill, who was a major aide to a congressman, one of the new batch, rebels elected in the November election when
Right.
Gingrich and company took control.
Right.
This man adamantly assured me that nothing would stop him and that he was going for broke to help us get to the bottom of this, and he would push on doors and break down doors till we got to the truth. I put him on the trail of tracing the origin of the mosaic we've analyzed in this document. No sooner did 6 copies of this document arrive, and he called me on the phone and tell me he had tracked down a version to a company in Arlington, which worked for NRL, which of course put Clementine in orbit. And the following morning, he was taken into the congressman's office and fired summarily.
Oh, my.
And he called me shell-shocked, and he said, Dick, I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't have a job.
All right.
Whoever these people are, they have clout. They do not want the secret out, and they will do almost anything. The only way we can defend ourselves and regain control is to demand the truth through the political process and to assist investigations like ours who are attempting to find out what's going on.
All right, well, what is, in a word, the secret of the mosaics? What do they prove?
They prove that we're looking at multi-level glass structures extending miles down into the, quote, surface of the moon. They proved that over this 300,000 square miles, which is an enormous amount of real estate, this glass-like series of domes pervades the landscape over and over again.
So in other words, Clementine did nothing but underscore everything you've said.
I think Clementine's reason for existing as a secret government program that came out of nowhere, orbited the moon for 2 months, took 2 million images of which you are seeing crap on the internet.
Hold it right there.
Purpose was to
Well, hold
verify
it.
this.
We'll be right back.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is, and my guest is Richard C. Hoagland. Back to him in just a moment, and yes, we will get a few calls in this half hour. I've got a spot break. I think I'm going to call Guns and Carnations coming up, but first, if you want a copy of this packed full of information program, you can get it by calling as a matter of fact, one other thing, either a copy of this program, any Dreamland program, or any guest program that we've had. You can always get it by calling the number I'm about to give you. In addition, I just uploaded all of the color, that's right, color photographs that we're going to include in the next issue of our newsletter. And you can also order the newsletter for $29.95 at the following number. So to get a copy of this program or to order the newsletter, call 1-800-917-4278. Richard.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this poor guy is now out of a job.
No, he's not out of a job. He's just hoping that he will have a job.
Yeah.
I think this is kind of preventive medicine. And, you know, I can't blame him. But this reveals something that people need to think about out there. A lot of people, when they get into this, they think of it as either something cute or what I call the intellectual cocktail party or whatever.
Sure.
In fact, if we are right, then this is the biggest scam in history. People have been lied to systematically to prevent them from having information that will radically alter the control of their own lives.
Do you ever say...
And I think people have paid the price for this deception. And I think that more will pay the price unless enough of us stand up and say, enough.
All right, Richard, I want to ask you a question. Do you ever have quiet moments where you wonder whether you're right? In other words, could you
Not
be...
anymore. No.
No?
I can answer that unequivocally. When I take this data to a scientist who has never seen it, someone in NASA, like happened in Seattle,
Sure.
and at the end of 3-4 hours, they literally are almost crying because they understand what they're seeing and they understand what's happened. And they basically are reassessing their entire career in NASA. There's one guy we talked to who was turned down to be an astronaut. He had done everything right. He had worked for one of the aerospace companies. He'd been an astronaut surrogate, you know, an engineer who basically did everything to go to the moon.
Sure.
Tested the vehicles, all that. He applied to be an astronaut. He was turned down. We now know why. Because he had integrity. Because they knew he couldn't would not keep the secret. And this man, all these years, has nursed this desperate, gaping wound, thinking that somehow he didn't measure up.
I do understand.
That he was the problem.
Yeah, I'll add
Now
to it.
he found, after looking at this data, that not only was he not the problem, but he can have the exquisite, elegant satisfaction
Sure.
of helping prove what really is there and moving us to where we should have been 30 years
And
ago.
to add to it, the astronauts who have come back, marital problems, drinking problems, psychiatric problems, people like Armstrong who make statements that are at the very least totally intriguing, as if he's trying to tell us there are incredible things out there.
Well, it's even more interesting. I'm glad you brought up the Armstrong quote. And for those who have not seen it in your audience, let me remind you, let me set the scene here. Last year was the 25th anniversary of Apollo 11.
That's right.
And on that occasion, Mr. Clinton invited in the Apollo astronauts, and everybody basically had a party in the East Room of the White House.
That's right.
And it was broadcast over C-SPAN and CNN, and I've got tapes. Armstrong delivered one of his few brief addresses in public since he walked on the moon.
That's right.
This has been a man not only without a country, but a man without a past and future. He has literally disappeared and lives on a 300-acre farm in a little place in Ohio, and rarely goes out in public and rarely talks to anybody, and only comes out on some anniversary where he says about 10 words and then goes back into seclusion.
Ah, but what words?
Well, the last time, which was last year, which was literally a month after we'd unveiled our thing at Ohio State, he started his address by the most remarkable comparison. And it took me almost a year to figure this out, Art. So I want to share it with you and with your audience. You got to see this tape. It's a stunning tape. He says, and I can now quote this from memory, having looked at the tape over and over and over again. He says, most people say the only bird that can talk is the parrot. And he doesn't fly very well. Well, I'll be brief, and everybody laughs. Translation. Neil Armstrong, first American to land on the moon, is comparing himself to a parrot.
Mm-hmm.
And what do parrots do, Art?
Mm-hmm.
They repeat what they're told. At the end of this short speech, which is only maybe 20, 30 lines longer, he said that there are secrets, on the moon for those that can remove one of truth's protective layers.
That's exactly right.
There are places to go beyond belief.
That's right.
And when you look at these Clementine images in that document, all 13 color plates that I put in there, think of those words. The most decorated American astronaut, the hero of Apollo, comparing himself, and by metonymy, all of his other guys, to parrots, and saying there are places to go beyond belief.
Well, as people get older, Richard, they come up with new ways to handle what they have to handle.
Remember the Pueblo?
Oh, of course.
Remember this valiant Navy crew that was on this spy ship that somehow wound up inside the 3 mile or the whatever mile limit the Koreans had?
Right, so they say.
Commander Butcher, I think his name was.
That's correct.
All right. And, of course, all the guys at the Hanoi Hilton and all that. Prisoners of war. And what have they done, characteristically? They've tried to slip coded messages in to basically say, don't believe us, they're making us say this.
That's right.
Neil Armstrong, I swear to you, I firmly believe, based on this data, this evidence, this 12-year investigation, Neil Armstrong last year in the Oval Office or in the East Room was telling the American people, don't believe us, we're all parrots. They're making us say this.
I really do agree with that, Richard. I really do.
And they're looking for the cavalry to come over the hill.
Yep.
So are we gonna help them?
I promised. I've got
These people are prisoners of
Richard,
the system.
Stop. You are going to now take a call.
Okay.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Hoagland. Hello.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Art. This is Karen in Houston again. How are you?
Fine, Karen.
All right. I'm glad Mr. Hoagland's still on the line. I don't have your program here now.
I understand.
Okay. I've got a comment to make, a short comment, and I have I think, a really good question to ask Mr. Hoagland.
All right, quickly.
All right. Back in 1977 in November, I was on an airplane flight back to Houston from San Diego, and I sat next to a fine elderly gentleman who was retired brigadier general out of the U.S. Air Force.
Yes.
His name was Goddard. And he told me about space photography. He was one of the pioneers in aerial and space photography. And he told me that if you're ever shown blurry photography, don't believe it. So I have a good standing, and I'm a believer. I'm like Mr. Hoagland. I know better.
All right, and your question?
Okay, the planet that crashed, or the heavenly body that crashed Earth and gave us the seeds of life, according to fiction, that was Marduk. And in the Bible, we're told that a star is in the end time is going to be hurtled back at us, and the name is wormwood. Now, people are tying Marduk in with wormwood. And also, in Native American traditions, the Native American bear dance, they use wormwood switches to get rid of all negative and all bad things. It's a cleansing plant. So if wormwood's a star coming back at us is to do a cleansing, would that not tie in biblical and everything?
No, it is interesting, and I know you went and visited the Hopi.
That's a long and complex answer that I would have to give, because when you begin to deal in mythologies, and Sitchin is decoding Sumerian stuff. She's making allusions to the Hopi, and the wormwood reference in biblical traditions is of course Judeo-Christian. Things get murky. I mean, I am dealing with things that stand still. We can kick the tires. We can see the structures. We can see the geometry. We've got umpteen photographs now to confirm what's there. In terms of meaning, I would prefer to leave that alone for the time being because we don't have time to do it justice.
All right, well, I do want to go this way. Now you've got the Clementine stuff. You've got more proof. It seems to me you've got so much proof, it's beginning to get to be ridiculous for anybody to sit down and look at it all and not believe.
Well, let me take you to the next step.
Yeah, how do you get it out?
Let me tell you where we're going from here. The investigation continues. Getting it out is frankly less a problem than doing good research and figuring out the last pieces of the puzzle. What we have here, of course, is the major question: why are they lying? I'm coming to believe, Art, that Brookings is only a partial answer. And for the rest of the answer, I would like you to make me a promise that you're going to read a book by a friend of mine, Graham Hancock.
I've got it here.
Called Fingerprints of the Gods.
Oh, you are going to get me a number?
I have that number.
All right, then I will hold you on the line after the program.
I have his number, and you can reach him at that number, and I got another number for you.
All right.
I talked to him. I've asked him if he'll talk to you. He would love to.
Good.
Graham Hancock is a former reporter for the London Economist, which is about as mainstream as you can get.
That's right.
He is also a reporter for the London Sunday Times.
Right.
Which is about as stiff as you can get.
It certainly is.
Makes the New York Times look a bit tabloid by comparison. This man has done a phenomenal piece of independent research and spent about 5 years putting together a thesis documented in this book that basically this planet has been host to prior high-tech civilizations, plural.
It's called Fingerprints of the Gods.
Of the Gods,
yes.
Published by Crown, 1995. There is an elegant confluence, a convergence between what Graham has figured out with colleagues like Robert Duvall, who has published a book called The Orion Mystery that I commend to everybody's attention, that was published also by Crown last year, and what Hancock has figured out in the book published this year. We're seeing a parallel convergent trail of evidence. We're beginning to figure out from artifacts scattered around this world that maybe somebody, if they found some stuff they haven't told us on this planet,
yes,
had intimations of stuff out in the other parts of the solar system, which was the reason for the beginning of the space program itself. And part of what our newfound friends in NASA have been providing is a documentary paper trail showing that whoever set up the space program, and specifically Apollo, knew from the beginning what they were going to find on the moon. And when I get to the right stage where I have these people who will stand with us, we are going to blow the doors off this thing with a little help from our friends.
All right. Well, I indeed will contact Graham, and we'll set something up with him. In the meantime, we're short on time. I know you've got tapes and stuff. How do people get it?
You call 1-800-424-0031 and just ask for Operator 12. All right, 1-800-424-0031. Ask for Operator 12.
And when you get Operator 12, what do you want?
You just ask for, anything related to the investigation of Mars, the moon, with my name associated, with Mars mission, the Ohio State presentation, the UN presentation, the NASA presentation. The Clementine paper is not part of that network because of certain logistical problems. You can get that by either sending me a fax here at the Mars mission, which is 1-201-271-1703, or if you're a subscriber to the Art Bell newsletter, there is an article on the Clementine data with an address at the back of the article.
That's right.
I understand.
That is correct.
Okay. Or you can call Art and bug him, and he'll tell you the number.
Thanks. On the wild card
Hey,
line?
my fax machine has been going off ever since you had me dumb enough to put our fax number out there.
Yeah. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Richard Hoagland. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Richard.
Hi there.
I was fortunate enough to be in LA at the time when you originally broke this on KCRW. And during that time, it was said that the Brookings report actually, phrased it as in 20 years we would find this on Mars.
That's a very interesting point. They did put a time limit, and they said that definitively in the next 20 years, and that kind of intrigued me then, and it intrigues me even more now. It's almost like maybe somebody had a timetable or a game plan or something.
Yeah.
That's just a thought.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Hoagland. Hi.
Oh, hello. This is Howard calling from Honolulu.
Yeah.
Let's see. Are there points on the human body that would resemble
the 19.5 degree, would they be chakra points like
All right,
yoga?
well, number one, you're west of the Rockies by a long shot if you're in Honolulu. But what about 19.5 on a human body? Anything there?
Not that I know of.
Oh.
That is a stretch.
All right, all right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Hoagland. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Richard.
Yes.
Good morning.
Can I ask something slightly more esoteric?
Sure.
Were you familiar with the DCX program, the Delta Clipper experimental?
Very tangentially. Refresh our memories.
It's a single stage to orbit.
Oh, yeah, the one that Pete Conrad's involved with.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I've been rather incredulous that it's not gone anywhere.
I
Part
haven't
of
heard
this glass
anything in a
field
year or
is
two,
like-
and I was curious.
Yeah, well, a friend of mine is going to be hobnobbing with Pete Conrad in the next few days down in Las Cruces. And one of the things I'm going to have him ask Conrad is what the hell is going on with the Delta Clipper. This is a single stage to orbit vehicle which can go into orbit and come back down and land on its tail fins on a rocket and can land on a runway as opposed to landing in the ocean like Apollo.
Gee, just like the old movies, huh?
Exactly. And yet, just as they got the program going and it demonstrated a stunning technological achievement, they cut off the money. Nobody wants us to go to space, Art, because it would tip off the big secret. We're not supposed to know we had company. In fact, if the truth were known, I'm beginning to think that a lot of what we're looking at out there is our own stuff. If Hancock is right, if there were previous high-tech civilizations that ended, in the last 100,000 years on this planet, through mysterious means, which you won't understand till you read the whole book, then it's obvious that we might be looking at fragments of our own stuff, a hidden history of the human race, as Thompson and Cremo have termed it.
So many believe that now.
Well, there's evidence beginning to accumulate.
There's a growing
Yeah.
body.
That's right. And, again, it's not going to get out in the open until we all demand that this nonsense stop. That real inquiry, real science, real research be unfettered and we be allowed our birthright, our heritage.
Well, listen, my friend, there's never enough time. There are always 3 or 4 programs you could do growing from the one you just did. So no doubt we'll do it again, but we're out of time.
Well, get Graham on, and after you and he chat and your audience sees what piece that is going to be, we will talk again because we will have new news by that time.
Richard Hoagland, it's always a pleasure.
The same here, Art.
Thank you, my friend. And stay on the line.
I will.
All right, good. I've got to get that number from you, so let me be sure you stay on the line. There we go. All right, everybody. I'm terribly sorry. We are out of time. As he just mentioned, and I want to mention again, take a second to do it, there's just a vast array of material in our newsletter. And we are now publishing in color. I wanted to add that as well. So if you would like to subscribe to the newsletter, which is something like $29.95 a year, or if you would like to get a copy of the program, the last 5 hours, at least some portion of which I'm sure you just heard, which is very valuable, you can call 24 hours a day, 1-800-917-4278. I recommend it highly. Once again, 1-800-917-4278. And I will also repeat the number for Richard Hoagland's material, which is 1-800-424-0031, operator 12. That's 1-800-424-0031, operator 12. And don't forget, we've got a bulletin board service up. Photographs, literally hundreds of them up there now. All kinds of information that relates to this program, Dreamland, and just about everything we do. And that telephone number is area code 702-727-1709. It's not internet, it's a private bulletin board system with 5 nodes devoted entirely to the kind of stuff we do here. So whether it's to up or download, that's the place, folks. Area code 702-727-1709. As usual, it's been a great, great pleasure. Very much enjoyed doing this program. It was information heavy, and we didn't take a lot of calls, and for that I apologize. Only a little bit, because calls are what we usually do. And we'll be back to it next week on this program. Don't forget Dreamland Sunday. Thank you all from the high desert. Good night.
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippines, 7,107 islands, Manila, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. That program which covers like a blanket every single time zone, 24 of them surrounding the world. It is here where I am on Monday, the 11th, I might add, where you are, the 10th, the 11th still ahead of you. And it's going to be a very interesting program tonight. In the next hour, Dr. Stephen Greer will be here, and it promises to be a pretty raucous program for sure. Tomorrow at about, tomorrow here anyway, at about 11 or so in the morning, I'm going to hop a plane with my wife and go to Hong Kong for 3 days. It's been a while since I've been to China, so we'll take another look-see. Also, you might want to note, last week I read you an article about a dead zone. Actually, there are many dead zones in the world, and I mean dead zones in the ocean. Now, these are areas where there is no oxygen, therefore there is no life. There's no life. And there's a map up there showing you all the dead zones in the world, and an article about the same article I read about the recent Oregon dead zone. So you might want to take a look at that. Also, a recent photo of the Flight 93 Memorial Site in Shanksville. And to remind you also this week, beginning on Monday, Streamlink subscribers get a special classic 9/11 tribute, several shows from the week of September 11, 2001. I don't even know if I could listen to that. I was there doing it, and I don't know that I could re-listen to that, but then I don't re-listen to very many of the programs that I do. Anyway, listen, updating a little bit on the Aswang, the photograph that I had on the website yesterday is still there. There was an update, and somebody found the original photograph, and by God, the guy claims that it was a night shot, that he was using a Sony night shot camera equipped with special night vision equipment. I don't know whether I buy that or not, because that's a blue-looking sky up there, but on the other hand, it might be. I have quite a bit of night vision equipment myself, and it works very well indeed. So it could be. In addition to that now, there is a close-up of this creature. There are actually 4 photographs, and I sent the link off to the website powers that be, and they may go down and get a copy of the close-up and put it up there for you. But I'm telling you right now, this is no bat. There is no way on God's green earth that is a bat. In fact, in the close-up, it's even scarier than what I've got up there right now. So hopefully they'll get on the stick back there, get the close-up up, and you'll get to take a look at it. And if so, I'll point it out during the show here. President Bush and his wife Laura stood in somber silence on Sunday after laying wreaths at the site where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center once soared. He later pledged to make the anniversary, quote, a day of renewing resolve, end quote, to remember the lessons of the September 11 attacks. The Bushes set floral wreaths adrift in reflecting pools that mark the former locations of the North and South Towers at the beginning of a 2-day 5th anniversary tour that's going to take them to all 3 sites of devastation. Now Hurricane Florence, no longer a tropical storm, a hurricane full-fledged now, headed apparently toward Bermuda. Florence did, in fact, intensify into the 2nd hurricane of the Atlantic season Sunday as it neared Bermuda, where residents are doing what you might imagine, stocking up on provisions. Formed long lines at gas stations in the lashing rain. Florence was expected to pass, and this is in quotes, very near the tiny British territory on Monday, according to the National Hurricane Center in Miami, but still too early to see if it'll make a direct hit. The United States is safer now than it was before the September 11 attacks, but we must not relent in fighting terrorism in Iraq and elsewhere, according to Secretary of State Rice Sunday. Quote, I think it's clear we're safer, but not really yet safe, said Rice, who was President Bush's national security advisor when al-Qaeda masterminded the attacks of September 11, 2001. And now here's one that'll get you thinking, and I see that a number of you have, in fact, felt it. The largest earthquake to strike the eastern Gulf of Mexico in the last 30 years sent shockwaves all the way from Louisiana to southwest Florida Sunday, but fortunately did little more than rattle residents. The magnitude 6 earthquake centered about 260 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida, was too small to trigger a tsunami or anything like that. A videotape posted on the internet late this evening, purportedly by Al-Qaeda, showed previously unseen footage of a smiling Osama bin Laden and other commanders in a mountain camp apparently planning the September 11 attacks on New York and Washington. Now, we've seen this before. The documentary-like retrospective of the 5 years since the attacks was unusually long and sophisticated in its production quality compared to previous Al-Qaeda videos. The footage with English subtitles surfaced on the eve of the 5th anniversary of the attacks on a website that frequently airs messages from bin Laden's terror network. ABC has made some changes to its miniseries, The Path to 9/11. And in fact, twice the network de-emphasized the role of the 9/11 Commission's final report as source material for the film. Now, this is not good news from Somalia. Bad experience there for the U.S. Islamic militants controlling much of southern Somalia shut down a radio station Sunday for playing love songs and other music, the latest step to impose strict religious rule, which has sparked fears of an emerging Taliban-style regime. Since sweeping to power over much of southern Somalia, including the capital Mogadishu in June, the Islamists have banned movie viewing, publicly lashed drug users, and broke up a wedding celebration because a band was playing and women and men were socializing together. So that tells you what life under extremist Islam would be like. No movies, no socializing together, no bands, and no love songs. Convert or die. What do you say? We'll be right back. By the way, there was a reference on yesterday's program to the oil spill here in the Philippines. And I was laughing because the guy called up and said, hey, you know, people in the Philippines are donating their hair to clean up the oil spill. And I was laughing and laughing and laughing. And it's true. It's absolutely true. They are, in fact, donating their hair. And Filipinos have a lot of hair. The gals here have very long hair. It's very traditional. And I was talking to my wife about it afterward, and she said, yeah, it's true, but you know what's wrong is the government has no idea whether it's going to work and whether they can even use the hair. So the government is getting all this hair. They don't know whether or not they can use it. I hope so. The following is from the BBC. Doctor leads time travel research. Now, you know the way I feel about time travel. That's going to catch my attention right away. Listen to this. Experiments aimed at unlocking secrets of time travel are being led by Aberdeen University. Researchers there are examining the fabric of space-time at what science fiction authors refer to as the fourth dimension. Dr. Charles Wang will study the microscopic movement of atoms which can be affected by Earth's spinning. He said, quote, this is a very interesting possibility which cannot entirely be ruled out by physics, end quote. Television's Doctor Who and the Back to the Future movies promised the concept of time travel. If successful, the results will have a profound impact on our understanding of the fundamental nature of time and space in the universe. Albert Einstein said, instead of considering space to be a shapeless vacuum, it should be looked at as an object. The theory is for something to exist, it must have length, breadth, and thickness, in other words, 3 dimensions. It must also, though, have something else. An object exists from the moment it is created to the moment it is destroyed. In between those moments is the duration of time, the so-called fourth dimension, space mission. H.G. Wells wrote The Time Machine about it. Dr. Wang hopes to make it real. He is a reader in the College of Physical Sciences and a member of the Aberdeen Center for Applied Physics Dynamics Research. Dr. Wang said he is waiting for the European Space Agency's ESA to launch a science satellite to aid his research. He told BBC Scotland, if you have curved space-time, the time circles and you might just travel in time. If we can slow down the atom and isolate it and guide it into the fluctuation, then there's a possibility it's there. The increased sensitivity obtained by a space experiment certainly makes a space mission very worthwhile. If successful, the results will have a profound impact on our understanding of the fundamental nature of space and time in the universe. Dr. Wang does have some time on his hands, though. The ESA satellite is not due for launch until 2015. Now, I mentioned this on yesterday's program, and I'm going to mention it again. Last May, a family in Iowa contacted the office of Senator Tom Harkin to report the constant crisscrossing of chemtrails in the sky above their neighborhood. They received back from the senator's office a GAO report on military chaff and the material safety data sheet for aluminum-coated fiberglass fibers being spread 7 days a week for several hours each day in the skies above their home. The chaff is spread by pilots learning how to mask planes or send false radar images. It was reported the military also has lead-based chaff, but that it is not being used at this time. Chaff was used by the military in Europe in World War II, and of course, according to the GAO, had been used in training here at home since the 50s. Once chaff reaches the ground, it breaks down into particles small enough to inhale. Though military spokespeople insist chaff is not harmful, the GAO report concluded that health effects are unknown. More studies are needed. That's a classic line. We need more studies. Regardless, some members of this family are very sick. On May 23rd, after a hard rain the day before, they noticed a glittering substance and a pinkish-colored powder substance on the roof of their house. They then noticed a glittering substance on many surfaces, even the dashboard of the family car. Most substances were collected and sent to a lab for analysis. Now, you want to know what they found? 6 bacteria, including anthrax and pneumonia. 9 chemicals, including acetylene chloride. 26 heavy metals, including arsenic, gold, lead, mercury, silver, uranium, and zinc. 4 molds, 7 viruses, 2 cancers, 2 vaccines, 2 sedatives, and a parcher pear tree. So there you go. I mean, look at what they found in this stuff. 6 bacteria, including anthrax, pneumonia, 9 chemicals, including acetylene chloride, 26 heavy metals, arsenic, gold, lead, mercury, silver, uranium, and zinc, 4 molds, 7 viruses, 2 cancers, 2 vaccines, 2 sedatives, and the partridge. I put in partridge. All right. In line with the dead zones, and I think this is in line, the Arctic Ocean, way up north, continues to freshen up. Now that sounds good, doesn't it? The Arctic Ocean is freshening up. Well, good. No, that's not good. Not good at all. Fish accustomed to the salty water of the Arctic may have to think about finding a new home. As a result of global warming, the Arctic Ocean has been getting less salty over the past half-century, and the trend looks set to continue. The culprits are massive increases in rainfall over the Arctic and much faster melting of sea ice and glaciers. Bruce Peterson of the Marine Biological Lab at Woods Hole, Massachusetts, and his team gathered decades worth of meteorological river, sea ice, and glacier data from the Arctic region and used it to calculate the increase in freshwater input into the ocean. Now listen, they calculated the increased rainfall and river outflow between 1965 and 95, dumped an extra 20,000 cubic kilometers of fresh water into the ocean, equivalent to roughly 40 years of flow from the Mississippi River. Let me say that again. Equivalent to about 40 years of flow from the Mississippi River. Think about that. That is a lot of fresh water. Now, some of you may have heard of the King Cross F-89 Scorpion jet fighter that disappeared over Lake Superior on November 23, 1953. The plane had been ordered to investigate an unknown object that was being tracked on radar, a UFO. Well, about a week ago, the story broke that somebody had found the F-89 Scorpion, thus ending the mystery. Wrong. Well, I mean, partially wrong. Anyway, yes, they found the F-89, but one of the Great Lakes Dive Company engineers came up with an ingenious idea. He cannibalized a forward-looking fish finder, fed the signal through a Shark 2 software. Suddenly, they had images of the object they found next to the F-89. The Shark 2 software was designed to be used with state-of-the-art wide trajectory side-scan sonar. The fish finder on board was normally used to find shallow rocks and shoals. Spokesman for the company said, "We didn't notice the object at first when we discovered the airplane, but we did a detailed search surrounding the aircraft trying to locate the missing wing." Yes, a missing wing. A portion of the side scan came back distorted in an area near the wreckage of the F-89. So we focused in on the area and tried to scan it with a Shark 2, but had no luck. It was still distorted. One of our team recalled that the F-89s were known to perhaps carry nuclear weapons, called a Genie rocket, although the rocket was not deployed until later versions of the F-89. Didn't know if it was some sort of covert testing. Might have happened on earlier versions. This could be what was causing our equipment issues. Later testing with Geiger counter said no, but the object near the F-89, listen very carefully to this part, appeared to be large and almost teardrop in shape. Teardrop, folks. It was only 212.5 feet from the F-89. The scan showed something very interesting. A plow mark trailing behind the object as if it had crashed. This plow mark caused us to focus our immediate attention on the object. We lowered our ROV, remotely operated vehicle, to it, confirmed that the mystery object was in fact metallic, had a strike mark that matched the missing wing hole on the F-89C Scorpion. It's possible that the missing wing may be underneath the mystery object. The section of the object that is visible above the sand is about 15 feet long by 8.4 feet wide, and as previously mentioned, has a teardrop shape. But this may be just the top of the iceberg, as it were, with the majority of the craft hidden below tons of sand. Except for the wreckage of the F-89 Scorpion and the unidentified object, there's nothing else on the lake bottom for miles. Our conclusion is it would be highly coincidental for this object containing a suspicious strike mark and plowed near the F-89 not to have something to do with its crash. Unfortunately, they're going to have to wait until next year and the new dive season for more answers to whatever this mysterious object is, and, well, of course, the fate of the F-89 as well. Residents of Fort Resolution up north reporting UFO sightings. Something strange in the sky above Fort Resolution in the Northwest Territories. Over the years, residents of the South Slade community have reported a number of UFOs, as it were. There's no obvious explanation for them. Cynthia Cardinal, a Fort Resolution resident, narrates a video she took 2 weeks ago saying, quote, "You'll see there's lights shooting out the side of it," said she. "You'll see the camera get a bit fuzzy. Don't they all?" About 2 weeks ago, as she reached for bed, her husband rushed her out the back steps saying, "Look at the light. There's flashing out there." I looked up and said, "Wow." According to Cardinal, the light flashed red, blue, and white, hovered above the ground, about as high as an airplane. Her husband, a trapper, so he didn't recognize the lights as stars or aurora borealis or northern lights. He knew what it wasn't. It's not the first time residents of Fort Resolution have spotted strange things in the skies. In the late 1990s, 3 military men visited the home of James Mersch Lafferty, saying they wanted her husband's video of an unexplained light. 3 men, ladies and gentlemen. knocking on the door, wanting the video you took of something strange in the night sky in the north. Now, I wonder who would knock on a door and demand such a video. Huh. I have a feeling tonight's guest just might know. And so in the next hour, of course, Dr. Stephen Greer. Right now, I would like to invite you to just stand by a moment, and we will open the phone lines. Listen carefully for the appropriate number for you. And we will, of course, begin to take calls from all of you out there. You're listening to Coast AM from Manila, the Philippines. I'm Art Bell. Here indeed I am. All right, if you go to the coasttocoastam.com website right now, and just go down under the Flight 93 Memorial site in Shanksville, you'll see a column that says Recently, Aswang Creature Updated. Click on that, and then you'll see the first photograph. Now, scroll down a little bit, and you'll see a second photograph. And you will see also that it says Aswang, a shape-shifting creature of Filipino folklore that feeds on humans. Several listeners have written in to identify this creature as a large bat. Ha! View source image, said to be taken with night vision photography. All right, fine. Now, look at the close-up of this creature and where it is in relation to the, it's obviously behind the building. You can see the size of the building, you can see the size of the trees, and you can sure as hell see the size of this creature, and that's one big mine. That's no bat. There's no way on God's green earth that's a bat. I don't know what it is, but it has sort of a pterodactyl type shape to it, and it's big, whatever it is, and it's almost half of something in addition. So the close-up shows you a great deal more than we were able to see previously. I want you to take a good look at that and let me know what you think. But I think there's no way that's a bat. And if it is a bat, I don't ever want to meet up with anything like it. All right, to the phone lines we go. Let's begin over here west of the Rockies. You are on the air. Howdy.
Now, how are you doing, Art Bell, this evening?
I'm doing just fine, sir.
Okay. You're in competition right now with ABC because they've been showing this 9/11 series that's been on since 8 o'clock nonstop without any commercials. And I wanted to call your show because I received about 1,600 emails today and about 300 or 400 telephone calls about 9/11. At that particular time, prior to the event, I was one of the psychics that had contacted President Bush on 2 different occasions, and his father 6 weeks prior to, and it's documented by KNBC, Channel 4 in Burbank, California, that on September the 10th, I had called in and spoke to David Bakar, who still works there, about the incident, but they did not allow me to come on. And
all right. What exactly did you tell David?
I told David about the letters that I had sent to President Bush stating that on the 11th, the next day, that I had seen in vision attacks against New York, Washington, D.C., the Pentagon, and also Los Angeles. I told him in the letter that I had instructed President Bush.
Excuse me, one moment. Did you say Los Angeles?
Exactly, Los Angeles as well.
I see. Okay, well, that one you missed on.
Well, not necessarily so. The aircraft that was supposed to strike Los Angeles evidently didn't get off the ground, from what I understood. Anyway, all of the information that I had given, everything occurred. And on the day 9/11 that the incident occurred in New York and the Pentagon, and as the aircraft 93 was heading towards the Capitol, I was contacted by David Bakar, who told me to get dressed and that NBC was going to have me on. And they decided at the last minute not to because of the information that I had disseminated the night before. Now, the reason why I'm calling tonight, I have an exclusive prediction that I want to give you and your millions of listeners. Beware of what is about to happen in the Middle East, that this respite, this illusion of peace is about to be broken very, very shortly, with the United States, Israel, and England about to attack the 24-plus nuclear facilities in Iran, which will cause a nuclear conflagration in the Middle East before this year is over.
Good Lord.
Yes, good Lord.
All right, well, that's duly registered. I'm curious. You say that they backed away from going ahead and reporting this because of something you had said they sent out previous evening, which was what?
No, they would not allow me on September the 10th. If any of your listeners want to check on this and to document.
Okay, no, that I understand. Look, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to make light of anything you said, but
Sure.
on any given day, you know, I do coast to coast AM, so I can tell you right now, Bud, I get about 3,000 emails a day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of those 3,000 emails, at least 20, 30, 40 of them contain people who are having visions of destruction of this or that and give various dates and so forth and so on. And so, I mean, you just get a whole lot of this kind of thing. And I can understand they would have ignored it on the 10th.
Well,
however, on the 11th, when you got your call saying they were going to put you on, I want to know why they then did not put you on.
David Picard called me back and told me that the president at NBC and the president of the news department were fearful over the fact that they did not allow me to come on the day before on September the 10th and felt that heads would roll. That's why they did not allow me to come on.
Well, see, that's a little hard to believe because, as I just said, we get a ton of these. All the media gets a ton of these all the time. We get probably more than our share because of the kind of show we do here. All right, I appreciate your prediction on the Mideast. And we duly recorded.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to let you know that what I told you about the Middle East is going to happen, and this is Suleiman, the world event psychic, and I have 97.5% accuracy, so I want you to remember what I told you this evening.
Okay, duly
God bless
recorded.
You take care there.
You take care too. I hope he's wrong. I surely do hope he's wrong, and it certainly would be interesting to explore with David Picard whether or not this really had occurred. I guess I could really understand both in a way. That is to say, ignoring him at first, and then perhaps in the middle of the coverage of what actually did happen, not putting him on. But in retrospect, you think they would have gone back to him. Because, of course, out of everybody's mouth was, where were all the psychics? Where were all the remote viewers? Where was everybody who should have predicted this? Well, possibly there was one. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Thank you for taking my call, Art. It's Jeff from St. Louis.
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to talk about the path to 9/11.
Okay.
If there was any truth, did you have a chance to see it yet?
No. It does not air. It does not air live here.
Well, if there was whatever truth was in that movie, it would be grounded out by the bad acting.
The bad acting. All right. Well, so your impression was it was acted poorly. How about beyond that? Do you think the message was accurate?
Well, considering it was how accurate could a movie drama be? It could, I would say, probably maybe 50-60% accurate, considering it was a drama. You know what I'm saying.
I guess I do. Not having seen it, I obviously.
It's not considered a documentary. It's considered a movie.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
And I saw the segments that I recognized the segments that they took out. They were replaced with a disclaimer.
And what segments specifically were those?
When one where they trying to think of the second one was when they were canceled an airstrike to take out Osama bin Laden.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the possible civilian casualties, and I don't remember the other one.
Mm-hmm. All right, I very much appreciate your call, and I'm sure that since we're in competition with that at the moment, apparently, and probably will be for about the next 15 minutes or so, I have no idea how long it's going to run. There'll be a long stream of comments. So, next wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, how's it going? It's Michael from Maryland.
Hello, Michael.
Actually, not too far off from your old alma mater, but that's another issue, eh? anyways, I'm calling to actually I have a little story I wanted to share with you and your listeners, and I wanted to ask you a question. So should I do the story first?
Your choice.
Okay, well, The Sopranos was on. I was over at my bud's house, and after The Sopranos, I'm in my car, driving home. Now, certainly, I had a few cigars and some beer, but it was nothing major. And I looked down at my clock, and I noticed the clock, it was, I think, like 11 or maybe midnight, right? And then I look up, and right in the sky, I see these three lights, and I'm just figuring it's a plane because I'm not too far off from DWI and all. So I start slowing down because I'm fascinated by this thing, and it starts coming at me. And then it gets, probably, I don't know, a few thousand feet away, and it starts going back in the sky. But the interesting thing was that it started doing a clockwise swirl, and then it vanished, and, I didn't see it again.
All right, we're talking about tonight.
Oh, no, this was a few months ago on the last episode of Sopranos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it really jarred me, It's, I was saying to myself, it can't just be a plane, it has to be a UFO or something. I don't know, maybe you were out in a spaceship that night, I don't know, man. What do you think?
I don't have the slightest idea, and I would like to be more helpful than that, but all I can always say to people like yourself is, welcome to the club. I had my own sighting, very profound, close-up sighting, and I don't know, you get these reports of sightings of objects that are fairly obviously not terrestrial in origin, and I don't know what else you say to somebody like that other than, welcome to the club. You are now one of millions and millions and millions of Americans who have seen something that does not belong here. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Okay, Art, the 9/11 attack was planned, trained for, and executed within the borders of the United States. It was a military operation. And when you get hit within your perimeter, you secure the perimeter.
Okay, you called me last week with the same line.
Right, but I want to add to it because on the attack, 9/11, that night, I went down to the Trade Center area. And I've seen a twisted fire truck being towed out of there. I've seen the off-duty police officers and firemen and the fathers of the firemen who responded earlier in the day, who were missing, obviously, were in the rubble, going down there, the tears coming down there, got these guys' eyes. And I'm saying to myself, look what these animals, look what they did to this country. And when I think about that event, it's 5 years now. 5 years, wow, it goes like that. But nothing has been done. The Bush administration, you got to realize, has actually increased student visas for Saudi Arabia and Egypt. And those were the terrorists who came in and destroyed those buildings on that day.
Okay, I don't think it's fair to say that nothing has been done. That's inaccurate. I mean, we have gone to Afghanistan and killed an awful lot of people who we feel were connected with that organization, to the point that I think almost even the critics agree that we have crippled Al-Qaeda with what we've done. So it's not fair to say nothing has been done.
I'm talking about inside the borders of the United States. Actually, the Taliban and Al-Qaeda are actually making a comeback in Afghanistan because we really didn't clean up the problem there. But if we had a choice after 9/11 between attacking Iraq or rounding up every illegal alien in America, I think level-headed Americans would have said, let's get the illegal aliens out of America, because in that net you would get the American haters, agents, foreign agents who hate America, who want to destroy America, terrorist groups. You ever realize it's also a fundraising apparatus that they're setting up in America? And
I know that is going on. Yeah, I think that most fair Americans would not say that a reasonable reaction would be to round up every single illegal alien. I just don't think that would be a fair reaction.
All right, you're a pretty sharp guy, usually on the ball, but I think you're wrong on that one. What Bush is doing is he's invading the world, he's inviting the world to America, and we're in hock to the world currently. You got to remember, on 9/11, also people forget, now I was in New York at the time, the night of 9/11 attack, the bomb squad went to the Empire State Building. They said it was false alarm. The bomb squad also went to the GW, the George Washington Bridge, false alarm. Now, I'm under the belief that unless it's obvious, they will never say if there was a terrorist attack or anything was there. We don't know if anything was planted in those two structures that day or that night. Also, right after 9/11, Clean Air Chrissy went down down to the trade center and said the air was clean. Now I was down there that night. I hate to use the term, but it was a toxic dump. That's how bad it smelled down there. Clean Air Christie was saying it was good for the Bush administration. Also, a couple of months later, one of the big banks had a vault in the trade center, and as soon as all the gold was removed, they were telling the firemen to get out of there and you're not part of the recovery no more. Giuliani, America's mayor, I mean, he's a caricature. They were arresting the firemen. You should have seen how outraged the people of New York City were when that was taking place. So, folks, if you're going to let them sugarcoat everything, because these politicians today, I mean, to me, Art, it's ghoulish and macabre to see these politicians give speeches about 9/11 when they're the ones responsible for 9/11 by keeping the borders wide open. Two of those terrorists, or two or three of them, were already on CIA Al-Qaeda watch list. They gave, you ever see the app? You should see the applications for their visas. They're incomplete. They're not even complete. And they were in our flight schools telling the flight instructors, and those patriotic flight instructors said, we have Arab-speaking guys in our flight schools who really can't speak
that. That is true.
But they don't want to learn how to land the planes. Come on.
No, that's absolutely true. All of that is absolutely true. And nobody's saying that we're not mistakes made. There certainly were. But there were some very alert flight instructors who started saying, hey, what the hell is this? Why do people want to learn how to fly planes and they don't care about the landing part, particularly commercial airplanes of this sort? No, some of that is correct. I don't think that an appropriate reaction to 9/11 would be to round up everybody who is perhaps illegally here, millions and millions of people. No, I wouldn't think that's an appropriate reaction. I'm not really sure what is. And, a lot of you might want to put yourself in the position of the President of the United States following an attack of that sort. What and who would you go after, and how would you do it? And what would you do differently than what the administration did do? First-time caller line, you're on the air. Okay, I'm told instead of putting the first-time caller line on the air, we need to take a break. So let's do that, and then we'll go to the first-time caller line. We'll be right back. All right. See, I'll forget those if I'm not urged to remember them. Let's try the first-time caller line. Scott in California. Now you're on the air.
Yes, good evening, Art.
Good evening.
It's an honor to speak with you, sir. A couple weekends ago, you made a comment in regards to coma, and I just wanted to pass something by you, and I'll take your thoughts off air. Perhaps we're not supposed to learn from, like if you're a smoker, if you don't, quit smoking in one life, you might be a smoker in the next. Perhaps it's just going through the experience that is what we learn from. Perhaps it's not necessary to learn everything. Perhaps it's just the experience itself that's learning. And I just
maybe,
that by you.
Maybe, but if you don't somehow learn the detriments, let's put it that way, of smoking in this life, and you don't end up dying of some smoking-related illness, despite what some eager anti-smoking physician might write on your death certificate, then how are you going to know it in the next life?
That is true. That is true. Well,
with no conscious memory of what befell you in the last life, even if something did happen that was no good, how's it going to help you? This has always been my problem with reincarnation.
All right. Well, thank you again.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the call. I don't know how much time we have, but west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
How dare you? Mr. Bell, how dare you?
I dare.
I didn't fool you, did I?
No, but it was pretty good.
This is not he. I just wanted to confirm, Art, that the F-89C Scorpion was armed with 6 20-millimeter cannon, carried no rockets, no missiles. The Genie unguided atomic warheaded air-to-air missile, the prototype flew in perhaps 1957. So whatever's at the bottom of that lake is not a Genie rocket.
Well, maybe not, but whatever it is, it's big, it's teardrop shaped, and it's the only thing next or anywhere near the aircraft. If you ask me,
Terrestrial to me.
kind of sounds that way to me too.
Thank you, Arthur.
I have no idea what it is. Thank you very, very much for the call, and take care. Whatever it is, it's teardrop shaped, it's big, and it's right next to the F-89. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. That would be me. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Across the globe, it's great to have you with me. Coming up in a moment, Dr. Stephen Greer, founder and CEO of Space Energy Access Systems, also founder and director of the Disclosure Project. He is an emergency room physician, former chairman of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Caldwell Memorial Hospital. Dr. Greer is a lifetime member of the Alpha Omega Alpha Society, I guess, the nation's most prestigious medical honor society indeed. He has appeared on several national programs, which include Larry King, CBS, BBC, and TV in Japan. This program frequently, Dr. Greer has been supervising a worldwide search for alternative energy sources, specifically those known as zero-point or over-unity devices, with the plan to identify and develop systems which will eliminate the need for fossil fuels. In a moment, Dr. Stephen Greer. All right, coming up in a moment, Dr. Stephen Greer. The last time he was on the program, by the way, he made a very controversial statement about SETI getting hit, SETI actually receiving any number of signals to it, and there were a number of, some British publications actually did report on that, albeit somewhat flippantly, but they did report on it. Now, just before Dr. Greer comes on, I've got a letter I want to read. This will no doubt provoke him to some degree, but I would like to get his reaction. It comes from a young lady in Chicago, Jeanette in Chicago, who says, "Hi, Art. I have a few things I'd like to ask Dr. Greer, just to get his response, or you might consider the perspective described below and pose a couple of questions. I do believe there's something out there. So many sightings by reliable people, even evidence left behind, though to date this has never indicated extraterrestrial life forms as their only possible exclusive source. However, what bothers me about the Disclosure Project and the government conspiracy theories in general is that they seem to be not much more than a distraction from the real UFO research. I don't think the government knows much about UFOs and suspect they dropped their own investigations like Blue Book because they couldn't find any answers and scientific research is not their job. From cases I've read from Blue Book and elsewhere, it seems the UFOs can be run off, though not captured, by F-16s and other pursuers, and that may be enough to satisfy the military when they have no other effective options to defend against them. If the U.S. or any other nation on Earth possessed magical weapons and or vehicles back-engineered from extraterrestrial technologies, wouldn't we be deploying them in Iraq or elsewhere? Wouldn't Rumsfeld just love to send a black triangle to Iran or North Korea just to hover menacingly over their nuclear facilities as a not-so-subtle threat? Yet I haven't heard any reports. What better opportunity might the military be waiting for to unleash this awesome power? Why not send a couple of saucers to Afghanistan to abduct Osama bin Laden? Or disable the mobile missile launchers raining bombs on Israel? Such a show of force would shut up those terrorist suckers for good and all, wouldn't it? Jacques Vallée has noted that where science has left a vacuum in UFO studies, a lot of mystics of one kind or another have rushed in to provide explanations, usually asking for a donation. UFOs being secular and non-denominational, seems that Stephen Greer and others who promote government conspiracy theories have begun to elevate the U.S. government to something like a priestly class of ancient civilizations, as though the government is some magical set of people with secret and direct lines of communication to these mysterious ETs. Somehow I just can't agree with that view. I just don't think that badgering the U.S. government about UFOs is going to give humanity any answers. But Greer's and others' similar views do lend the U.S. government an aura of omniscient and supernatural powers by putting them in league with ETs. This is very dangerous in any democracy. I also don't quite understand linking the UFO phenomena to a ban on space-deployed weapons. If there are hostile forces in the universe out to get us, seems there's a crying need for space-based weapons. Of course, supposedly the ETs come in peace, although by some accounts they also abduct, rape, and exploit human beings with a truly frightening indifference that doesn't seem peaceful. Instead of whining about the CIA opening its files, it might be more useful if Greer et al. Help to collect and analyze whatever data is available on UFOs to try and find out what these things really are. If the government knew, they'd be using it. Studies conducted by private groups could avoid the red tape of government bureaucracy and ensure that whatever information they find won't be kept secret by some power-hungry cabal. SETI is one method of investigation. If the ETs actually employ radio frequencies and can speak a human language and or perceive and comprehend images from Earth, that's a pretty tall order, considering that the ETs could be some form of highly evolved silicon or nitrogen for all we know. Dr. Greer, welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you.
Would you like to respond to all of that?
Well, what part of it? I mean, it's a diatribe with about, I don't know, I'd have to write them out, probably 20 or 30 factual errors. The big one being that only a very naive person would think, quote, the government of the United States is hiding anything. I've said many times on this program and elsewhere that in my meetings with the CIA director and other high officials that they actually don't know anything that's going on, and I'm convinced they're not lying. I've described, actually, rogue and highly classified projects that are very compartmentalized, that have more specifically had their power center in financial and corporate centers rather than the government of the United States per se. So I think it's a mistake to think that the government, whatever that is, in her mind, would be hiding anything. I found that most people in Washington, quite frankly, couldn't find their behinds in a well-lighted room with both hands on this subject and a lot of other subjects of great importance.
Okay. She makes a point that if we had such technology that we would use it, for example, in Iraq or perhaps Afghanistan, and just, if nothing more than to scare the crap out of them.
Well, of course, this is many people would assume that who don't understand what the technologies involved. If they were used in a conventional situation, such as she described and that you just described, in reality, they would then be disclosed. If they were disclosed, this would result in people realizing that we don't need fossil fuels to run jets, or cars for that matter, or power plants. And with that, you would say goodbye to the $200 trillion asset base that a handful of corporations and individuals control that involves oil, gas, and coal. So I think that, it's a very simplistic idea that just because, say, a compartmentalized project at Lockheed or Northrop may have developed these things, that they would be used in frankly, a conventional situation such as Iraq or the current problems with North Korea, because they would view it as there'd be a great deal more at stake by their using them. The same thing goes for the space program. I mean, my uncle was a senior project engineer at Grumman and built the lunar module that put Neil Armstrong on the moon. And by the time that that was being built, and I described this in my new book, Hidden Truth, Forbidden Knowledge, we already had the sort of so-called anti-gravity, some would call them, or electrogravitic technologies fully operational. And in fact, there are photographs of these being test flown outside of Provo, Utah, and other locations in the United States as early as 1964, and I suspect they existed before then. The question is, why didn't we use them in the late 60s to go to the moon? Well, because by using them, they would have been disclosed. And if they were disclosed, the enormous financial and geopolitical interests that would like to keep all of us addicted to oil and controlled in a metered, linear sort of energy system would no longer be able to do that.
All right. She also makes the point that we're trying to deploy space-based weapons. I know you're very much against that, but she says, according to many reports, the ETs don't come in peace. In fact, they abduct, rape, and exploit human beings in a truly indifferent manner. And that doesn't seem peaceful at all, according to her, and so we might need space-based weapons.
Well, it's interesting. When I went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the 90s and met with the Foreign Technology Division there, it was actually at that time called the Foreign Aerospace Science and Technology Center, And this was the unit that had received the so-called Roswell debris from the 40s. And one of the colonel there that I was meeting with said, well, gee, what if these visitors from elsewhere are hostile? And I said, well, aside from the fact there's no evidence of that, if they were, I doubt we'd be breathing the free air of Earth and having this conversation, given the fact that we have used, and forget F-16s, as she describes, very advanced electromagnetic weapons, and we have had weapons that have already been deployed into space in violation of treaties. If they were truly hostile, we would have had our clock cleaned many decades ago. As for the body of evidence that we're being, quote, raped by aliens, I find it very thin. In fact, I think it's a lot of disinformation designed to support the billions of dollars that will eventually be spent, and perhaps trillions, in trying to export these sort of weapon systems into space.
Well, it's a good point that we don't have that many enemies left on Earth with the Soviet Union dissolving as it did. I'm not sure you can make a case for massive space-based defense systems, if you want to call them that, based on what's left in terms of a giant threatening force against us here on Earth. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think there's been a long-term plan, and I certainly think it was hatched somewhere in the late 50s and 60s to eventually disinform the public and scare the bejeebies out of people with these sort of frightening alien stories and all the movies and nonsense that go with it, to support a multi-trillion-dollar buildup. And essentially, if you remember the movie Independence Day, it says, let's kick alien butt. Let's unite the whole world against an alien threat. And I think this is an attempt to consolidate power around certain military and corporate and financial interests. And I think it has no more validity than the exaggerations that were reported on our forces in the Gulf of Tonkin during the Vietnam era, which has now been proven to have been something that was a sort of a false report to get the funds and to expand the funding for that conflict. So these sort of tricks are played a lot. I think that the public should be very skeptical of this sort of fear-mongering and saber-rattling, and particularly when it talks about, going into space using weapons and targeting vehicles from other planetary systems. I think this is the height of folly and stupidity.
I know you do. Last program we did, the last hour we did together, you made a statement about SETI that did, in fact, cause a couple of publications in England to run stories, albeit, as I said, somewhat skeptical or with the usual grin involved, but they did run stories about the show that we did together. And I wonder if you want to do any follow-up to that. Of course, as you know, SETI came on the air a day or two later and, as you could easily predict, denied everything.
Yes, of course, and you would expect them to deny everything, just like NASA would deny that we have ever encountered any of these objects in space, even though, albeit he later retracted it, Buzz Aldrin himself said that we were, encountered these mysterious things on the way to the moon. I want to, if you want to know the little bombshell, there's a person on our team who worked with Purdue University, which is, of course, the aerospace engineering departments where Neil Armstrong and many astronauts had graduated from, and was on a committee with Neil Armstrong some years ago. And we learned this week, was told directly by Neil Armstrong that when he stepped off the lunar module, which my uncle had worked on with Grumman and had taken the first man to the moon, that we were surrounded by extraterrestrial vehicles during the lunar landing. The question is...
Now that's a bombshell.
Yes, it is. And we have, by the way, we have more than one source for this, including military classified projects that have men that we're working with who have actually seen the film footage. So the public needs to say, well, where is the footage? And the denials notwithstanding, there's too much evidence that these things are out there for them to just simply say, oh, we've never encountered or seen anything. Anyone with a grain of sense knows that it's a full-faced lie. So, a newsflash, people who deal with this issue make up stories and lie about it. I think the public should hold them accountable.
Oh, my God. First of all, Neil Armstrong, of all the astronauts, has probably been more tight-lipped than I think any of them, frankly.
Correct.
Very, very tight-lipped. And you're telling me, let's go over it again. You're saying that Neil Armstrong has said to one or more people
Correct.
that the moment he stepped off that lander, he was surrounded by extraterrestrial craft.
Correct. And and I have also interviewed more than one military person who has seen the actual footage of that the public was never shown. Of course, you know there's a lot of controversy right now about NASA having misplaced a lot of this film footage, but misplaced into a black hole. But the point here is that, yes, and Neil Armstrong, I think the important thing to remember also, and I've never shared this, but I have put this in my memoir, Hidden Truth, Forbidden Knowledge, which has just come out, that the fact is, when we invited Neil Armstrong to come and meet with members of Congress in 1997, through a good friend of his who's very supportive of the Disclosure Project and CSETI, we heard back from this man, and he had been told by Neil Armstrong that indeed they had encountered these objects, but that he felt that if he were to come out with that information, that his family would be killed. And I was stunned at the time. This was 1997, and disturbed by this, of course, and I certainly respected Neil Armstrong's decision not to come to that event where we were having, of course, chairman of committees from the Congress being briefed on this matter that we had organized. But the problem, I think, is that there has been a great deal of fear and intimidation instilled, and it's a shame that these men, who really are heroes of our country and have accomplished enormous feats of courage in space travel, cannot report back to the taxpayers who put them there the truth about what they encountered as they landed on the moon.
Oh, my God. I do find it a little suspicious that probably mankind's biggest achievement since we've been walking the Earth was said to have been captured in high-resolution photographs, not the fuzzy little pictures we saw of Neil Armstrong stepping off the lander, but indeed by high-resolution pictures, which NASA, of course, now says they have lost. Now, that is a little hard to swallow, Doctor.
Yes, it is, and I think that even more disturbing, it goes back before the lunar landing. At disclosureproject.org, people can see the testimony and get the testimony from people who saw the high-quality digital lunar orbiter images of artificial structures that were on the moon, that were in the terminator, the sort of the area between the light and the dark part of the moon, that were filmed while we were mapping the moon a few years before we put the first man there, because obviously, the lunar orbiter was sent up to photograph the surface of the moon prior to putting a man on the moon in the lunar module, which my uncle had worked on. So I think that there too, there's an enormous body of photographic evidence and data that has been secreted into a compartmentalized area. And contrary to the sort of naivete from the person who wrote the letter that you read at the beginning of this hour, the idea that the government, the general government of the United States, has access to this is a canard. Gordon Cooper himself, and this is another bombshell I want to drop if you care to hear another one, told me personally, with my wife standing beside me at a meeting in Washington, D.C. a couple years ago, before he died, that he had given Secretary of Defense Cohen, who was the Secretary of Defense for Bill Clinton in the last years of his presidency, that he had given him the information about his group filming a landing UFO at the Edwards facility in 1956, I believe it was, and that the data, the specifics of that were conveyed to the Secretary of Defense, who, of course, is the head of the Pentagon, et cetera. Mm-hmm. And when he made inquiries, he basically was told no such footage exists, even though Gordon Cooper, another hero of our country and one of the early astronauts, personally handled that footage and personally had it flown back on a plane to Washington.
My God. All right, and going back to Neil Armstrong, you have one or multiple sources on the statement?
Yes, I do.
One or multiple?
Really
No. Is it one or multiple? I'm sorry, Doctor. One or multiple?
Multiple sources. People I know who have had these conversations with Neil Armstrong. I will also say that a close associate personally, face to face, that in fact they did encounter these extraterrestrial vehicles, or ETVs, as they were called at the National Security Agency. They weren't called UFOs, only, sort of amateur hour called them that. And this is something that they've had to live with, and it's been an enormous burden, I believe, to these heroes.
All right, hold it right there, Doctor. Dr. Stephen Greer, I'm Art Bell from Manila. Well, I'll tell you what, every time we have Dr. Greer on, he manages to do this, just totally blow me away. He's an emergency room physician. He has every reason in the world, in my opinion, not to be doing what he is doing. It can, from my point of view, only seem harmful to his career. He's making some statements that are, well, pretty outlandish. The latest being, in my opinion, about Neil Armstrong, that the moment he stepped off the lander, he saw alien craft all around him. And he didn't say anything for fear that his family would be killed. Now, that's an incredible statement, absolutely incredible, and yet you just heard it here on Coast to Coast AM. More of Dr. Greer in a moment. I really think if you were to do a survey of the American people above, I don't know, age 30 or 40, you would find, and you asked, what is mankind's biggest achievement so far? After walking on the planet, after building the industrial civilization we have, what is our biggest achievement? And I think without question, the number one item would be the fact that we went to the moon. A man stood on the moon. You may all remember those, kind of blurry, jittery pictures that we saw of Neil Armstrong stepping off the lander onto the moon's surface. They should be indelibly inscribed in every memory out there. And to now know that there were detailed, high-resolution photographs, pictures, video even, of all of this, but somehow NASA has lost it, is a little difficult for me to swallow. A little difficult, very difficult for me to swallow. And here now we have Dr. Greer saying Neil Armstrong claims he saw craft, according to more than one source, all around him, alien craft, and was afraid that his family would be killed should he actually report that. Dr. Greer, you are an emergency physician. You have a lot to lose by making statements like this. You have a lot to lose by doing the kind of work you're doing. Maybe we should go back a little bit and try and understand what somebody with your professional background and accomplishments, why you would do what you're doing and risk your career.
Well, because I think that this is one of the most important areas that have been kept secret in human history. And it's not just that we're not alone in the universe, that there's intelligent life in the universe, but that there is a wondrous new source of energy and propulsion that has been studied, that has been perfected, and that has been hijacked from the people of the world, and that has led us now, of course, it's 9/11 on the East Coast, to this chronic oil addiction that has caused us to be decamped in the Middle East and to be damaging the biosphere and maintaining a world economic situation where 80% of the world's population lives in terrible poverty. I think that this issue is related to all of that. And I think that when I came to realize the extent of the secrecy and what was really being kept from the public, it was something that I just thought I had to come out in public about. But my interest in this goes back to my childhood. I had a sighting of one of these UFOs in broad daylight when I was a little boy, about 8 or 9 years old. And but years later, I had quite an extraordinary contact with the UFO and with the ETs on it. And I think that of course, altered my life tremendously. Certainly ranks up there in one of the most life-altering experiences of my life. I guess the one that would be even larger was a near-death experience I had when I was 17, about 6 months before this contact experience. And so for me, this is not just an academic issue. I know that there's intelligent life out there. that it is benign. I know that we have tremendous advances in science and technology that, frankly, the taxpayers have paid for, and which is being hidden from us to the detriment of the development of the human race. I tell people that while many people think that what we're discussing sounds very futuristic, I said on the contrary, we're really trying to play catch-up, that the natural course of human evolution and societal development has been retarded for at least 50 years and maybe longer.
Doctor, let's follow up on the benign part, because it is important in deciding how to respond to all of this. You said you know, quite frankly, that it is benign. How do you know that?
Well, we have over 500 military and intelligence witnesses to projects dating from the 40s all the way in through the 90s and even more recently. Not a single one of them has reported anything that would indicate hostility, and yet we have numerous of them who have reported that we have used weapon systems to attempt to target and down, and in some occasions have successfully downed these extraterrestrial vehicles. I think that my own personal experience with the phenomenon is that it most certainly is not hostile. And I have to point out that not everything that we don't fully understand is necessarily a threat. And although it's natural for humans to be afraid of things which they do not control or fully understand, I think when you start talking about the weaponization of space and leaping to irrational conclusions about a threat from outer space, that one should really take a step back and look at the big picture. And the data doesn't support that. For example, we have the testimony on disclosureproject.org of Colonel Dietrichson, who was with the Atomic Energy Commission after a career in the Air Force, and he was in charge of all the nuclear facilities in the United States and nuclear processing areas. And he said every single one of these facilities were being observed by these UFOs in the 50s and 60s, because he felt that they apparently were quite concerned about this destructive ability that we had discovered, and the fact that we were beginning to go into space. He also confirmed that there was an attempt to fire a nuclear-tipped object, missile, that would have traveled all the way to the moon and been detonated there, and it was intercepted by extraterrestrial vehicles as it became exo-atmospheric, meaning after it left the atmosphere. And there's no evidence, on the other hand, that they have turned around and done anything hostile toward us. And so I think that while there may be a great deal about these issues we don't fully understand, I think to reach an assumption of that they're hostile and that we need to respond in a violent way is an enormous mistake. And I think this is why it's important. One of the things I discussed with former Minister of Defense Paul Hellyer up in Canada a couple months ago is that it's very important for people like him and other people who have been in leadership positions around the world to combine, to look into this issue and to really attempt to put together a team of people to make peaceful and open contact with these visitors.
Okay, I know that you feel that it's very important that we look into the energy aspect of whatever might drive these vehicles. And there was recently a story that had nothing to do with ETs or UFOs or anything else from Europe. And I kind of follow these stories, and I bet you're familiar with it. This scientist invited other scientists to examine a find he had made regarding something that would power motor vehicles, would power cell phones, would power anything you like. He had a workable model and invited scientists to examine it. Now, surely you know about this.
Yes, this is the Bjorn group out of Ireland, and we are actively in dialogue with them, and we hope to have an opportunity to evaluate these claims at some point in the near future.
Do you know anything further about it at all? Do you know anybody who has yet looked at it and was able to in any way validate or stamp out this story, or what?
No, and this is something we very much want to get to the bottom of. I certainly hope it's true. Whether it is or not remains to be proven. I do believe that at least they're doing the correct thing by inviting a scientist from around the world to actually test the system and validate it, and I should also say reproduce reproduce it, because that is the sine qua non of the scientific method, is that it needs to be scientifically reproducible and tested and validated by objective third parties. And I think when you're dealing with something this important, it needs to be multiple objective, independent third parties. And that's exactly what we have been pursuing in our investigation of these sorts of devices.
Well, it's certainly tantalizing because the way they're approaching it is it's very inviting to imagine it might be real. Otherwise, why invite everybody to examine it? So, you know, it might be the real McCoy, and it's the first one I've seen in years that might be. I know you've examined many. How many have you found to actually have promise?
Really, there are only a couple that have promise, and they are held by people who have been intimidated or frightened to come forward. Some of them have had colleagues who have been assassinated, and many people don't believe that would be possible. And I think they're just extremely naive to think that these sort of interests are not capable of that. They certainly are. One of the things that I disclose in my memoir, Hidden Truth, Forbidden Knowledge, which we've just released, is we were approached by former CIA Director Bill Colby in the 90s, and he had an operational extraterrestrial-based energy device that would generate enormous amounts of free energy, and he wanted to transfer that to our group, as well as adequate funding to be able to be sure it would get out to the public and sustain any suppression attempts. And the week that he was going to meet with a member of my board, they found him floating down the Potomac River and was murdered. And a colonel who was one of his best friends, well, actually was his best friend, who set up the meeting, told me directly that Colby was murdered for defecting from this group that had been sitting on this sort of information. And I think that one of the things that we have to do is, number one, not respond to fear and intimidation, which we do not, and number two, encourage many people to come forward with this sort of information and to do it at once. This is what we did with the Disclosure Project, and that's why we put together literally dozens of men and women who had top-secret clearances from a diverse components of military and corporate projects who had first-hand knowledge of these UFOs and projects connected to them. And that's what disclosureproject.org has. And I think that we want to do that now with these technologies as well. And I think it's wonderful that one of the ways that this group in Ireland, if in fact they do have something that can be validated, is that they went public with the fact they have it. I think the big mistake that many of these scientists in the past have made, and this is something that we are recommending that they not repeat, is to try to be quiet about something like this. I think that 99.9% of the world's population would support such a energy breakthrough that would get us off of fossil fuels and the damaging effects to the environment and our entanglements in the Middle East. And I think that the way to do it is to do exactly what this group in Ireland has done, and that is announce that they have it and invite scientists to evaluate it and have millions of people aware of it, because then it makes it very difficult to shove that off the radar scope. And I think that's exactly what you should do. I think people make a mistake when they think they're going to outfox this secret group and themselves sort of buy into trying to do things in a secretive way. It just doesn't work.
Okay, a couple of years ago on this program, you thought that you were on to one of these sources of energy. You were very, very excited about it. What became of that?
Well, the man who has it was intimidated and never wanted to reproduce and deliver to our group an operating system. And we're now working with a couple of other inventors who have systems that I think are even better. We're trying to encourage them to come forward, but it's a very difficult process. As I said, I think that this is something that's existed, and certainly Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden and others have documented that the breakthroughs like this have probably existed since the early part of the 20th century and have fallen into the wrong hands or have been suppressed. Since I spoke with you last, we've met a man that developed a number of these systems and worked with General Motors in developing the electric vehicle, but also worked with some of these other technologies. And one of the colleagues that he had worked with was blown up in his lab, made to look like an accident. And this, of course, put a chill through his enthusiasm to do anything. Now he's decided that the world has really gone downhill so far in terms of its environmental situation and geopolitical situation, that perhaps the risks of doing nothing are greater than the risks of having the courage to step forward. So these are the kind of people we're still looking for, and we encourage them to contact us so that we can help them secure these technologies, get them validated, and get them properly disclosed and disseminated to the public.
Well, Dr. Greer, in view of what you just said about Neil Armstrong, now he's getting on in age.
Sure.
Do you think Neil Armstrong, with that kind of knowledge, would go to his grave with that kind of knowledge, or do you think that eventually, as he gets closer to the end, he or some of the other astronauts who know what Neil Armstrong, you claim, knows, would say something, would say, look, I can't carry this burden anymore?
I would hope so, and I think that it is a burden. I think you're correct in how you phrase that. I do know that with one of these astronauts had a tremendous amount of psychological problems being forced to keep a secret like this. I will tell you that when we first gathered together the Disclosure Project, military witnesses, some of them who were old enough to be my grandfather, literally hugged me and wept that they finally had to talk about it, that we had created a momentum with dozens of people with enough profile and enough support, I might add, within the covert project. There's at least 40-50% of this covert group that now wants to see this disclosure happen, I might add, that they would come forward and talk about it, because many of these people who have seen these really life-altering things and earth-shattering developments, it becomes an enormous psychological burden to sit on that and not be able to discuss it and not let people know what the truth is. And I think that in that sense, there is a time is on our side that people eventually will try to come forward. And I encourage people like Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and other people who were in the compartmentalized projects within NASA and the aerospace industry who have information about this to come forward. You know, after I was on your show last, a engineer with Lockheed Martin came forward with information about the back engineering or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial vehicles and their application in some of the systems that we have today. And he has offered to come forward, and we're continuing to ask for people like this to step forward, because I think it's very important. And I think that it's not only a service to the world, I think it's a service to these people, because they know it's wrong to keep something this important secret from their fellow humans.
Did he actually mention to you any technology that has resulted in, something we have now?
He mentioned that there are some spin-off technologies that have been used in some of our modern aircraft that were inspired by the extraterrestrial vehicles we've studied, and he certainly knew of other more classified projects. The B-2 stealth bomber had some components to it that are a result of studying ET vehicles, for example. There are even a few aspects of the shuttle which have some components in it that are a result of that. Although, of course, the basic propulsion system of things like the shuttle are still quite primitive and are using the old-fashioned, 1940s style rocket stuff. But in reality, these sort of breakthroughs are increasingly well documented by these sort of top secret witnesses who are stepping forward, and we're calling on more to do so. And also, as you mentioned, the SETI project, there are bound to be other people who know of this, and we would encourage those who do to come forward and also be willing to come forward publicly. It does put me a bit in a bind when people give me information, but they're not willing to step forward. And of course, it's easy for people to say, "Oh well, Greer's being given a bunch of nonsense." But if I hear it from one person, I'll put it into my gray basket. But when I hear it from 3 or 4, and it's the same type of corroborating information, and those people don't know each other, and they've gotten it from different angles, if 3 sources are good enough for the New York Times, it's good enough for me. And frankly, I think that what we have to do is have more people come forward through this disclosure project effort, and including these technologies, because we need to go from testimony and evidence, which is really pretty well proven now, about the existence of these so-called UFOs, to the technologies behind them, so that our civilization can now move on to its next level of functioning. And I think that until we do, we're going to find that we're going to have increasing problems. I look at it almost in a sort of a spiritual way, that because we have not gone with the natural evolutionary development, we have ended up being harmed, and we're harming ourselves and harming our planet. That'll continue until we get this right.
All right, Doctor. Hold it right there. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell with Dr. Stephen Greer. Once again, here I am. My guest, of course, is Dr. Stephen Greer. Jamie in Venice Beach, California says, "Hey, Art, would you please ask Dr. Greer to describe his personal encounter/experience with the extraterrestrials? What transpired and why? What did they communicate to him? And what did they look like? What does he think of the Greys? And how can they all be, as he suggests, benign?" Doctor?
Well, I think that the start, with the beginning part of it, my first sighting, I just saw a craft at some distance. I was a young boy, about 8 or 9 years old. But when I was 17, I injured my leg, and I got very sick. And I ended up bicycling 200 miles from Charlotte, North Carolina, where I grew up, to the North Carolina outer barrier islands on the coast. And it spread, and I got sicker, and one thing led to another, and I had a near-death experience. And in that near-death experience, and I'm sharing this just because I think it's important to understand the context that follows. Because I was raised in a non-religious background, I didn't know what to expect, and I left my body and I went into space, and I had an experience of really the most beautiful consciousness, sort of a divine cosmic awareness, and it was truly beautiful and life-altering. And during that experience, I eventually met two scintillating lights, which I later came to understand were sort of like, some people would call it like a manifestation of Godhead. And it was a beautiful experience. There was no fear. It was joyous, and it was beautiful. And after some time, I was actually asked, whether I would continue to go on or come back to Earth. And I said, well, what is your will? What should I do? And it was expressed to me that I should come back to Earth, which I actually wasn't interested in doing. And as I came back and re-entered my body, I had brought with me this sort of understanding of the nature of mind, that the consciousness that we have within us is actually always a universal resonance field that's perfectly integrated with this, some would call cosmic mind or universal being. And it was in that context that I began to really investigate these sorts of things and began to learn meditation. And having been raised in a totally non-religious family, I started to study prayer, and it was just a very mind-opening and spirit-opening time in my life. And I went off to college. I turned 18 in June of that year, 73, and I went off to college, and I was up in the mountains of North Carolina hiking one day, and I went up to the top of this mountain above the little town of Boone, North Carolina, and up to a mountain that was about a little over 5,000 feet high. And it was October of 73 when the Yom Kippur War was raging in the Middle East. And I went up there because I wanted to see sunset and to meditate at sunset up on top of the mountain. And as I got up there, I saw the same beautiful silver disk spacecraft that I had seen when I was 8 or 9 years of age. And I sort of acknowledged it, and it winked out. It didn't fly off like you see in the movies. It just vanished. And I sat down and meditated, and at the end of the meditation, which was quite long, it had gotten dark, I stood up, and really a voice that wasn't my own, a thought that came to me that was just beautiful. As I looked up at the stars and the Milky Way galaxy, you could see it was very, very clear night and rather cold. A thought came, behold what a beautiful universe God has made. And with that, I went right back into the sort of state of consciousness, the sort of oneness, unity consciousness, or God consciousness that I had when I was very sick and had this near-death experience. And I became aware of the fact that there was a sort of had actually eyes that looked like a deer, sort of almond-shaped and rather attractive, and came and stood next to me and touched me on my right shoulder. And with that, all the hair on my head stood on end. I had more hair then too, and it was a extraordinary experience. And I then found myself on this craft and out in space. And people said, well, what did you talk about? I said, well, there's nothing linear to talk about. We actually sat together in this sort of meditative state. And they became very curious about humans experiencing this universal content of their own mind, this sort of the self beyond just the ego and our individuality that we all have within us. And I'm convinced that we all have the entirety of the universe folded within us, within the structure of conscious mind itself. And this is what we experienced. And it was then that the CSETI CE5 protocols were created, and they were sort of co-created experimentally, where we not only use lasers and light and what people think about and tones that we have, that radio signals we send out, but that where we use consciousness to go into this universal component of awareness, and someone called remote view, or bilocate and see these vehicles and then show them where we are. And I found myself back on this, near the top of the mountain, but down the road, maybe 100 yards. It was sort of a fire tower road. The locals called it Fire Tower, actually. But the fire tower road was blocked at the bottom, and there was a big fire tower at the top. And when I found myself back along this road, I was suddenly there. But I had this unusual sort of anti-gravity field around me where I could take a step and I would go 20, 30 feet. It was almost as if like a moonwalker. It was very unusual. And this stayed with me until I got almost all the way down to this little town and back down. And I thought it was maybe 9 o'clock at night, and the town was deserted. And I thought, my God, the Yom Kippur War must have gotten out of hand. We had a nuclear war or something. I didn't know what had happened. And it turned out it was 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. And I had been out there for several hours. And it was then that I learned that these visitors are not only highly evolved in terms of consciousness and their technologies, but very interested in humans understanding that component of ourselves, and that they're more interested in that than any other aspect of the human situation.
Okay. Doctor, hold 1 second. We've just had an emergency room physician describe an NDE. Now, that's, first of all, very, very unusual on the face of it, and I think I have not taken my break yet. So let me go ahead and take my break. When we get back, I want to ask you specifically about the subject of NDEs. Well, as I just said, let's talk and stop on the subject of NDEs for a moment. I've interviewed a lot of physicians over the years. I've interviewed a lot of scientists, frankly. Most of them, when pressed to the wall, don't believe in God. Most of them, when pressed to the wall, physicians on the subject of NDEs sort of smirk a little bit. There have been an endless parade of psychiatrists and others on television who explain NDEs away as neurons dying sort of from the outside of the brain inward, explaining the light that most NDE experiencers see, and that sort of thing. Not very many physicians believe at all in NDEs. Doctor, you must have had experience with patients who claim to have had NDEs, and you must have looked in to NDEs pretty carefully over the years.
Well, yes, but of course, I mean, the proof of the pudding's in the eating, and as I said, my parents were very devout atheists. They didn't believe in God at all, and didn't believe in anything you couldn't put in a test tube. But the truth is that when I had this experience, I didn't have any bias towards believing in such a thing. But during the experience and in the aftermath, I truly came to understand that there is a great being, a universal being, and it's very beautiful. And as a physician, I resuscitated, snatch attacks on the jaws of death, as it were, hundreds, maybe thousands of people. And certainly some have recounted to me actually of being out of their bodies up above in the room where they were flatline, and being able to describe the defibrillator going off and me intubating them and things of this sort. I think actually there's a great deal of evidence, and I doubt, as you say, that most physicians don't believe that this is possible. I think most of the people I know, in fact, do, and have had patients who have recounted this. It's not politically correct to talk about it because, we have to pretend to be scientific, which means you can't accept anything spiritual. And I think that's a complete false duality. I think one can be scientific and rigorous and also have an understanding of this, the greater aspect of our spirit and of the fact that there is a divine being. And I don't believe that most physicians think that there is. And now, I draw a line between that and, say, religiosity per se, because most of that is what I think people have been conflated and foisted on spiritual truths. But I think that most physicians understand that there is a God, and I think many physicians have had patients recount this to them in ways that are rather convincing, that it wasn't just a firing of neurons in some kind of oxygen deprivation sequence.
Well, certainly that process is going on. In a patient who's dying, there is oxygen deprivation. There is, I guess, brain cells do begin to die. So, that stuff is going on and might account for something. They've been able to, I think, duplicate NDEs with certain types of experiments that they've done with brains, with people, and they've actually duplicated the NDE experience to some degree or another.
Well,
but
to
as you
some degree,
point out,
not entirely, and the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. I remember as a young child witnessing my twin sister drown in the YMCA swimming pool. And she drowned, and so far that she actually lost control of her bowels and was completely pulseless, was retrieved out of the pool, and had CPR performed. Of course, this was terrifying for me because it was my twin sister. And but years later, when she had the courage to tell me, she described exactly the sequence of everything that happened. She would have had no knowledge of. And that she observed this from being at the top of this indoor pool, and she was in this state of beautiful peace and total calm, but witnessing the whole sequence of how she was retrieved and resuscitated and what have you, and all the details. And I think that while some of the experiences that people have recounted could be attributed to a physiological reaction, some of the detail of the people who have gone so far that they are really out of their bodies and are observing things taking place, and with detail that they would have no way of having heard or known about. I think that betrays it being just purely a physiological effect, and I believe that there is, within the physical body, I think there is the sort of spirit body that, and I think many people who have had experiences where they've had flying dreams or lucid dreams at night where they have seen remote events take place or even things in the future. It's because the nature of the conscious mind within us is not bound by either space or time. And by the way, I'm convinced that any civilization capable of getting here has had to figure this out. Because if you go faster than the speed of light, you have just shifted your entire spacecraft and everyone on it into a form of energy that the mystics used to call the etheric sort of field. And I'm convinced that these beings do travel. Some would say interdimensionally. I think it's a misnomer. I think it's a continuum between the pure and unbounded aspect of consciousness and the forms of sort of, some would call astral or etheric energy and physical energy. And I think it's all wrapped within each other. I think it's a massive quantum hologram. And in that sense, I do think that the old adage that, I think it's from the Sufi tradition that says that think is thyself a puny form when within the universe is folded. I think literally the entirety of the cosmos is folded within the structure of consciousness of everybody.
Folded. The recent talk, of course, is about multiple dimensions. And isn't it as easily possible, Doctor, that what we're observing, these craft were observed, so many millions now have observed. In fact, when we open the lines later, it's kind of like as a talk show host, you have to say, please, don't come to us with sightings because there have been so many millions of them, and everybody will say, okay, well, what did I see? Well, we don't know what you saw. Just welcome to the club is about all you can say. I don't know, Doctor. To hear a physician describe an NDE the way you just did is amazing enough to me. Isn't it possible that these are other dimensions, that in fact they are not traveling all these impossible light years, but they're just simply hopping from one dimension to another? It's got to be thought of as possible.
Well, again, this is exactly what I think happens. I think that any time that you, through your technology, go through a resonance leap through the speed of light, you have crossed what I call, I go through this in my new book, Hidden Truth, Forbidden Knowledge. In fact, the core of the book is an exposition of this whole understanding into a field of energy that is beyond the crossing point of light. And when you do that, you're in something, well, some call it other dimensions. I call it actually the continuum, because of studies that Dr. John at Princeton and others have done have shown that even the material cosmos, that even material objects have a conscious or consciousness component to them. And so I think that what we're talking about is a integrative type of technology. And while they are certainly traversing dimensions, they are also extraterrestrial. And so this is, of course, a debate I once had with Jacques Vallée when I was meeting with the Board of Noetic Sciences right here near San Francisco, where I'm calling from tonight. And this discussion came up, and I said, look, it isn't an either-or question. Are they extraterrestrial, or are they interdimensional? They're both. And, in fact, in order to be extraterrestrial and interstellar, your technologies have to enable you to cross these dimensions where you drop out of linear space-time and go through these other fields of energy to bypass the strictures of linear space-time. And I believe that's precisely what we're seeing, because on the one hand, we have radar tapes of these objects. We have landing traces of 4,000 cases. When they're fully materialized, they have been known to bend railroad tracks. So they're very material. We have retrieved bodies and done autopsies on them. And yet at the same time, there's this other aspect of the phenomenon where people have had an interface with their thoughts, where people have had sightings, as I did as a young man, where you think to it and the thing moves in the direction you ask it to think to, where you're now getting into the strange, high strangeness that Dr. J. Allen Hynek talked about, where you're dealing with this interface between technology and thought and consciousness. And that's really, I think, the core of the mystery.
Okay. You believe that we have a government within a government, or is it a government without or beyond the government?
It's beyond the government as you and I would think about it, although its tentacles reach within a number of agencies, and it has representation within certain members of Congress who, some of whom I've met with and who know about these issues. I think that one of the things I've tried to expose in the new book is the degree to which there has been a transnational group that's evolved since the 50s, since Eisenhower, frankly, lost control of this whole thing. And that while it has tentacles and operations within highly compartmented projects, the center of power and the operation of it is really transnational and is not within the chain of command of the government as you and I think of it. Because we know that people like Bill Clinton, who tried to find out about this, were completely denied access and lied to. The CIA director I met with for nearly 3 hours was very shaken by the fact that he knew this stuff was real but was being denied access. And even senior Pentagon officials. One of the things I go through in this new book, which people can get at disclosureproject.org, is this really disturbing meeting I had with the head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I had an Apollo astronaut there with me and a few of the witnesses we have. And I had given him the project code names and numbers that were current as of the 90s dealing with this project. He actually located one of those compartmented operations within the Pentagon. But when he got hold of them, they said, "Sir, this is an admiral, head of intelligence joint staff." And they would say, "Sir, you don't have a need to know. We are not going to, quote, read you into that program." And in other words, they're not going to brief you on it. And he was completely pushed aside. So by the time I got to this meeting, I'd given him these documents before the meeting, he was furious, not with me, but with the situation. But he was also frightened because there's a group out there that has completely subverted the Constitution of the United States.
All right, Doctor. On that note, we'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. You know, if you think back to the days of the step of Neil Armstrong and those days when our astronauts went to the moon, the let's go to space, let's go to the moon, it's all been pretty much in the United States ballpark. It's all been our ballpark. Pretty much we've been the game. Yeah, the Russians made some attempts and did some things, and who knows, maybe they know some things they've not talked about. But basically, it's been a U.S. game since those days. Now, strangely, since the days when we went to the moon, well, gee, we haven't gone back. We almost consciously have avoided going back. There have been some satellites that have orbited the moon and taken some very detailed photographs. Some suspicious things there as well. Strange missions to Mars that haven't worked out too well in at least half the cases. In other words, we haven't been back, and most of this has been in our ballpark. As I mentioned a little while ago, I'm going to get on a plane tomorrow and I'm going to go to China. Things are beginning to change in the world, and I wonder what Dr. Greer thinks is going to happen when other countries begin to do what we have done. That question for Dr. Greer in a moment. All right, Doctor. Since the days of Armstrong, it's pretty much been our ballgame. Yeah, the Russians have been there. Perhaps that could be controlled. Now we've got other countries ready to go to the moon, ready to do what we have done and perhaps more. So if there's a big secret being kept, isn't it about to come apart?
Well, I think this is the big question. I think the short answer to it is no. And the reason I say that is the sources I have, for example, the top secret Air Force officer who was at the Langley facility in the mid-'60s when we were downloading the lunar orbiter photographs that had clearly artificial structures already on the moon of extraterrestrial origin, he told me that operation was staffed like a United Nations. There were people from various countries. I believe that this group that has been managing this has been transnational, has involved other countries for many decades. So I don't know that it necessarily matters that China starts putting something up there or any other country does, unless there is a clear break within that group for disclosure to happen. Now, there are some really positive developments along those lines. We have been contacted recently by some leaders in Europe, very much tied into these projects and associated with NATO, that are favorable to disclosure. I certainly have had conversations with a senior diplomat in China who has also been very supportive. So it's possible that'll happen. In fact, that's exactly what we are hoping will happen, is that will turn and that there will be a positive and truthful disclosure that does not have within it all this sort of fear-mongering that I think some would like to see associated with the disclosure. In other words, you can disclose this thing as something that is, hey, we're not alone in the universe, here's the evidence, here's what we have found over the years, and et cetera. Or you can say, oh, they're coming to eat us for lunch, and we need a few $1 trillion from the world economy to put weapon systems in place and have sort of our little Armageddon fest up in space, or another such eschatological stupidity. So I think that this is what we want to avoid. The big question is, as this happens, we're going to have to continue to monitor whether it's a disclosure of the facts or the facts being spun by the controllers, as it were.
Okay, what about the private efforts? The Robert Bigelow's of the world. He just had a successful launch. He's probably going to end up with some sort of hotel in space eventually, and he's not the only one. There are private efforts as well. I mean, eventually, this has got to come unraveled.
Possibly not. I mean, it depends on whether those people and the enormous funding sources and alliances they've developed to be able to do this are, part of the problem or part of the solution. This remains to be seen. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Bigelow and his billions with this effort would acquire data and release it to the public, or be part of an effort to secrete things into their own little private secret operation. And I think this is something that the jury is still out on.
But China, of all the possibilities, China would seem to me to be the one that would be most likely to tell the truth. If there's some great truth to be told, if there are these giant structures, for example, on the moon, my God, seems to me China would disclose that, and happily so, and then show the U.S. to be some kind of gigantic liar. Wouldn't it be in their great advantage to them?
This is assuming that they haven't, on some level, been cooperating with the secrecy for decades. And my own information is that most of the world's powers, at some level, have. So the question is whether or not they will break with that tradition or not. It's possible they will. I mean, certainly the Chinese have a very large government-affiliated UFO research group there that have hundreds of thousands of members, that have for decades, for many years, actually. And
is that still going on now?
Yes. And so I think that, there is a certain openness to this, but whether or not they feel secure enough to break with the, shall we say, the power players out there. And, and you have to understand, there are 200 or 300 people and families in the world that control the overwhelming wealth of the world. I mean, not just the United States, but worldwide. So, and I think this is the issue. I mean, the tail has been wagging the dog since Eisenhower gave his speech. Beware the military-industrial complex, and I would add now the corporate financial complex. And I'm not so sure that these other countries haven't known about this for some time and have been reticent to talk about it. For example, years ago, when we were putting together this effort and working with people at the United Nations, including the Boutros-Ghali family, who were, Secretary General of the United Nations, and I spent quite a bit of time with Mrs. Boutros-Ghali discussing this problem. I was approached by senior Japanese officials and at cabinet level, and they asked about this issue, and I invited them to join with us to lead a disclosure attempt on this and put the facts together and be one of the governments calling for this openly. And this government minister virtually blanched when I suggested it, and they said, "Oh no, well, we can't rebut the tide on this yet." Well, no, we don't. They were terrified of doing that. So I'm not so sure that the sort of national boundaries that you cite have all that much relevance when it comes to this issue. In fact, I'm afraid to say I don't believe they do.
Well, then you're not really talking about a secret U.S. government, in or out. You're talking about a secret world government.
Correct. Well, at least on this particular issue, certainly, as I have said over and over again, it is a transnational entity that is more related to technological power, financial power, and controlling this issue. There are also certain religious issues involved. I had a senior scientist with the Jet Propulsion Laboratories in California tell me a couple years ago about the things that are on Mars. And in fact, there are artificial structures on Mars, but the scientist told me very directly that if that were disclosed, that the associated information that would come out with it would undermine a lot of the orthodoxy, quote unquote, of certain religious sects. And that has been one of the stumbling blocks to that being known.
Brookings.
Yeah, well, there are many. RAND, Brookings, many of these institutes had historical involvement with this. And in fact, some years ago, after I met with the CIA director, I relate this story in the new book, and some people find it rather hilarious. I was, before the meeting with the CIA director, which was very much undercover, one of these secret, kind of spooky guys surfaced and said, "Oh, we know all about your meeting with Woolsey," even before it happened. Well, afterwards, I was invited to the Wrigley Mansion in Phoenix, that the Wrigley Chewing Gum family used to own, and there was a whole cell of these intelligence officers there that asked me to meet with them late one night, and they pulled me aside and basically said, "Look, the president doesn't know anything about this matter, and neither does his CIA director. If you want to deal with people who understand this, well, you should be dealing with certain corporations that do a lot of contracting under work for other contracts for the government. You should be dealing with a certain high technology and financial interests. And you should be dealing with certain orders of Jesuit priests. And of course, this might, I went, what, you gotta be kidding. And I thought at the time that these people were completely making this up. It sounded too far-fetched. And over the following few years, I found out that every word that they told me was true. I also might point out that they tried to buy me off during that meeting, and I refused. And, this is the kind of chicanery that goes on where they're trying to contain something that is sort of a...
They tried to buy you off how?
Oh, well, the first time was one of the former heads of Army Intelligence offered me a board seat and an enormous amount of access to money and technology if I would fold the CSETI disclosure operation into his little cabal of activities, and I refused. He went to my wife and actually, with a lot of flattery and nonsense, tried to convince her to have me do it, and she thought he was rather charming. I thought he wasn't. And I told her, no, we're not going to do that. And then at the subsequent meeting, a couple years later, they concocted this crazy idea. They said, hey, doctor, you've got great credit rating. We checked you out. You can take out all the platinum cards you want, charge up all the things you need to on that, and since we run all the supercomputers that back up the world banking system, we'll just erase all those balances to zero each month. And I looked at the guy and winked at him. And I said, yeah, you're going to own my butt then, aren't you? Yeah. And I said, no, thanks. I'm not. I said, how stupid do you think I am? But those sort of things happen a lot, Art. And I have to tell you that the reason I wrote this book is to give people an inside glimpse into what it's been like. It's a bit of a nightmare at times and wonderful in turns dealing with this issue since I founded CSETI and the Disclosure Project in 1990.
Doctor, how much feeling is there that the reason that these structures on Mars, and for that matter the ones on the moon, cannot be known is that these entities are our progenitors?
I think that it's not that they're directly progenitors, so certainly anyone who knows biology and genetics, certainly I do. And my second daughter is doing her PhD in genetics and neuroscience here at the UCSF in San Francisco, and we talk about this. Even simpler life forms, so we share enormous amounts of our genetic code. If you get up to a chimpanzee, it's like 99%. It's the same. But the question is, have there been, the word I use is, have there been augmentations of the evolutionary course of Homo sapiens by extraterrestrial species? And is the Earth and humanity something that's been under some guardianship and observation for not just the last 50 years, but perhaps thousands of years? I think that well, it's perhaps speculative and theoretical. I think it's possible.
You think it's possible? So not our progenitors directly, but perhaps there's been some sort of intercession, there's been some sort of tampering with our genetic structure.
Well, improvement of it and the augmentation, I call it, of the capabilities and the evolution of higher intelligence function. And this is certainly possible. There are some missing links that are rather strange. Certainly there are similarities of some of the structures that have been reported on, for example, Mars and even the Moon are similar to things that are very ancient, pyramid and other shaped structures that are around the Earth, not just in Egypt, that seem to have appeared at around the same time. And so there is something there to look at. And the comment from this Jet Propulsion Laboratory scientist that the disclosure of these structures that they discovered on Mars being something that would be difficult for people with certain orthodox belief systems would point to that, and so that's one of the big questions. And however, I brought this up in discussions I had at the Vatican not too many years ago, and in discussing with Monsignor Balducci and also the head of the Vatican Observatory. A lot of people don't realize there is such a thing.
No, Graham.
Yeah, well, but the head of it and who runs the project in the Vatican, he and I had a long discussion, as well as Monsignor Balducci, and I found out from them that they not only accept that we have been visited by advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, and that the evidence is overwhelming for that, but interestingly, the view by these Vatican officials was that they are children of God even as we are, and that's how we should view them. It was a very interesting perspective, and they were very supportive of disclosure. Now, this is not to say that perhaps everyone at the Vatican would be, but certainly the people we met with are increasingly positive about that, and I think would support the truth coming out on this matter.
Why do you think the Vatican would feel the need to push to get this observatory on Mount Grant? And they really did. They pushed right through every single obstacle you can imagine and got a big observatory up there. So the questions are, what do you think they're looking for, and why did they push so hard to get it there?
Well, I think they wanted it in an area where it's very hard in Europe to find places that are that dark. I've been there, by the way. We did a CSETI expedition. We do these periodically. In fact, I'm here on the West Coast because we've just been up on Mount Shasta here for the last week doing reconnaissance and contact work. And I think that they wanted to have a very good facility where they could have their own imaging and control their own stream of information on this and related matters. By the way, I will also say that they were extremely opposed to any weaponization of space when I spoke with them.
Oh, I can imagine that. They're opposed to it here or in space, anyway.
Right.
But I mean, the fact that they're obviously looking for something, Doctor. They imagine that they're going to see something, or something is headed our way, or
Perhaps I've been too oblique. The senior observatory, the astronomer who was over the Vatican Observatory, flat out told us that they had imaged these ET vehicles and UFOs.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a very interesting interview. Unfortunately, it's in Italian, but I have it on digital videotape.
And these images, where are they now?
Good question. And I'm quite sure they're at the Vatican. And this becomes the larger question is, when are these various groups, whether they be religious or paragovernmental or scientific or what have you, going to see that it's time to release this information to the public and unshackle people like poor Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, who I think have been very deeply conflicted about what they know and what they saw, and having been muzzled by these, quite frankly, ruthless characters that have been enforcing the secrecy. But there is a lot of intimidation. I mean, I think that one of the reasons that some of the people kind of are horrified when they find out what I'm doing, I know I had an executive with Science Applications International Corporation and a former congressman who had been a real close friend of George Bush's father, the first President Bush, meet with me, and they said, well, we really don't know why you're not dead yet. And but they said that they are horrified at what's going on and how the secrecy around this subject, the technologies and associated out-of-control rogue projects are destroying our democracy and damaging the world. And so what I have found is that there are a lot of people inside those systems who want this to come out, but that they have not gotten a critical mass of, shall we say, collective courage to break ranks with the status quo. We're hoping that'll happen, and certainly one of the intended results of the Disclosure Project.
Doctor, that's a really good question. Why are you not dead yet? I mean, you are far more public and outspoken with what you've said tonight in past interviews. Over the years with me on the air, you've been just way more outspoken than a lot of people who have been floating down the river, as it were, literally and figuratively.
Well, I think there are a number of things. First of all, when I first stepped into this issue, I looked into it very carefully from a very deep, intelligent background point of view, and I had some people who guided me through this landmine field, I should say, and they advised a couple of things. One, don't do things secretively. Do it very openly. Number two, have millions of people knowing what you're doing and watching what you're doing, which we have done. Thirdly, get the people who are the friendlies on the inside of this covert group on your side, which we have done. When I first met with CIA Director Woolsey in 1993, December of 93, I was told by two independent sources that there were about a third of this, some would call it MJ-12 group or transnational control group, that supported having this come out. I am told now that the number is really approaching half. And so that is a very important thing because as one of these energy researchers that I'm working with has said, there's powerful enough. They're like lions, as you were, or chieftains over their own areas, that they have extended protection to us. So that it would be a rather dangerous thing for anything violent to happen.
Yeah, well, that group doesn't sound like a democracy. Hold on, Doctor. We're here at the top of the hour. When we get back, we're going to take open line calls, and I'm going to lay down a couple of rules for that when we return. All right. It's been an extraordinary session, to be sure, with Dr. Stephen Greer. And we are going to go to the phones here in a moment. I would like to just lay down this simple request. We all know millions of you have had sightings. So instead of taking up airtime with the description of individual sightings, I would like to ask that the audience restrict their questions for Dr. Greer to, for example, anything you've heard tonight. It doesn't matter. We've covered so much ground, from Neil Armstrong, that bombshell. That one's going to be bouncing around for a while, to be sure. The fact that he saw a craft all around him when he stepped out of the lander, to any of the rest of it we've discovered, whether it's the secret government or whether it's the effect on religious institutions, or I don't know. We've just covered all kinds of ground in the last couple of hours. Any of that's valid territory, but if we could stay away from individual descriptions of sightings, simply because there have been so many millions of them now, that itself, I think, says something, then we'll be in good shape. So coming up, your opportunity with Dr. Stephen Greer. Once again, Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Greer, welcome back. Are you ready for the public?
Oh, sure.
Okay, let's see what happens. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer. Hi.
Yes, you hear me?
You bet I can, sure.
Fantastic. Art Bell, Stephen Greer, this is Wink calling from Los Angeles. I had been on a CSETI trip with Dr. Greer a year ago in July in Crestone, Colorado. It was amazing. The question I have is Dr. Greer, you have a lot of, as you mentioned in your book and on your website, that you still have a lot of footage of more than whatever has been released on the DVD that's already out. And just wondering what's going to happen with that, because I know there's so much of it, and at the same time to be getting bogged down into whatever kind of form that would be available to view it in. At the same time, better to just get it out and let people see it. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, it's just a matter of doing it. I mean, we don't have an office or a staff, but contrary to what people might think, there's no there's no money in doing this. And one of the problems has been we just have not had enough resources to do those things. It's completely dependent as a nonprofit on the donations of people, and we do what we can with the limited amount that we get. But the fact is we have over 110 hours of digital videotape of various top-secret witnesses, and that's just of the first 100 or so of them we've videotaped. There's now over 400 additional ones that we haven't had the resources and time and staff to travel to and videotape and edit and get it out there. It's an enormous undertaking to do this, and a lot of people don't realize that when we did the Disclosure Project book and the video you refer to, and created the website, disclosureproject.org, where people can see the 2-hour National Press Club event and other things on there. We really had a very, very tiny budget, had no full-time staff, and had just really a group of volunteers to do it. So, basically the rate-limiting thing is just the time and staff and resources to get it out there.
And of course, you have a book now, Hidden Truth, Forbidden Knowledge. I take it it's available on Amazon and all the usual.
Yes, it's at disclosureproject.org. People can order it. And also there's a meditation CD that goes with it where I sort of describe the consciousness aspects of contact with these extraterrestrial people.
Okay, Doctor, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi, this is Jack calling from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Great. This is my question for Stephen Greer is direct contact with ET. I find it very interesting as far as not just the the sightings per se, but direct contact. And my question is about the black op government. And do you think that ETs are in direct contact with our so-called black op government? And what do you think they may be discussing with them?
The answer to that is no. I know that it's a popular belief within the UFO subculture that there's at least one of these ET groups working with some covert part of the government, but I honestly don't believe that's true. For example, what I have found when I started looking into that is that these things that are called ARVs, or Alien Reproduction Vehicles, that are made by a consortium of companies, Lockheed, Northrop, SAIC, a few others, MITRE Corporation, they have been used to simulate encounters, and that there are these things that people think are grays, quote unquote, that are actually not extraterrestrial at all. They're completely man-made. So there's a lot of the database out there that I think is counterintelligence information, and it has led to this sort of belief. And I, in talking to the folks within these corporate programs, within government programs who have been highly connected to them, I have not seen any evidence to support the belief that there is an extraterrestrial group out there. Now, I do think that in the 50s and perhaps in the 40s, that there were attempts by various ETs to make open contact, and what happened is that they soon found that the whole thing went out of control, and to whatever extent, say, Eisenhower knew about this and may or may not have had a meeting. I personally think he probably did. That as soon as those projects were taken over by interests that were, to say the least, not conducive to open dialogue and cooperation. And I think that sort of level of communication and contact with it died in that era. I seriously doubt anything is going on currently at that level.
You just said you thought the grays were man-made. Can you enlarge on that at all?
Yes, I have several witnesses who have worked in projects where they have been in biological laboratories that are classified, where they have created these things that look like aliens, but they're not. They're completely man-made. And they have been used to simulate abductions and create a certain amount of disinformation centered around fear and hatred. And I think this is something that's quite predictable. It's not as difficult to think as you may believe. My own assessment of this is that if you want to visualize the developments that have happened in technology in terms of energy generation and propulsion and electronics, there's been a concomitant, a classified level of development in genetics and what have you that have to do with biological sciences that are not disclosed to the public. And I think this has been used to create what in the trade have been called PLFs, or programmed life forms, that are entirely man-made and are used for counterintelligence and disinformation purposes.
Mm. All right, first time caller line, your turn with Dr. Greer. Hi.
Hi, Art. Dr. Greer, my name is Jerry. I'm calling from San Diego.
Hello.
I had a chance to speak with Gordon Cooper before he died several years back regarding a motor that I was developing to run on Freon in a recirculating capacity. And at the end of the meeting, I asked him, do you believe in UFOs, yes or no question? If it's no, then we'll just move on, and I'm happy to have met you. You were one of my heroes. And he said the answer is yes. He went on to tell me that same story. It was 1957. He was a young captain in the Air Force.
Right.
The kids came off the flight line where they had photographed this thing. It was small in nature, had 3 spokes or gears that came down, no wheels. Mm-hmm. And they dropped the film off at the base photo lab and then roared back in and said, "Oh, Captain, you're not going to believe what we just did. We filmed the UFO. It was right on our flight line." Well, there's a protocol, and he got the phone number and called someplace.
He called the Pentagon, right?
Yes. And they gave him instructions, don't develop it. Well, he advised them that it was in the Photoshop and it was being developed. They ordered him to not print any, to go capture the negatives, put them in a courier pouch, and the guy would show up, somebody would take it from him. Well, they shot right over to the photo lab and looked at the negatives.
Right. He told me that also, yeah.
Yes. So I want your listening audience and everybody to know that this was a true thing that I think he even may have mentioned it in his book.
He did, and we also have a very good interview with him where he describes what he saw on the film and how it came about, and in fact that it went into this sort of black hole when he sent it off back to the Pentagon, and he never was able to find out any information about what happened to it after that. And in fact,
Listen, I can verify all that, everybody. I interviewed the man, and he said that right on Coast to Coast.
Right. And I think the part of this that most people don't realize is that years later, he had the opportunity to meet with Secretary of Defense Cohen, who was, of course, President Clinton's Secretary of Defense for a number of years. And Cohen was interested in this and made inquiries based on the very specific data that Gordon Cooper gave him. And basically, he got nowhere with it. He was not able to find it. He was told that it didn't exist. It's sort of like his missing NASA tape. And this is why, I tell people that there's this big misunderstanding. The government of the United States is hiding this. Well, there are some ultra-secret and rather rogue, I might add, illegal operations dealing with this. But when you deal with your average congressman or senior even government official at the Pentagon, the vast majority of them are completely out of the loop and in violation of the Constitution and the requirements of the chain of command. And this is a really disturbing thing, because what it indicates, and this is something that I talked with Gordon Cooper about when we met in Washington at this meeting, was that it really is a betrayal of the rule of law that our civilization is based on. I think it's extremely dangerous.
Okay. Wildcard line number 4 in this case from Ohio. I think you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer.
Yes, I am.
Hello.
Art, you started screening your calls now since you've been in the Philippines.
Yes, that's absolutely true. Actually, I'm not screening them. They're screening them in California for me because it's the only way it can be done.
Exactly. I was raised in Wapakoneta, Ohio, with Neil Armstrong. Actually, Mr. Greer, I had the privilege of delivering papers when I was 12 years old,
right,
back in 1983, to Neil Armstrong's parents.
Okay.
Now, I'll tell you what, they always left the money for the paper in their mailbox, and never once did I meet Neil Armstrong's parents while delivering my papers during the paper route. All that being said, I just had to call in tonight because you talked about Neil Armstrong so much and about him being tight-lipped, and you know what? I do believe it, only because Neil Armstrong's parents, even though they were never seen in church, were always regarded as very religious people.
Right.
Neil Armstrong himself, I have gotten to see, because every 4th of July, during our we had 3 blocks of downtown, we had 12,000 people within our city, and 9,000 of those people came to see Neil Armstrong every 4th of July come down our Main Street, every 3 blocks of our Main Street, well, along with Johnny Bench.
Brian, did you ever hear him say anything about any of this?
No, but what I saw him do a couple times, what 9,000 people in Wapakoneta saw him do a couple times, was make a triangle with his fingers and then raise both hands in the air. And that question, pardon me?
Yeah, I just said yeah or yes. Actually, Neil Armstrong has made a few, I think you would call them very cryptic comments over the years, Doctor?
That's correct. He has. And if you look at a book that came out years ago called Above Top Secret by Timothy Good, who I met with, there's an account in there that Timothy Good relates from a man that he had met that heard Neil Armstrong also say years ago that when they landed on the moon that there were E.T. craft there. And he went further to say that essentially we were, quote, warned off the moon. And the reason for that is because it was part of really a space program that was militarized in competition with the Soviet Union. And what I have learned from talking to a number of people in the space program and in the Air Force and other classified projects that have known about this is that apparently these extraterrestrial civilizations, and I think there are a number of them, do not want humans to be going into space, even as far as the moon, in a competitive way that is nationalistic or militaristic. That's about the only way that we're going to be allowed to go out in space is as a peaceful and civilized world. And of course, we're not there yet, obviously. By the way, that's also why I believe that the Apollo project was killed. It wasn't for funding reasons. My uncle, who had a mock-up of the lunar module in his house and had a sort of a moonscape in his basement. As a little kid, I would go there and see this. It was fascinating. Had talked to me about the fact that there was plans to have colonies on the moon and all this stuff. Well, that was all stopped, and I think it was stopped because someone out there doesn't really want us to be going and carving up parts of the moon or Mars into Russian versus the U.S. versus Chinese versus whatever sectors. And I think this speaks to a larger issue, and that is what are the requirements for entering the sort of interplanetary group of civilized people. And I think that the first step of it is that the Earth has to enter into a certain level of peace and cooperation in order to do that. And I think we all know we're not quite there yet.
Doctor, you've made a very controversial statement about Neil Armstrong. Now, do you think what you've said about him tonight will provoke him into some kind of response?
I don't know. That's not my intent. My intent is simply to share the truth as I find it. People who know me and know me well will tell you that I do not share something like this unless I've heard it from a number of sources. Just as the comment I made about Buzz Aldrin, I have 3 separate sources that have confirmed to me that he has made comments about this before he came out with this interview that he's since retracted. But I think that when you add all that together, and it's quite clear, and in addition to that, more than one military officer who actually has seen the footage, not that we were shown, but the real footage. And one of them said it was the crater around where the lunar module sat down was crowded with extraterrestrial beings. There wasn't just one there were a number of them. And this is exactly what apparently Neil Armstrong told this member of our project that I learned about quite recently.
All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer. Hi.
Yes, good evening, Art and Dr. Greer. It's a pleasure to speak with you.
Good evening.
And I have a comment and 2 questions, if I can fit them both in. The comment is in the Bible, in the New Testament, Jesus speaks of the fact that he has flocks or folds that are not of this world. He also says that his Father has many mansions, and there have been general interpretations of that to mean that there are other civilizations many rooms contained within, say, one planet, so to speak. At any rate, it seems that the argument or the idea that you mentioned, Dr. Greer, and I've heard you mention it before in previous programs, that the main impediment to actually disclosing what is going on in our skies and on the planet as far as the craft and the people or the creatures that are within them and their activities, it must, in my mind, it provoked my thoughts to think that actually this is probably what they're trying to cover up or don't want to divulge, because it's actually a project of theirs, according to you, and there being biological entities that are created by the U.S. government or agencies thereof, and that they actually have the technology to fly and craft what seems to have an anti-gravity aspect as far as propulsion. If they want to keep that a secret as a government project, that's certainly par for the course, as we all know. I want to really thank you, Dr. Greer, for your courageous work on behalf of us all, because I know you do this for humanity as a whole, and it's very courageous of you to step out. And I'm also wondering what this transnational government that you've spoken of may have as a name. I haven't read your book yet, but I'm going to order it here immediately.
Well, it's a good question. In the old days, it was reported it was called MJ-12, but that was more U.S.-based. Years later, during the early Clinton years, I had a source tell me it was PI-40. No one knew what those initials stood for. Today, I'm not sure what they are calling themselves, although in the disclosure book, which was the book that has the about 600 pages of interviews with these top secret witnesses that you can get at disclosureproject.org, we have some documents, one of which is from Nellis Air Force Base. It's a secret document, not declassified. It was given to me through some channel, and it actually has the project code names and code numbers as of the early 1990s. I recommend anyone interested who wants to dig into this take a look at that. It's a very interesting document.
All right, hold it right there, Doctor. We're at the bottom of yet another hour. Boy, this has been a wild one tonight, hasn't it? From Manila in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, and Dr. Stephen Greer on the other side, I'm Mark Bell. We'll be right back. By the way, my compliments on your questions so far. That's exactly what I'm after. My guest is Dr. Stephen Greer, the Disclosure Project. He's an emergency physician who, in my opinion, has put his reputation on the line. Actually, it doesn't take sticking my neck very far out to say that. Certainly has his reputation on the line with the work he's doing. More of Dr. Greer and all of you in a moment. Once again, Dr. Stephen Greer. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you.
They actually have been doing pretty well, I would say, thus far. So let's keep going and go, I don't know. Let's go to the wild card line. Dr. Robert, I guess it is, in San Francisco.
Good morning, Art and Dr. Greer. Another physician here who has very interesting listening to you because it seems like our explosions in consciousness happen parallel in our lives in much the same way.
Yeah, good.
And so what I basically would like to do is just really encourage your work. I've had the privilege of reading some of your work, and definitely it seems right on. My question tonight would be, have you found or worked with anything that would go further than just into the genetic activation of our DNA and our transformation of our genetic code as we go through? I think Art Bell very well in his book called it The Quickening. Have you got any commentary about that?
Well, nothing specific beyond that, except that it's quite clear if you go back in many years in history, all the way back to caveman era, there have been carbon-dated caveman drawings found in France, for example, of things that look like ET craft with ETs outside of it. And I think that it is not just a recent phenomenon. I think we are, however, in a quantum moment, if you can view it that way, where the human race is going to have to go from this normal nation state or tribalistic sort of mindset to a universal mindset, one where there is a realization of what the true nature of conscious life is, and that in fact it is not just a human phenomenon, but that it's a universal phenomenon, and that in fact there is an aspect of human awareness that is a universal consciousness or cosmic awareness. And I think that that realization is the thing that will propel us into understanding who these visitors are and also how we relate to them and the kind of approach we need to take when we're wanting to make contact with them. And this is what we're doing in the program that we have at cstudy.org, where we train people to become conscious ambassadors to these beings and to go out and do research on this. We're going to be having one of those down in Palm Springs, California in November. But I think this is important because I think that as Sheldrake and others have described, there's a sort of morphogenic field of phenomenon that happens that in human consciousness when enough people begin to do it. And I think that even our biological condition is affected by what we are doing, thinking, and what we are collectively evolving into as conscious beings. And I think that there is a genetic corollary to that as well. So I think this entire phenomenon is activating and opening an entirely new aspect of the human development and evolution.
Yeah, that's correct. You know, when I was in South America, we found the same thing. They're very open down there, and actually, they're actually ahead of where we are.
Right.
All right, Doctor, thank you very much. And let's try Heather in California. Heather, you're on the air.
Thank you for taking my call. I want to thank both of you, Art and Dr. Greer. I think you are true heroes and true benefactors of humanity. You do incredible work.
Oh, thank you.
my general question, I hope at some point you might give out the phone number for your disclosure project for those of us who don't have computers. But my main question is, I educate myself about this, and I'll talk to whoever will listen, and I certainly direct my prayer and channel light, to this process and related processes and projects. But what can we do besides that to help to move this process along?
Well, I think there are many things people can do. One is that they can learn how to be ambassadors to these people, and this is one of the things I encourage people to do. The other is that they can help us identify not only these disclosure project-oriented witnesses, because they're everywhere. There are a lot of people in corporations and military operations who've been exposed to this, who've never come forward, and everyone can help us identify those. And the other thing people can do, and I think this is very important, is help us identify scientists who understand these technologies, who have been reticent to come forward, and so that we can identify them and put them together in a team. We're, in fact, calling on people to come forward with adequate funding to do a Manhattan project that's peaceful for alternative energy, that deals with this sort of zero-point energy, electrogravitic energy, and similar systems. We know that it's possible, and we have identified, by the way, many scientists who have prototypes that need further R&D, and I think we're going to have to find some people who are interested in funding that, and it's going to have to move out of the few $1,000s in people's basements into something that will actually be a serious engineering effort. And so that's another thing people can help network us for. As far as your question about phone numbers, since we don't have an office or a staff, there is a number you can call to order the book or the videotape, and it's 800 ETCSETI, ETC SETI. But we don't really have an office that you can call to talk with anyone. I wish we did, but we just don't have that level of funding.
Okay, that was 800 ETC SETI.
SETI, right.
Okay. Go ahead and give out the numbers. A lot of people challenge that way. Do you have it in numbers?
Not right here with me, I'm afraid.
You don't. Okay, challenge the other way. Okay.
That's right.
No problem. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, yeah. I got a story. I don't know if Dr. Greer has heard this story or not. It happened about 15, 20 years ago. I had a relative, my wife's, which would be my brother-in-law, with a cop in Palm Springs, and my cops they get part-time jobs when they're not working their beat to make some extra money. And this one guy came up with an engine that can run off of like 100 miles off of something funny like water or 100 miles off of gas or whatever. And he was about to show it off to a bunch of investors. And what happened, the way he explained it to me was that the shift that was supposed to relieve the other shift, because he hired a whole bunch of off-duty cops, was called and told that the time was changed by an hour. And this guy had like 2 motors in a garage. He had all his equipment in the garage, and my relative told me that there's no way that you could just go in that garage and take everything up. But what happened was the guy disappeared. Both engines were gone by the time the cops came to relieve the other cops. He said the whole garage was spick and span, cleaned out, and that it would have had to take like 30 people the size of Arnold to clean this garage out.
Right.
But that's what happened.
Well, they probably did have 50 people the size of Arnold to do it. And this, by the way, this is an account I've heard hundreds and hundreds of times. It is not a conspiracy theory. It's what is done. And this is, it's really criminal. It's criminal that these sort of people, I unfortunately view them as sort of petro-Nazis that have goose step around and suppress these wondrous breakthroughs that would unshackle our civilization and not only get us out of these entanglements in the Middle East, but also would lift the entirety of the human race out of poverty. You know, if everyone on Earth lived as we do in America with air conditioning and cars, we would run out of petroleum very quickly, never mind what would happen to the environment. And so I think that we're in a system that is in sort of this death strangle. And unless we can find enough people to come forward with courage, and I point out to people that this is why we have people aware of it, and we need to have the support of the masses of people as we bring this sort of information and these technologies forward, because really the front line of defense for any inventor or scientist or researcher such as myself doing this work are the people interested in it who would notice if something were to disappear. One of the tragedies of this account that you share is that I would be willing to bet that this scientist was developing this and had not gotten it into enough redundant places of storage and safekeeping, never mind having it disclosed properly to a large number of people. And I think that this is counterintuitive. Most inventors are very secretive. Most scientific breakthroughs are held very tightly. People think they're going to beat this group at their own game, or they may not know this group even exists. And this is one of the things that I think we have to make clear, is that we need a new strategy for getting these incredibly important technologies out to the public.
All right. Wildcard line, your turn with Dr. Greer. Hello? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say great show, guys. It's been a blast. My question was regarding Neil Armstrong landing on the moon. I was curious if I heard in the past that when he said one small step for man, that speech, he was really supposed to say something else.
Actually, that's right. I've heard the very same thing. Is there anything to that, Dr. Greer?
I have heard that. I don't know it for certain. What I have heard, in addition to what I've shared so far, is that because with the lunar orbiter, which was mapping the moon prior to the lunar module landing with Neil Armstrong on it, that they anticipated that it was likely that they might encounter these extraterrestrial vehicles that were fully visible. And this is why the film footage, some of what was shot, I believe was shot in a studio or somewhere on Earth and then was put in to sequence when it became clear that they were not going to be alone as they emerged from the lunar module. So many people have said, well, there's some hoaxing of that footage that was shown to the world. It doesn't add up. There's some technical problems with it. And that means we didn't go to the moon. I don't think that's true at all. I'm quite certain we went. I just think that the story of what happened when we went was concealed.
Okay, international line, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer. Hello.
Hi there. My name is Stephen from Edmonton, Canada.
Hello. Yes, sir.
First time caller, long time listener. Love your show, Art. Oh, unbelievable. Okay, I've got a theory, I guess, in my little head. You guys, that ties into a lot of stuff that you're saying. You know about the Mayan calendar, 2012, and the timing of enlightenment, as some people say. Could it be possible that at that time, for some reason, this all explodes and everybody knows, and that there is life out there and they can't deny it and nobody can hide it? So the reason why it changed, or they stopped at that time, is because we have to do a new date. Say from this time on, it's a new millennium, new site, we're moving ahead to a new time, as it were.
Well, yeah, I think that we may be in that period and have been for 100 or 150 years. And I explained this in my new book, Hidden Truth, Forbidden Knowledge, and sort of give a blueprint of what the next cycle of around 500,000 years will look like from the information that we've had given to us. And I think that as I see this, the whole 2012 issue, whether that date in particular, but it comes up a lot, and it comes up in some really strange quarters. For example, if you look at one of our books, we have a document in there that was a wire transcript of the CIA tapping Marilyn Monroe's phones because she was threatening to hold a press conference to disclose what Jack Kennedy had told her in apparently pillow talk about this issue, what he had seen. And it was signed by James Jesus Angleton III, the big mole hunter and leak stopper in the CIA back in the early 60s. It was signed a day or so before they found Marilyn Monroe dead. And Burl Ives, the very famous actor and singer who had been on our executive committee for my group before his death, told me that Marilyn Monroe had been murdered. They all knew she had been murdered. No one knew why until I got this document from an NSA source, and it is a top-secret document. Now, what's interesting about that is that a relative of James Jesus Angleton called me the day after the Disclosure Project's press club event in 2001 and discussed the fact that we were moving the envelope up from their planned announcement in 2012 with the world's religious leaders and NATO leaders in Europe on a disclosure in the year 2012. And that date was given to me. So it's quite interesting. But he said that, that we had done a very good job, but that we were moving the date up a bit. And I said, well, good, it should have been moved up into the 1950s. But that was another, I had to agree.
Maybe there is something to it all. All right, East of the Rockies, your turn with Dr. Greer. Hi.
Hey there.
Hi. Hey there.
Hey, Art Bell, I'd like to thank you and Mr. Greer for everything y'all done.
Yes,
Y'all
sir.
done great work, both of you. And Mr. Bell, you led me to truth. I found the truth, and Mr. Greer kind of illuminated it a little bit. And it wouldn't be fair to me to receive all this without trying to give something back. I would like to ask Mr. Greer, have you read the Urantia papers?
Yes, I'm familiar with those.
Well, I didn't know if you was, because they helped me and changed my life, and I think anyone should know if they're after the truth about where we're coming from, where we're going, and all those good questions that we need to be asking. That's where most of it is, that expands our minds the most.
Okay, you have read it, Doctor.
Yes, I have a copy.
Okay. Any comments?
There's some interesting information in it. I don't know that it's altogether 100% accurate, but it's interesting.
Okay, west of the Rockies, your turn with Dr. Greer. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Am I on?
I hope you are. Jim from Littleton, Colorado, yes.
Okay. Doctor, some years ago I read a little book by two Russian scientists in which they put forth the theory. Their contention was that the moon was an artificial satellite, and they had some very interesting arguments to support that. Are you familiar with that by chance?
I have heard that. I certainly don't have any reason to confirm that that is an artificial satellite. I've heard that about Phobos, that in fact the Phobos probes that the Russians sent up apparently found that its mass and gravitational effects were not what we predicted, that were totally solid. There was some speculation that it was in fact not solid. But again, I do not have any independent information corroborating that. I certainly have heard those stories.
Okay, I think we can get one more in. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer.
Yes, Art. My name is Mike. I'm calling from Wisconsin. And you opened the show with an email from a young lady, and I felt at the time that Dr. Greer dismissed them out of hand. And I'm going to give them an out here.
I answered as many of the points.
Yeah, actually, I thought we kind of went down the line and point by
why
point.
don't we send a super weapon to hover over North Korea and just tell them to knock it off?
Well, I think perhaps you weren't listening to my response. I think that the problem is that if we were to openly use any such craft or weapon, it would, a priori, disclose the existence of those technologies, which has been one of the central reasons for the secrecy all these years. And you cannot come out with something like that and demonstrate its use and have the world see it without then people saying, well, gee, why don't we have that same type of technology in use so that we can get off of oil, since the President of the United States has said that we have to get off our oil addiction. So I think, you run into a serious problem with that theory, and I think it betrays a lack of knowledge of really what's been behind the secrecy and the big monkey power game that's been played around a centralized economy that's highly dependent on our energy system being fossil fuels.
We're out of time. That's it. We're out of time. Buddy, It's been another extraordinary show. Dr. Greer, thank you so much.
Thank you, Art. Have a good trip.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. I'm Art Bell at AOL.com, Art Bell at Mindspring.com. See you next weekend. Night all.
Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The Wild Card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
Welcome to the nighttime, everybody. I am Art Bell. Coming up shortly is Kathleen Keating, who is an investigative journalist who's been investigating the end time scenario for the better part of a decade. Her book, The Final Warning, has been surrounded by anomalous activity and a lot of controversy. Kathleen publishes a monthly newsletter, keeping people updated on the latest developments in the precarious end time. She is continuing her research and writing a follow-up to The Final Warning, which is going to be called The Gates of Hell. In a moment, Kathleen Keating. Kathleen Keating also was a confidant of the late Father Malachi Martin, who was a very good friend of mine as well. Kathleen Keating, welcome to the program.
Well, thanks, sir. Thanks for having me back on, and thanks to Premier.
Well, it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
Your phone has a little hum in it.
That hum has been with me so long, I think I'm going to have to pay child support. Oh, it's terrible.
All right, we've got a lot to talk about.
Uh-huh.
The first thing I think that we ought to cover is there were a number of people, Kathleen, who ordered your book, and I've had emails from some of them, and they still have not received your book. So I guess what we ought to do is tell the book story. You're aware there are people out there who have not yet received it?
I am, and we are doing everything we can to make sure that they get a book. I've taken...
Do the wild thing at 775-727-1295.
to get the books to the customers. It's really great because it's been a horrible year. These poor people...
Okay, so in other words, put another way, for some reason you have separated your relationship with the...
Right. They were in breach of contract because they couldn't fulfill their shipping.
Okay, so that held up the book for how long?
Well, I didn't hold the book up. They got the book out eventually. They were just inundated by your listeners and were overwhelmed, and they dropped the ball. And when they finally picked the ball up, UPS knocked it out of their hands.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have a letter here from UPS, which I think I want to read on the air.
Okay.
Is that all right?
You bet.
All right, this is written to one of your customers, somebody who bought your book, and it's an official letter from UPS. It says, "Dear customer, on behalf of United Parcel Service Canada Limited, please accept our sincere apologies for the problems you have experienced during the delivery of a novel called The Final Warning by Kathleen A. Keating. I want to assure you that the fault in making timely delivery was entirely that of UPS and not because of Publications, Inc. or Premier Radio Network. As a result, we wanted you to know that UPS takes full responsibility for this error and has taken measures to ensure that this does not happen again. We value the trust that you place in UPS and look forward to the opportunity to serve you again." And signed by a Vice President of Legal and Public Affairs for United Parcel Service.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's an amazing letter. What happened when your book got to UPS?
They were getting ready to ship the books. They had a book distributor here in the U.S., and all of the orders from your show went to New York, except for one box that had 10,000 invoices in it.
10,000.
10,000 invoices, and that box stayed missing for 4 to 5 months, sitting in a supervisor's office somewhere in one of the UPS terminals.
Oh, my God.
And when they finally found it, and I think it was September or almost October, they shipped it to the wrong book distributor, a distributor that didn't even have my book. And they consequently opened the book or box and found out that they didn't handle the book, so they sent it back to Picasso. So it just delayed it and delayed it further. And I've been making attempts since midsummer trying to get people their books, and it's just been a terrible wait for them. I still hear from people that haven't gotten the book yet, and I'll do everything I can. We've got attorneys on it in Canada, or solicitors rather, that are after the books. And they're going to try to guarantee that these people do get their books.
All right. Now, for those who do not have their books and wish to tell you they don't have them, how do they get hold of you? Is there an email address?
There sure is. They can email me at Kathleen, at KathleenKeating.com. That's Keating. Kathleen at KathleenKeating.com. Or they can write to me in care of Post Office Box 352, Ainsworth, Nebraska, Ainsworth, Ainsworth, Nebraska, 69210. And I'll be happy to take your complaint through the attorney and to Picasso to make sure you got your book. We have had some results with this art. We've gotten people their books just by sheer persistence. I've even gone to the point of buying books off of Amazon.com, trying to fill orders myself, but I just don't have the money to do that.
Wow.
Picasso isn't paying me either, so it's been a horrible experience, and I apologize to everybody that ordered a book that didn't get it, or anybody that had to wait for it.
Yeah, well, other things have happened. I just read the big terrestrial happening. I mean, 10,000 invoices, poof.
Yeah, poof.
From UPS. But bad as that was, other weirder things have happened with your book, too, haven't they?
Just amazing things. There have been people that have been reading the book and suddenly had a craving for Chinese food, although they hadn't had Chinese in 3 years, got up to go get the food, and a ceiling fan came down right on the place where they were sitting on the couch reading the book.
Really?
Really. People have gotten the book in bookstores. They've placed it in a bag. They walked out to the car, and the bag would be empty. They'd go back into the store, and two clerks would say, yes, we put the book in there. I saw this lady do it, and I helped her, and they had to give the person another book. They've disappeared off of car seats, dining room tables.
This is downright weird, Kathleen.
Oh, it is. It's really strange. And one kid came home with the book. He finally got the book. He was just delighted with it. He finally found it in a bookstore. And his dad, who was a NATO officer, said, you're not allowed to read that book. You know, and he said, why? He said, you just can't have that information in that book. And so that started another whole mess.
What is in the book that would fit into that category that would cause somebody to say, you're not going to read that?
It's a very explicit roadmap to the future, and a map that a lot of people don't want us to have, but we need to have it in order to get through this. I mean, there's a lot of strange things going on.
There are a lot of strange things going on in the world right now.
Uh-huh.
When you say a map to the future, give me a little, go ahead and take me on a little road trip here into the future and tell me how far we're going in.
We're going in right to the utter brink of Armageddon. We're going headlong into the third secret of Fatima, like it or not. Of all the horrors that go with that, the earthquakes, the uprisings, the wars, the nuclear annihilation of a major U.S. city, a massive earthquake that will take out a Midwestern city and swallow it whole, the UFO invasion, the New World Order that's coming. We're being steadily moved on a daily basis towards that end. We're being moved into internment camps that are waiting for us, guillotines that are not an urban legend. They are there, they are real. We've got eyewitness reports, we've got government informants talking about them.
Guillotine.
Guillotine. And it's not something...
They're going to lop our heads off?
Well, just as the Bible says, it's, the believers will lose their heads. And it's closer than anybody dares imagine.
Well, so it is a pretty heavy book. Maybe, can you imagine that a parent might consider that information too heavy for a youngster?
Well, he wasn't that much of a youngster. I think he was well over 21, but still a kid, you know, to me, you know.
But I mean, could it be that, do you think? I mean, this is pretty heavy info.
It is, but I think it's something that you have to have. And I think if you love this country, if you love your family, you need to read what's in there, because it's government documentation of what they're doing. We've got Russian defector statements in there of what Russia's planning. They're not a beleaguered nation. They're thriving militarily. They're letting some of their people have a very rough time to meet that end. But it's a bad scenario, and we are doomed to be invaded by Russia.
Kathleen, how close were you to Father Martin?
Close enough that some of his intimacies would make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Yes, I know. I was that close as well. without being able to say everything that I know about it, I will ask you, as I have many others, this question. The third secret of Fatima supposedly has been revealed, as you know. In your opinion, has it really been completely revealed?
No, what they released last June was a lie, an outright lie. The document that they released was too long for Sister Lucy to have released it. We know that it was on one piece of paper. It didn't contain any of the specifics regarding the third secret as far as the chastisements that the earth would see. It made us think that the Pope being shot was the fulfillment of the prophecy when nothing could be further from the truth. It was filled with misconceptions. I was notified by a Vatican intelligence officer before they released that secret, exactly that they would be releasing a bunch of gobbledygook that was meant to mislead and to mollycoddle people into thinking that we passed the bullet, it's not going to hit us, we're not doomed as we think we are. And I'll be darned if that document that was released wasn't word for what the intelligence officer told me.
But that would mean that the Vatican told us a bold-faced lie.
Not all of the Vatican, and I don't hold the Holy Father accountable for that. But there are people in the Vatican, as you well know, if you've spoken to Malachi about that, that people are doing some strange things there and manipulating.
But wouldn't the Pope have had ultimate authority over any release of the third secret?
He does, to the point of directing something to be done. That doesn't mean that people are obedient to him. In May, when he was in Fatima, he gave us a very big clue that the dragon was raising its ugly head. And that was straight out of the book of Revelation to tell us. And that's part of the Fatima secret, the rise of the Antichrist. He tried to tell us there. And when the secret came out, the false secret in June, it was so much like pablum that it was hard to imagine that John the 23rd passed out when he read it, or that a 10-year-old would be frightened.
No, that's quite true.
Yeah.
And you know that Father Martin said, and he said on the air about the third secret, that if you could imagine the worst, this is much worse than that. It's beyond your imagination of awful.
Even if you were to take your imagination, the worst that it could be, or whatever movie, and multiply it exponentially, it still would not be as horrific as what we're going to go through.
Now, as bad as the assassination of a pope is, it would not be described in that magnitude by Father Martin. Popes would not pass out when they read it, that sort of thing. So it's obvious that we didn't get the real McCoy.
No, and nor would Father Martin have sworn an oath not to say something. He had very serious knowledge of what's coming, as you know, when he relayed things to you. So it's something that it's an anomaly that they've let out. It's a real paradox, but definitely designed to hurt us in the end, to keep us complacent and to think that we're okay.
Kathleen, what do you know of the contents of the real third secret?
I never asked Father Martin directly because I didn't want to put him into a bad position. I asked him to tell me in generality. I've had it confirmed with other people as far as what's contained, and it refers to very specific chastisements, both spiritual and physical. Just horrible things. You know, not only the rise of the Antichrist, the destruction of the Catholic Church, save a remnant part. Terrible UFO problems that are coming, horrible earthquakes, just tumultuous earth changes that nobody can even fathom. One right after another and some simultaneously.
And is all this leading to something, to some crescendo, or is it just a long period of time and we will experience some little piece of that unfolding?
Well, we are every day, aren't we? I mean, we're seeing the shootings occurring in schools, and some psychologists are even calling it Manchurian candidate kids, that they seem to just go off at opportune moments. We've got the earthquake in Seattle. I was fascinated to find that in the Bible code. It even had 6.8 on there, and I think we're just going to see, one prophecy is that we're going to see mountains split to the ground and just disappear. If you think of the United States, we're going to be split in half. We're going to be invaded by the Chinese and Russians. They're working together. Just horrible things. The heads of Americans will be on the light poles.
Somebody sent the following. I read the final warning. It was enjoyable and informative. I'm sure you cannot read God's mind, but why do you suppose the first 5 books of the Bible are in secret code for only a select few, those who can afford special decoder software from your net site to interpret them, when all the rest of the Bible is readily available for all of us to understand? Why are the first 5 books encoded?
Well, I think that was the book that Daniel talked about that would be closed until the end days. And I think that that's through the advent of computers and so forth, we're seeing that book opened. And I think that that's to prove the mind of God, how great it is, because we're going to be hearing that God didn't create us, we were dropped here. You know, there are other alien beings that deposited us here as an experiment.
Oh, that's been going on with Zachariah Sitchin and many others for a very long time, Kathleen.
Sure, and they're going to try, through this deception, to debunk the creation theory and to debunk God. And I think that when you look at the Bible code, yes, the software is expensive, and it's really too bad, because I wish it were public domain. Because what is in that Bible code is just, it's not like a Ouija board that you can predict the future, but it certainly has the overwhelming evidence of a God that's so great and so beyond our imagining that, there's just no doubt that he exists.
Have you ever wondered, Kathleen, what if you're wrong? What if the Zachariah Sitchins are right? What if so many others who can prove ancient civilization at a time when there should have been no humans on the planet? I want to bring some of those people on. They have very compelling arguments.
They do, don't they? And,
yes.
And a lot of them, you start to listen to it, and it seems to make sense. But in the final analysis, it won't hold up. Just like anything else, it's going to look good for a while, but in my heart of hearts, and I know in Father Martin's heart, we knew. You just know that it isn't going to be what they say it is.
Or what about was? In other words, that our beginnings are not as described in the Bible, that Genesis is not the way it all began, that evolution is, in fact, a scientific reality.
Mm-hmm. I think if that happens, or if that comes about and people accept that, I think they will readily lose their minds within a short period of time, because I think God is the glue
that holds everything together.
That holds us together, and when you remove him, as we're finding out in this country, when you remove him from schools and the courts, we're going to suffer for it. And I think that our minds will not be able to fathom the fact that he isn't there. I think we know he is in our souls. I think we're imprinted with that, and I think that when this deception comes on, it's just going to make a lot of crazy people.
Well, a lot of people say that wars, so many killings are done in God's name.
Mm-hmm.
Those people are right. There are a lot of people that have died in wars
Absolutely.
fought with God's name, and
Absolutely.
A lot of people who do very terrible things always claim to have God on their side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's not right. You just can't kill somebody in the name of religion. That's not what it's about. But a lot of people misuse that, and we're going to have probably the biggest battle of religious hobnobs in the history of mankind very soon. We're all going to go to this one faith, and we have to do it this way, and it's going to be a terrible debacle.
All right, I was talking earlier about the shooting in Santee.
Mm-hmm.
One 15-year-old boy walks into a school bathroom with a pistol and starts shooting his classmates.
Right.
Kills 2, wounds many more.
Mm-hmm.
A 15-year-old, I was told that he smiled as he did the shooting.
Right.
That he smiled, Kathleen.
Right.
Now, I asked myself whether there really is an evil, an honest to goodness, external evil force, as we think of the devil or Lucifer or I don't know, whatever name you want to attach to it, a real external evil force. You believe there is, don't you?
Absolutely. I have experienced it, and I know it's there. I know it's real. I know people who they've had it up close and personal. Father Martin certainly had it.
Yes, Father Martin saw it. Father Martin did exorcisms and dealt directly with it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one instance in your life when you too dealt directly with it, wasn't there?
There was, when the Antichrist came to visit.
All right. Only in America. The Antichrist came to visit. We'll tell that story briefly at the bottom of the hour, coming out of the bottom of the hour, and then we'll move forward from there. But that happened. The Antichrist actually came to visit Kathleen Keating.
First-time callers may reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye at 1-775-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is. Kathleen Keating is here, and let me give you a little warning. It may not be a final warning, but it's a warning. A lot of what you're going to hear this morning is going to be somewhat disturbing for some people, obviously. We're talking about the final days. We're talking about the chastisements, the third secret of Fatima, things that are pretty heavy for a lot of people. And if it's heavy for you, then, you know, turn that radio dial. Get a little extra rest tonight. Some of it is pretty scary stuff. Once again, Kathleen Keating, and I guess I will issue that warning again. If this kind of thing disturbs you, you might want to tune out. It may be the kind of thing you don't believe in or don't want to hear, and I understand that. Kathleen, you're back on. You actually had an encounter with what you believe to be the Antichrist, right?
I did.
Can you briefly tell that one more time?
Sure. Let me first say I was doing some research for my book and some other projects I was working on. And the Antichrist, I mean, we read about it in the Bible. We know that some figure will arise. But I started to pay attention when exorcists were debriefing the demons that were being exorcised. And under those conditions they have to tell the truth. The demons have to be honest. Mm-hmm. And a lot of truth comes out. And they more or less confirmed, without any doubt, that the Antichrist is a real person.
You know, just before we do get going with this, mm-hmm. I remember in the movie The Exorcist, mm-hmm. and you're right, once the Exorcist had begun, the demon or the devil or whatever it was in that girl, and that was based on a true story, by the way, folks, began to tell the truth. Horrible as it was, it began to tell the absolute truth. It said who it was and all kinds of horrible things, but the truth. Why is that? In other words, why are they forced to suddenly tell the truth?
Well, under the power of God through the priest and with the holy water and the crucifix in front of them, they cannot deny the truth. They have to tell the truth. They are bound by laws. There are laws, you know, in heaven, on earth, and in hell, and they are bound to follow them.
There's even laws in hell.
Absolutely.
That's a new concept for me. Laws in hell. You think of hell as kind of anarchy, I guess. Chaos.
It is, but it's controlled to the point that people are asked to perform certain duties on demand. Certain things have to be done on demand. They have laws, and there are definite rulers down there.
It figures.
Yeah, you can't get away from it.
Yeah, it figures. It just figures. All right. Well, anyway, you were working on your book, mm-hmm. which was the final warning, right?
Right.
And what happened?
Well, I had been doing some research as to the Antichrist and his identity, and I ended up, I don't know why, I suppose stupidity, calling his organization. And doing.
Wait a minute. Well, his organization?
Yeah. He has an organization that's international. It's funded by the UN and West London banks.
What?
Yes.
The Antichrist?
Yes.
Has an organization funded by the UN?
Yes. He even has a whole program dedicated to him by the UN and now the Dalai Lama.
What?
And he is helping people in third world countries helping them with money and buildings and so forth, especially down in El Salvador after the earthquake. He's got these people all over the world, and the UN is helping because they know the plans. They know that he is their Messiah.
Why would the UN want to assist the devil in any way?
They don't think he's the devil, Art. They think he's the return, the Messiah, the one.
So, from what you're telling me now, the Antichrist must be alive on Earth.
He is, and I saw him. And I think it was.
Let's go ahead and finish that story, and then we'll backtrack. We'll
Okay.
ask some questions.
Okay, well, I interviewed his people, and I don't know why, but they asked for a phone number where I could be contacted, and I gave it to them.
Uh-huh.
And a couple of weeks later, it was really early in the morning, and my dog had to go out, and nobody else in the house was up, so I got the duty to do that. So I got up, took her out, and I was in my pajamas and opened the back door and let her out to go down. And she's quite a guard dog and very, very feisty and barks a lot and doesn't tolerate anybody messing around her house. And there was this guy standing in the backyard in Armani suit, charcoal Armani suit and a turtleneck with his long hair pulled back. Very good-looking guy, and I was like startled because there I was in my pajamas. It was embarrassing, you know. But the dog couldn't bark, and it was disturbing to me because it wouldn't take anything for her to cross the lawn and
Could he easily have walked into your backyard? Do you have an open backyard?
no, it was totally fenced in.
Totally fenced.
Totally
So
fenced
here's
in.
this handsome guy in an Armani suit in your backyard.
Yeah, and in western Nebraska, that was really odd.
Oh, way out of place.
Way out of place. And there he was, and he was about 6 feet, 6'2", trim, and a good-looking guy. And he said hi, and
You said what? Hi there?
yeah, he said hi, and I didn't say a word. I kind of closed the door because I thought, who is this guy? And I got a good look at him, and I thought, oh my God, it's this purported Antichrist. And my heart started going a little bit, and I thought, what do you do? And I looked at my daughter. I was hoping that she was going to do something. She couldn't move. She had one paw up in the air. She tried to bark. You could see her trying to move her mouth. Nothing came out.
Nothing.
Nothing. And you couldn't silence this dog if you tried normally. And he kept walking back and forth looking at me. And I looked at him, and I really didn't want to make eye contact because I'd been warned that he has very hypnotic skills. And I didn't say anything, and he just walked back and forth. And when I didn't say anything, finally he walked off into thin air.
You saw that with your own eyes?
I did. And I looked at the dog, she looked at me, she ran back up, and it was like, did you see that? I shut the door, locked it, and then my knees started to get a little weak. And I thought, well, Kathleen, you know, are you seeing things or not? And I did some investigation in this, and somebody else had had the same occurrence, only he had knocked on her door.
Really?
Yeah, she was an author in England writing about the same subject I was, about the end times and the rise of the Antichrist. And sure enough, the guy pulls up in a Beamer with a guy in army fatigues. They knock on this woman's door, and she opens the door a little bit, and he asked her, and she knew who he was because of her research, and he said, how would you like to significantly improve your life?
Really?
Really. And she said, no, thank you. And the guy in the fatigues turned to the Antichrist and said, well, why don't you just go in? The door is open. And he said, I can't. Because her soul apparently wasn't open to it, and that's what I've been told by several people.
In other words, you've got to agree. You've got to give consent.
Again, it's a rule of God that everyone must follow, that if it's evil, you have to let it in.
Well, all right, now let's back up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You said you called the Antichrist organization where in Europe?
Well, I called him in the United States.
In the United States?
He's everywhere. He lives
Is it like 1-800-4-EVIL or what?
Well, I could tell you what.
No, don't give me the, maybe you better not. You could tell me, huh?
Well, I could tell you. Well, I think a lot of people know. I mean, I've certainly got an email since your show when I released his name, probably midsummer.
No,
And you may not want to go there.
I may go there, but I want to talk to you privately.
No, I don't blame you.
Oh, God.
I don't blame
So
you.
there's actually a phone number for the Antichrist organization.
Yeah, several of them, and they're all over.
Okay, then let's try this avenue of attack. Why would you have left your phone number with them?
I don't know. I mean, it was like totally stupid. I guess, you know, I had no idea that they would be coming back at it. Yeah, I didn't even think about it, and I guess I was so lost in the research, it was like, well, you know, come on, they're not going to remember me from anybody.
Hey, listen, you can give your phone number to companies that sell meat, Kathleen, and you will get calls for the next 2 years trying to sell you meat.
I know, and I've been duly chastised since that happened. You know, so I don't give out my number now to anybody.
Yeah, I don't blame you. So they actually did they call you back?
Well, no, they never did.
Okay, so they just use your phone number to get to you.
Yeah, I had a very lengthy conversation with them, several hours of investigative work with them, and they were very obliging. Of course, they don't see him as the Antichrist, they see him as the Messiah.
I didn't know the UN recognized anybody as the Messiah, and they don't officially, do they?
Well, they're beginning to. We've certainly seen with the United Religion movement, the push to it, we're seeing that the one world religion is moving forward, and certainly the Antichrist and Gorbachev are working together, and the people in the UN know about it. There's floors dedicated to this.
Well, I've seen all the movies about evil, and it seems to me that people like yourself, working on a book like you did, end up with 2x4s through their chest.
Yes.
And other equally horrible things.
We have had some very bad experiences, and I've also been bribed, so to speak. I didn't take the bribe.
Bribed in what way?
Some of his people contacted me, and just, you know, when the book was going wrong, everything wasn't going right, people were upset.
Yes.
I was going financially under, and it was just wonderful. How would you like to change your life significantly with unlimited funding?
Really?
Yeah, and I had it on more than one occasion. And it was, oh, brother, you know, and it looks tempting because they don't come at you as being perhaps part of that organization. They come at you as being very Christian people, so to speak, that want to help you out, that, you know, you're doing the good things to them. What they.
Well, how do you discern?
That's very difficult. I made a lot of calls and did a lot of investigations into what they were saying and who they were, and I was able to track down that they really were tied to him. And it was only by the grace of God and through a lot of prayer that I didn't fall for it, because it really would have been bad not only for the book, but for myself personally, my family, and our souls.
So you think then, I remember that Father Martin said that he could recognize people who had made their pact with the devil.
Absolutely, and I can too, in some instances.
He called them the perfectly possessed.
Yes.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And he said he could actually walk down the street and recognize somebody who had made that deal. And it was a subtle difference, but something that he could recognize immediately.
I have gotten so that I can, and I talked to Father Martin about this because I had had a couple of instances where I saw a man who was in the position of a police officer. And he came to the house, and when he looked at me, there was nothing but abject evil in this man. I wouldn't have even called him a man at that point. There was something in his eyes, and you know, he was a friend of my husband at the time, and I said, he's not coming in the house, ever. And he said, don't be crazy. I said, no, I'll prove it to you. And I contacted Father Martin about it, and I said, is it possible for a person to see absolute evil in another person?
Yes.
You know, yes. Absolutely. And since then, I've acquired perhaps more of physical reactions to people that aren't good people. My stomach will flip-flop. I get kind of an electrical charge around me that I can feel that, and I guess that's common.
I think we've all felt that.
Uh-huh. I
I
don't
do.
think I'm special in that at all.
Well, here's another thing for everybody to think about. I guess certainly it's not universally true, but if people make pacts with the devil, and it's a thing they can do very easily on their own, if they crave something, if they crave a great career or success or money or some material thing in this world, and they make their deal, then more times than not, Kathleen, our most powerful people, our leaders of industry, successful people in the media, Hollywood people, you would have to imagine there would be a higher percentage of the perfectly possessed among this group than the poor and the down and out.
Absolutely, and you know why? They go for ego, and when you start seeing our leaders with their egos getting out of check, I think that's the first sign. Pride goeth before the fall, so to speak. And I think that we can recognize it more and more in our leaders when that ego gets so inflated that they have no scruples, whatever they do is right. And certainly the Antichrist people certainly confirm that they're in touch with our leaders on a daily basis. It's no surprise.
Well, I'm not sure everything they do is right, but most of what they do is successful
Well, it
for,
will
them,
be
for them personally.
It will be on Earth. They will thrive, and usually these record deals are amazing, aren't they? I mean, some of the money with ball players and so forth, and you really wonder, you know, not that all the ball players are bad that are getting $100 million, but sometimes somebody just does one thing and they're almost a billionaire overnight, and they seem to be living a charmed life.
But it might not be the kind of charm that we imagine it to be, huh?
No. And I think that there's a charisma that goes with that charm that blinds people to reality around them. I think that when people try to scrutinize leaders and so forth, that they tend to be, I don't know, sidetracked in investigations. Certainly we've seen that in government recently.
But if you look at modern American politics, how, for example, do you get to be a congressperson, a senator, or even more so with the presidency? How do you get to these high offices without lying, cheating, making deals with the devil in a sense because you need money? And so you make deals. I mean, politics is the art of compromise, which is a nice word to cover a lot of sins.
It is, and if you belong to certain organizations, as many of our recent leaders have, those organizations have given themselves completely over to the devil. And so that they're just acting out the part. I'm not so sure, Art, that it matters who gets elected anymore, as long as, I mean, we know they're all members of the same club. It's just which road they're going to take and which part of the club they represent.
Well, if you believe that, then it's like it's all a gigantic conspiracy, and it really doesn't matter who's elected, because they're all sort of, as you point out, in the same club. You believe that?
I don't want to believe it, but the more I've seen, and certainly my current research has indicated that it is one big conspiracy, that there are good people involved that may not be totally cognizant of what's going on, but the major players are well aware of what's going on and what they have to do to achieve it.
So there are dupes for the devil, and then there are direct servants of the devil.
The devil uses everyday people like 15-year-old boys to carry out certain tasks to achieve an end. The devil can get us through money, ego, pride, whatever. It's all connected, but the bigger players can be manipulated, and I think a lot of them are going to be betrayed by the Antichrist. Certainly prophecy is indicating that a lot of them will be killed. But they're all playing into the part that they're going to have a lot of money if they do things, if they deliver this or they deliver that. Clinton was to deliver the peace in Israel. He had a big paycheck on it, not the Nobel Prize, but a big paycheck from an organization that wanted to see that come about.
So the devil then will lie and lie and lie to get to his end, whatever you want to call it, his end.
The devil's 90% truth and 10% lie. And that's where they get you, because a lot of people, you know, we use the rationale, well, if they're right about this, they've got to be right about that. You know, they're telling the truth here, they must be telling the truth there, but it's that 10% that'll get you. Every time.
So, in other words, most of the lies that are really good lies have some little kernel of basis in truth.
Sure.
And from there, the lie is built. Is that it?
It is.
Okay. All right, Kathleen, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. Kathleen Keating is my guest. We're talking about the final days. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Good morning. Want to take a ride in a shiny new car? Want to improve your life? Sign right here. Right by the X there. It's something that will take later. Nothing that you have to make payment on right now. But your life will improve. Things will get much better. You'll be a big success. Just sign right here. It's so easy. What do you have to lose? Kathleen Keating is my guest, and we'll get back to her in a moment. By the way, everybody, I told you that we would have an open line segment Friday. I lied. Actually, I've been summoned to a convention, and I'm not going to be here Friday. Ian Punnock will be filling in for me on Friday only, Friday night, Saturday morning. And I'm not exactly sure who he's going to have on just yet, but that will be apparent on the website shortly. I'm going to a radio and records talk radio convention in California. And there I will have a one-on-one with Matt Drudge. None other than Matt Drudge. That should be really, really interesting. So I'm going to split for California for a very short time, and you'll have Ian Punnock here Friday night, Saturday morning. Therefore, I will schedule open line segments. I will find time. If I have to do rescheduling, I guarantee you we will get open line segments in. The single most requested open line segment, by the way. Remember I suggested last week that you tell me what you would like? Well, leading the pack by far is the Antichrist line. Second to that would be time travelers. But for some reason, there is a great fascination with the Antichrist and those who may be working with or for him. And Kathleen, you're back on the air again. I'm going to choose, I think, not to air the organization, the name of the organization, nor the name of the Antichrist. However, it is both, I guess, are on your website.
Yes. All the information is there, although the website went down about an hour ago.
It did?
It did, but it should be back up. And I've given enough clues in the final warning as to who it is. At the time when I wrote it, I couldn't name him. But there are enough clues that anybody looking for him could find.
You have now done so. And, it's interesting. The person that you named was to be, you're not going to believe this. That person was promised to me as a guest.
I believe it.
Do you believe it?
Yes,
it's
because
true.
they want your power on the airwaves.
It's true. That person was promised to me as a guest. They would not unveil this person to the world on my program. They had promised that elsewhere, but right after that, they were going to allow me to have this person as a guest. And you're telling me this person, we both know who we're talking about now, is the Antichrist.
Yes, but he wasn't going to be unveiled on your show that way. He was going to be the Savior.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. You're correct. Was going to be unveiled as the Savior. But that person you're saying is the Antichrist. And when your website does get back up eventually, people can go to it and find out who it is, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, and I even have the Bible code referring to it.
How did you come to get involved in the Bible code business, Kathleen?
It was another tool of research, and it was brought to my attention by a lot of researchers and theologians. And I thought, well, maybe, I'd take a look at it. It may not have been anything that I thought was going to work out, but the more I got into it, the more I thought that, boy, this is the real article. I don't know if you work with it at all, Art.
No, I have not yet. I mean, I know obviously something about it, but I don't know what it reveals. So assist me, Kathleen. What do we find as we begin to look through the front of the Bible through the eyes of the decoder?
Well, first of all, God dictated the Bible to Moses letter by letter, with absolutely no spaces. And I do believe that Daniel was given that information as to what this would reveal to us. I mean, if you take a look at Dick Cheney, for instance, just because of what was in the news today with his heart,
yes,
he came up in the Bible code. And I've got it up on the website if it ever comes back up. And he's listed there as vice president with his wife, Lynn. Her name is there. Heart is listed. Power, the UN, apparently, upheaval and war, and just fascinating things. Now, there are 5 paths for every person in the Bible code. We have free will, so whatever we choose to do with our lives is reflected in the code.
Again, people would ask, why would God encode anything? Why not just let it be plain words, easy to understand for all?
Because I think it would impinge on free will. I think that if we knew our futures, we might not make the same decisions, and we certainly wouldn't learn from our mistakes.
Again, why then put it in there at all? Why would God put it in any form, including an encoded manner?
In our time, I believe that lies are so prevalent that the truth will be a scarce commodity. It already is becoming that. And I think that the code certainly gives us the fact, and it mentions that God is truth. It gives us a foundation that he's real, that he cares about us, that people that, Aunt Sally is listed in the Bible code. Not everyone's in there, but a lot of events are. And things that couldn't possibly have been known other than in the mind of God. And I think that we're going to need that badly to know that he's real.
How are you able to validate that the software that breaks down the truth or the message behind the message is valid?
Well, through trial and error, and I think that you can confirm it with rabbis who, of course, know the Hebrew backwards and forwards, that they can find the code if they know where to look, that they can find those letters and how it relates from Hebrew into English. And I think that you can find certain particular subject matters. I mean, like the Kursk was mentioned, the USS Cole was mentioned, things that, how many people died on the ship, things like that we couldn't possibly plug in. It's just concrete right there.
And you've seen all that in continuing language. In other words, you don't just pick up curse and then another random number 5 pages later and put those two together.
No. These words intersect one another.
They intersect
one another.
That's worrisome.
Well, it is. And you look at Dick Cheney. Dick and Cheney go together.
Yes.
Heart goes across. It's all there. It's not like, well, okay, 3 chapters later in the Bible we'll find another meaning perhaps that relates to Dick Cheney or to the Antichrist for that matter, or George Bush. The Secret Service took the Bible code so seriously when people have discovered that certain leaders might be assassinated, that they're starting to listen to it and starting to believe that maybe it has some real meaning.
All right. Do we know for sure that whether there's been an increase in America? in fact, in the world, really, but certainly in America and in the Western world, demonic activity, possession, that kind of thing is really, really kept behind closed doors for the most part. Do we know whether demonic possession is on the increase in our country or in the world?
We do know it is on the increase, and there's been a change in the exorcist rite in the Catholic Church. They removed Satan from the text, which is a curious move.
What?
Yeah, they have not the text that Father Martin would have used, the effective text, but they have changed. They don't want to say demon. They don't want to get too personal. Just what? Yeah. Yeah, it's a nightmare, and I think as we see more possessions, we're going to have a terrible time. Perhaps these exorcisms may not be as effective.
Well, obviously not. If they're fooling around with the wording, it sounds like some sort of PC exorcist, right?
Seriously, you can take it, a course online or something and learn how to do it.
Well, when I talked to Father Martin, he gave me some incredibly disturbing figures about the amount of possession, and he could only comment on his area in New York.
Mm-hmm.
But he gave me some very disturbing figures about the incredible increase in just his area. And you're saying you're able to verify that nationwide or even worldwide?
I think he said something like 800%.
Yeah, that's right.
And but it's up even further than that in the past few years.
Do you believe that children like the 15-year-old that did the shooting in Santee in school are possessed?
I don't know if they're completely possessed, but I think that they are controlled. I think they allow that control, and I think they're utilized. And I only say that for basing things on a personal experience that I had, that people can be gotten to, people can be controlled, and they can do things that they would not normally do. And they become so engulfed in the doctrine of the dark side that they will kill at a moment's notice. That something like a switch happens. It's flipped, and the person changes, and from that moment on.
Can this be, in essence, against that person's will?
No. Again, I think you have rules there. You have to allow it. Whether they get you through ego or whatever.
Yeah, I ask you this because if it's against somebody's will, then the argument for punishment, if you really believe as you believe, has got to change. But if you're saying that the person has to, in effect, make that deal and give their will or give themselves to possession or to the will or influence of the dark,
mm-hmm.
then perhaps punishment is met out, in our everyday world, in the judicial system, is appropriate.
I think it is, and in this case, with this 15-year-old, the smile on his face, the pleasure he took.
Yes.
That's evil.
It sure does seem that way,
right.
Kathleen. I don't know what other thing to put on it. I look at what happens. I hear about the smiling and the shooting, and it's so far out from any human experience, any frame of reference that any of us might have, that it really does seem like evil. And you're saying it really is evil.
I really think so, because I don't think that, a 15-year-old has seen a lot of movies and stuff with gunfire. Usually, if they fire something, it scares them and they come to their senses. But in this case, he stopped to reload the gun and smiled through the whole thing and would have taken everybody out he could have.
I have speculated for some time, because of the amount of UFO sightings, the amount of paranormal activity, which of course we monitor disproportionately on this radio program. And there's a tremendous amount of it, Kathleen, tremendous amount of it.
Wait.
That the veil or the separation between ourselves and what is on the other side, which you and I might agree or disagree on, is breaking down or getting thinner.
It's getting so thin that children are actually seeing through it. I think they're a little closer to God, and I think they have a little more ability. They're not shut down with all of the stuff in their lives. They have a very simple lifestyle, and children are seeing demons coming through the veil. They are seeing demonic entities in spaceships. They are seeing that there is a plot. Some kids are even brought into the plan. They know what's going to happen. They know we're going to be attacked or whatever is going to take place. You have to listen to children, 3 and 4 years old that don't lie.
A lot of people, of course, are scared by what you say. A lot of people are reactive to what you say. Here's somebody from Dallas, Guy from Dallas, who says, Kathleen is so far gone, she can't see anything about the world beyond her own small description. She's lost objectivity and judges all who do not agree with her or Father Martin.
I don't judge anybody, and I certainly don't judge anybody that disagrees with me. If I'm wrong, that would be great. I understand where that person's coming from, because this is very serious material and very hard to get across. You can hear all the cries of fear-mongering and whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And to sell books. That isn't the intent. I think the truth has to be told, and we have to get it out there. And if it turns out that I'm right in a year or two, well, then so be it. You'll have at least heard of it. I don't care what you think of me. It isn't important. What is going to happen is what's going to happen to your family. If this doesn't come down the way you think it is, what are you going to do?
You say here, prophecies predict that pictures will speak, and that newborns will talk to their parents and encourage them to follow the Antichrist.
Right. We're going to see startling miracles.
What do you mean by pictures will speak?
A lot of people have holy pictures of Jesus and Mary and saints on their walls.
Yes.
They may even have a picture of Grandma and Grandpa. And those pictures will start to talk in the end times. Von Bustow, a prophet in the 15th century, mentioned that pictures would suddenly come alive, and especially like of Jesus and Mary, that you have to follow this Antichrist. I'm not the one. I came before him, but I'm not the one.
Kathleen, if I had a picture of Christ on my wall, and it began to talk, I would presume that it was Christ talking to me. I obviously would first probably sink to my knees in fright, like most people, but since it was the picture of Christ, I would definitely presume that was Christ talking to me.
Absolutely, and it would be very convincing, wouldn't it? And I think that's going to be the problem with the end times, because a lot of people are seeing visions. They're having dreams of Jesus that aren't really Jesus, because when they go to this particular person that is the Antichrist, and they go, oh my gosh, that's the guy in my dream, and that wasn't the Lord. They're floored. More and more people are having the dreams. More and more people think that the Lord is communicating with them, or the Virgin Mary is communicating.
Yes. In fact, I talked to somebody earlier today, a very lucid person who claims that he talks with Christ. And you would say he does not?
Well, I wouldn't know. I would have to go through what he's hearing and what has been said to him, and whether it is validated by the fruits of how he lives his life. Sooner or later, if it's not good, that person will bear the fruit of what the vision is, good or bad.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, and it's going to get real confusing, Art, with these end times.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say. That's very confusing. I would automatically presume it was Christ talking to me. Legally, if the picture started, you wouldn't, huh?
No, I would get the holy water out and pray to God that it was the Lord. And that's why you have to ask, if you get a vision or someone talking to you, you have to say, who do you pray to? Who is your Savior?
But, I mean, isn't that like Moses saying, baloney, and stomping out the burning bush?
I think he was so moved he could.
I guess I'm saying, what if it is God?
God would understand, because he would tell you. I mean, there would be ways. He would say that Jesus Christ is the Savior, the one and only. There are ways that heaven confirms that it's true visions, instead of, the dark side.
It's good to know. Is the image, you say the image of the beast is being built. What do you mean by that?
There's a temple being built now in India that's going to be taller than the Empire, or the Statue of Liberty. And it's going to be about 500 feet. It's going to be a Buddha that almost fits the description in the book of Revelation, to the point that there's no doubt that this is going to be the genuine article to be worshipped by the year 2005. A UK firm is putting it together. It's going to be so massive, it's going to house a temple and rooms and so forth. And they have to even construct it carefully, because the metal almost kind of breathes with the atmosphere.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. Very scary stuff.
Now, I'd like to get your take on this. I don't know if you've seen the news in the last couple of days, but in Afghanistan, the Taliban there is blowing up. They found these large statues of Buddha.
Yes.
Gigantic, incredible statues of Buddha in Afghanistan, and they're taking dynamite and blowing them to smithereens.
Under the cause that it's a false idol. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
What would you say about that?
Well, they're certainly determined. I think that they believe in the one true God, and they find that any infidel representation like that should be destroyed.
But that would not be the same God that you revere, would it be?
I think there is one true God, and I think that the Muslims do believe in that one God. But I don't think that they admit to the divinity of Jesus Christ, and that's where we differ.
But that would be a chasm of difference that would doom them to eternal fire and damnation, wouldn't it?
I think it depends on the life they lead, Art. I think if they're good people, that God judges them for what they are. If they don't know that Christ is the Savior, then I think that isn't held against them.
That's pretty lenient compared to what Father Martin used to say. I used to ask him about this, and he was very stridently conservative in this area, and he...
Well, I admit, Father Martin would say, if you do not believe in Jesus Christ, you're doomed.
Right.
Absolutely, and I believe that in many instances. I think if you've never heard of Christ, you can't be held accountable. But I think in the case of denying his divinity, in the case of the Muslims who believe in the Blessed Mother as being a good woman and that Jesus was a prophet, for them not to accept him as the Lord, I think that there's an intrinsic problem with that.
Gotcha. All right, Kathleen, hold on. We're already at the bottom of the hour. Time does fly. We'll do a little more, then we'll open the phone lines, and I'm sure there are many questions for you out there. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. We're on now. Back now to Kathleen Keating. And Kathleen, you're back on the air again.
Welcome back, huh?
Yeah, welcome back. Since you had that original encounter with the Antichrist, that scary, scary, scary encounter, has there been anything else?
We've had a lot of anomalous activity in the house, a lot of damage to the animals outside, things like that. Nothing, no personal meeting with him. Thank
Good.
God.
Good.
Very good. I wear a lot of sacramentals, and I have crucifixes up on the house and the windows. And the animals wear St. Benedict's medals.
What is this about an April war?
I think we are headed for a very big war. I don't know whether it's going to, because of assassination in the Middle East or whatever, but the Israeli Defense Force is gearing up, and they admit that there will be a war. There's no turning back as far as they can see. Now,
It's going to be a Mid-East war then.
right. It's going to involve Syria and a couple other Arab states over there, and it's going to get really ugly. And this is where we have to be careful with the fact that the Antichrist may have to negotiate a peace process, as the Bible says he will.
The Antichrist negotiates peace.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, it sure is an upside-down world, isn't it?
It is, and I think the warning that's coming, Art, is really going to change a lot of hearts of people that are too caught in the world. And I think when we mentioned that the Muslims don't believe in Jesus, I think that they're going to be told that during that warning, as we all are, who the real Messiah is and what our position is with God at that moment, if we should die. I mean, we're seeing earthquakes and monumental things happening, and your global superstorms are certainly coming to pass. And we could all go at any moment, and I think that warning is going to be a true blessing.
What does the Bible code say about Father Martin's death?
From what I saw, it looked like he may have been killed. Certainly that backs up some words that were apparently spoken by Father Martin in the hospital, that he was pushed, although he couldn't see who pushed him. But it does say that he was killed.
Where did you get the information about his being pushed?
There was a person talking about it that knew him and knew of the doctor, and that he had said something before he slipped into unconsciousness before surgery. He was in and out of consciousness. And he,
I had heard that, yes.
Mhm.
But I had not heard that he had said something as incriminating, as terrible as that.
Definitely, and it made a lot of people really sad about that, because here he was, you know, fighting the good fight, coming back from the stroke, and doing rather well, and working on his book, and to say that he'd been pushed, and when he turned around, he couldn't see who it was. That just, a lot of people I know, his bodyguards, were very upset that that happened.
Well, I know this, Kathleen. I know that people who claim to be, as part of Father Martin's staff, are split into two very separate, distinct camps. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And I've heard from the both of them.
And what did you get out of it? I mean, they're very polarized.
Extremely polarized. I'm not sure I want to talk about it.
I don't blame you.
Has the timetable, you heard me play this year in the year 2525. I guess the timetable really isn't that far out, is it?
I don't think so. The modern day prophets are saying maybe a handful of years left before we reach the Armageddon that the Bible talks about.
A handful of years.
A handful of years.
As in?
Less than 5?
In other words, 5 fingers, less than, oh, that close.
Yeah.
That's really close.
Yeah, I pray that it lasts longer, that we can have more time, that people would wake up, but I don't know how we can. I've heard from some prophets that claim that the Blessed Mother's saying that we're due for an atomic awakening.
Well, I've had lots of people say the first use of an atomic weapon since the one in Japan in anger is very close.
Yes. And we are a lot closer in this country to experiencing war firsthand and to seeing perhaps a nuke exploded in one of our cities.
You believe that will be the Chinese, don't you?
Or the Russians working together. They have gotten rather chummy of late.
There's really nothing the average person can do to prevent all of this or stop it. It's going to unfold whether we like it or not, right?
I think the degree as to how far it unfolds is up to us by how much we pray. You know, during this election problem, a lot of prayers were offered, and from what I heard, heaven took notice of it, and things seemed to slow down. They were lightened up a little bit. It was a terrible situation for this country, and we were a lot closer to war than most people want to know. We had some enemies making some very strong overtures, and intelligence was indicating that we were going to be hit during that time of indecision.
Really?
And, yeah, and Shad problems, and we came very close.
Now, there's something else I haven't heard. Oh, who would have hit us?
There was perhaps a Middle Eastern faction that would have nuked us or let go biologicals, and that's a real problem too, because we have sects all over the country that are just waiting for the word to release biological weapons on us.
I know, and I've heard fairly reliably that Iraq has 2 or more nuclear weapons. You aware of those reports?
Yes, and I think they're valid. We're getting a lot of intelligence from government officials that are backing that up. And not only that, you've got to worry about the Chinese soldiers on the southern border of the United States who are firing at our border patrol.
I've heard rumors about that.
Not a rumor. We've done some investigation. Scott Gilbranson did a very detailed investigation and wrote about it at strategicjungle.com. He had some eyewitnesses that he's known in law enforcement for years who said that they saw the Chinese soldiers, they heard them speaking Chinese, and they were firing at them.
Of course, in the mainstream press, we have had reports of supposedly Mexicans, or even the Mexican army firing on border patrol people.
Right.
That's what I heard.
Right, and the Chinese soldiers were dressed as Mexican army. And the intelligence that we've gathered on this is that these people are trying to probe our defenses to see when we'll fight back, if we'll fight back. And so far, we haven't. We're not shooting back at them. But there are caches of weapons down in Mexico up through the United States. There are many, many Chinese troops on the borders. It's a very serious situation. What was curious to me, Art, was the fact that Prophecy had said this for some time, and it was like, okay, well, I got to prove this. And, you know, it was kind of hard to get that information out, but with these latest shootings in the past year, my gosh, it's happening.
People are going nuts with your website down.
I know it. They're doing everything they can. I think 300,000 people hit it at once. Literally. That's
Yes, no, I understand, Kathleen. We have a very, very large pipe, 100 megabit pipe, if you can believe that, for our website. But every other guest website we put up crashes because of the immediate load that's slammed into it. So people will be able to get in there in the next few days. But during the program tonight, folks, you may not make it. Let's face facts. But up there is the name of the Antichrist and the organization that is forwarding the Antichrist, according to Kathleen.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And according to Father Martin. And 500 visionaries who don't talk to one another have come to the same conclusion.
And Father Martin told you this before he passed away.
I have it in writing.
From Father Martin?
From Father Martin.
Oh, my.
I sent him my research, and he said that if we could get this information out, it would be the source of great conversions. And he knew who the AC was, and we went from there.
So all of this is to unfold in a handful of years, maybe 5 or less.
Right.
And what will, I mean, already, as you pointed out, we're having earthquakes, we're having increasingly horrible weather, things are changing, but as it unfolds even further, where does it go from here?
I think we're going to see all-out war in the United States. Certainly the Middle East war, I believe, will probably happen this spring. It's going to be a very shaky time. This thing with Dick Cheney's heart isn't good, and I think you could probably see perhaps Colin Powell being put in as vice president. He has some interesting ties that perhaps may not be in our best interest. And it's troublesome. And I had nothing against Colin Powell. I thought he was a very interesting, admirable person, but the research seems to point that, you know, it could be a New World Order problem.
You believe this New World Order will manifest itself before these chastisements get really serious?
I think before the warning, we're going to see that the UN is going to make overtures. We're already under international law right now, and the international court has been established. I think that we're going to see terrible devastation in the United States, and I think that the world is going to be hurled into revolutions, and that's when the UN is going to crack down on this one world, drop the barrier stuff. We're all going to get along.
You know, I'm probably doomed, Kathleen, because I believe a lot of things that parallel what you say is going to happen. I absolutely believe them. I follow them. I talk about them. But I have this very difficult time making the leap of faith, I think that was the name of the movie, that's necessary to believe that this is all unfolding biblical prophecy.
I think it's hard for anybody to fathom. You can read about it for years and do the research, and you think, well, boy, this sounds really like something terrible. We can't see this. It can't be coming. And we're right in the middle of it. It's not bad yet, but I think that people are going to have trouble fathoming it, and that's where the warning is going to help us. I think that's going to be the initial leap of faith for millions.
It's going to have to be something awfully convincing, Kathleen.
It will be.
Because we live in a world where horrible things happen, absolutely horrible things happen, and we've grown, I don't know, cynical.
Well, and complacent, we just turn it off if we don't like the news. We just go do something else.
Even when it comes down to a 15-year-old shooting up classmates in school, we go, oh, that's terrible, and, you know, on to whatever's next. It does not affect us profoundly.
No, but we will be affected soon, and I think that that could be a blessing from heaven.
What could be so big, so convincing, Kathleen, that it would serve as a warning to anybody really watching? Or
Well, what if we woke up one morning and we turn on CNN and New York City's gone?
Oh, that would go a long way.
I think that would be a first step for a lot of people to think that maybe they ought to get right with God. But that won't be the end of it. And as you and I well know, with what Father Martin intimated, that's just the beginning.
Oh, yes. If we were to wake up and Manhattan was virtually
gone, and all the news, all the media stuff was taken out, we're going to have some problems.
Gee, if the all was left would be CNN down in Atlanta.
Yeah, and what if that goes? I doubt that it will, but I mean, what if it, you know, if we did lose communication? What if we had such a killer earthquake that they're anticipating that comes right down the middle of the country, that trucking is stopped, communication lines are down, the internet's gone? What would we do?
I don't know. If we lost the internet, that really would be the end for me.
Well, yeah, for a lot of people as well. Although I think the end of the world's come to my sight tonight.
No, just a great chastisement.
Yeah, apparently. Apparently.
All right, I would like to begin to take some calls. How about
Okay.
that? Shall we?
Sure.
All right. Expect anything. I'm telling
you
you.
bet.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi.
Gee, you even have greater hum than Kathleen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could switch the phone.
If you're able to, please do.
Okay. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, this must be hum night. Yes, we'll wait while he switches the phone and see if...
I feel better now.
Yeah, his hum is 5 times yours.
Yeah.
Okay, hello?
Oh,
Wow.
that's so much better. Where are you?
I am in St. Francis, Wisconsin.
All right.
My name is Jonathan.
Jonathan, do you have a question for Kathleen?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. My question is, if the Antichrist is basically targeting Christians, then where am I left? I am basically an avid anti-Catholic, but at the same time, I in no way basically care for my life. So if the Antichrist were to come to me saying, I have a way to better your life, I would turn him down on numerous occasions.
Why?
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, life is just kind of a short span in the greater picture, and I'm just kind of waiting for whatever's on the other side, whatever's next. And,
So you loosely believe it would be a bad idea to make a deal?
Oh, I actually avidly believe that it would be a bad idea to make a deal with the Antichrist. I mean, if it's...
Well, then explain your first statement. You said you're actively or avidly anti-Catholic. Why?
Well, I have basically a religion that, I mean, I kind of... It's very hard to explain. It's kind of complex. It's the only thing that I basically have basis, like the only thing that actually is proven fact to me. And it's got to do basically with mathematics and all sorts of things, but I feel it actually explains the world.
So you have your own religion?
Pretty much. I mean, it's the only thing that has any basis as far as I'm concerned. I mean,
all right, well, I wouldn't argue with you. I mean, I never argue with people's faith. Kathleen, there's a fellow with his own religion based on mathematics and some other stuff that would take too long to explain.
A lot of people have that. I think that the one thing, you know, we all eat, and I think the Antichrist is going to get to us in our stomachs first by withholding food. Food's going to be a problem anyway with the weather and with what's coming. And I think that that's certainly going to be a tool. We're looking at mad cow disease and all sorts of horrible things.
Well, that's true. There are many things that now threaten our food supply, and so you see widespread hunger. And if somebody would come along and offer you a burger today for your soul on Tuesday,
more or less, that's how it's going to work, although it probably won't be a burger, but...
well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Silly, but,
well, no, I mean, with the mad cow stuff being a problem, but...
Oh, that's right. It wouldn't be a burger. A soy burger.
Soy burger or whatever, or just basic nutrition and rice.
Anything at all if you're hungry, actually.
Yeah, water and rice would look pretty good in a few years.
All right. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi there. I'm calling from London, Ontario, Canada.
Yes, sir.
I have to sort of take issue with books by Michael Drosnin, like the Bible Code, which, given the plight of the Jewish people, it's almost an insult that he would choose to speak to someone or anyone in such an ambiguous fashion. That's not a way a child can understand. I can't take that book seriously, and if you look for patterns, you'll find them. You'll find them everywhere. And if pictures of Jesus start talking to you, well, why would you have an idol? For one thing, isn't that idolatrous? A picture of Jesus? You don't even know what Jesus looks like.
Well, We do know what Jesus looked like in the Veil of Veronica, where his face was wiped before he was crucified. And that image is in the Vatican, so we do have some idea what he looks like. And
Yeah, but we can't really take...
no, we can't guarantee what he
No.
looks like. We have an artist's interpretation, and if it's a matter of faith that he is the Son of God, then people that believe that do not feel it's idolatry.
Well, it's hard to take anything the Vatican says seriously. I mean, this is a church that used to sell indulgences. You know, you could buy your way out of doing time. How can you take really anything that comes out of there seriously?
That's a good point, Kathleen.
It is a good point, and the selling of indulgences, there are a lot of things that people don't understand, or, why would they do that? Certainly we've seen a lot of strange things coming out of the Vatican, and I think we have to be very careful with what we hear coming out of there anymore.
You may recall, sir, that Father Martin said there was actual, real evil within the Vatican, that the devil was in the Vatican, remember?
Yes, and I can, I don't like that because Malachi treats it as fiction. He writes a book and veils what appear to be atrocities involving possibly the sacrifice of incense.
Yeah, do you know why he wrote it that way? Because he was convinced that he would be killed if he didn't. And you know what? It may be that he was killed. Has that occurred to you?
No. He passed away peacefully as far as I can tell.
As far as you were told. All right. Thank you very much. We've got a break here at the top of the hour. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The Vital Card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903.
Good morning, everybody. Kathleen Keating is my guest, and she has named the Antichrist. It's on her website, but her website is not up. She's also named the organization that represents the Antichrist, or I guess he represents them. No, actually, I guess they'd represent him, wouldn't they? At any rate, I'm not allowing her to name the Antichrist here on the air, nor that organization. However, that information is on her website, which went down like a lead balloon the moment we mentioned it. So, yes, you can attribute it to a lot of traffic, or... Okay, we're going to stay heavily on the phones now, and it's going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be obviously very, very controversial. Kathleen Keating is my guest. Kathleen? Your book, Kathleen, is still available, is it not?
It is. We've got people standing by tonight during the show. And,
oh, you do?
Tonight and until 9 o'clock tomorrow night, and then 9 to 9 every day.
All right. Now, before we give out the number, let me ask you this. Kathleen, for people who order tonight, this quagmire involving the books, the lost UPS things, all the rest of it, if they order tonight, are they going to get their book, and if so, when?
It's not with Picasso, and they should have it within 3 to 4 weeks. It's with County Coup Press, and they won't have the problem.
Okay.
It's guaranteed, or the book's free.
Guaranteed or the book's free, huh?
They should have it within 3 to 4 weeks, God willing.
All right, and that number is?
1-866-394-2665, or 1-866-394-BOOK, if that's easier.
1-866-394-2665. 2665.
Or you could order from the website if it ever comes back up, or you can...
If it ever comes back up.
Well, I've taken out city grids before, too, or with the name of this guy. So.
Have you?
Yeah.
All right, well...
Well, I didn't. Somebody did.
You know, let me put it this way. As I told the audience and you earlier, I had the opportunity, and I still may, I think the offer is open because it's coming shortly, to have this person that you believe is the Antichrist on my program. They made that official offer to me, and by the way, it came from London.
Ooh, West End, no doubt.
So here's why I'm hesitant. Here's why I don't want you to give the name and the organization.
Okay.
Because some Christian in God's name, no doubt, once they know who it is, will attempt to kill this person. Now, one might suggest, well, if it's really the Antichrist, they're sure not going to be able to kill him, are they? But if perchance it's not, then we propagated a murder, and that scares me a little bit.
True, true. And there have been people that have tried to get to him. I know that.
Right, exactly right. So that's why I'm not letting the name out on the air, and I think if you were in my position, folks, you might not either. It is on her website. Yes, it is crashed big time. The moment we mentioned it, it went down. So it'll probably be back up in the next few days, and if you want to know, you can check her website. We'll continue to have a link up there. All right, first time caller line, you are on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, my name is Marvel. I'm calling from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that Kathleen's a very brave woman.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think so too. I've seen the movies. As I said earlier, you know, people like Kathleen end up with 2x4s through them usually, or giant church steeple things falling on them and piercing them into the ground.
Yeah. Anyway, my question is the Antichrist obviously is out for Christians.
And Jews. Don't forget the Jews.
Right. Well, yeah. Okay, but my thing is how could he trap a Christian? You know, what's a good miracle he could pull off?
Well, they're all looking for Jesus' second coming, and I guess by having this person show up coming out of thin air at church meetings and religious groups and stuff, healing the sick and doing all sorts of wonderful miracles, people might tend to believe he is the Messiah. He certainly has the capability of doing that. He's already healed thousands of people.
Oh. To see, my belief that from reading the Bible is that if they say that Jesus is here or Jesus is there, you're not to believe it, that when Jesus comes again, all will see him.
That's right, but most people forget that, and if we pay close attention to the Bible and read it more often, we would know who the real Messiah was. I agree with you.
So the talking picture idea, that would be, it would not be Christ. It would not be God.
No, because the real miracles from heaven will be less and less. There will be a giant wave of miracles as the miracle that's coming after the warning. But by and large, I mean, there's still hope for miracles from the Lord, but we're going to see more and more false miracles, so it's going to be very hard to think that they're from heaven.
Well, if I knew somebody, say a small child who was in the final stages of incurable cancer, and a man representing himself to be our Savior touched this child, and the cancer was immediately cured. You know, I really hate to say this, Kathleen.
It would seem worth it, wouldn't it, Art? But what if that...
No, it would seem real to me. In other words, I'm a believe it, touch it, see it kind of guy.
Right.
I have trouble with religion, period, Kathleen. That's the truth. And it's just because I can't muster together this leap of faith it takes to believe all of this. I just can't do it. Even though I see the signs right in front of me, Kathleen, even though I see the weather deteriorating, I see earthquakes increasing, I see children killing children, I see all of these signs that I believe are leading to something, I can't make that leap of faith to believe that it's leading to everything you're describing. I just can't do it.
I think that you'll reach a moment that you can, one way or the other, Art, you'll know. And until that time...
Yeah, but see, that's why I said, if I saw a
miracle,
man,
you'd go for it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. A lot of people will.
All right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi, Art. A belated welcome back.
Thank you.
One quick thing before I ask Kathleen something. Was so nice talking to you. Do you have an anonymous FTP site to where I could upload you some music, or maybe off the air? Is there any chance I could get that from you? Or do you know what I'm talking?
My name is Art Napster?
No.
It's some, I don't have an anonymous FTP site, no.
Okay.
I have email.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I'll maybe email you something.
Oh,
Kathleen,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't get on your site tonight.
You and a few
I
thousand.
know, I've been listening the whole time. So what I did is I did some faithful internet searching,
Mm-hmm.
and
don't give the name.
I'm not going to give the name.
Thank you.
But, and I'll respect you for that, but I have a real major problem with that. And I'm not going to give the name. I can't give the name because I'm really not even sure if when I did my searching that this is the person or this is the organization. So without giving the name, let me ask you a couple of questions to see if I'm on the right path.
Okay.
This Antichrist, is there an English person that is speaking for him?
How do you want me to answer that, Art?
Without a name?
Well, without a name, sure.
I wouldn't say he's English. I would say he's from Great Britain. So I wouldn't say he's English.
Okay. And,
so you're on the right track, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you one more question just to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Antichrist organization tied into what would my wording be? The healing of the earth.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. All right, you're on the right track, obviously.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. In other words, there will be miracles. There will be, this person will appear to us to be a savior.
Mm-hmm. And to some people, he's their worst nightmare. He gets into their dreams, the people that have visited his website.
Savior of the earth, savior of people, worker of miracles.
Yeah, the peacemaker.
Yes.
The food supplier.
Yes.
Head of the UFO guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello. Hello there. Going once. Going twice. Gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi. I'm calling from Fernley.
From where?
Nevada.
Oh, Nevada. Okay.
Yeah. My question is, doesn't the Antichrist come to power after the rapture?
That's a good question. I think he comes right near the rapture. I think the rapture is going to take place, and then we're going to see him full force. But he will be visible rather soon.
Yeah.
You know, Art's already had the overtures.
Because it would make sense him being able to come to power if the rapture came and the people who weren't truly kind of caught in the middle.
Well, it's going
follow
to
him.
He's going to have to tell everybody why all those people disappeared.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be the great UFO kidnapping scenario. But,
Yeah.
He is going to talk about it. Yeah.
And then my last question is, what is going to be happening in America in this past year? Is there anything worth substance?
Well, I think that we're going to see a lot more calamities, probably worse than what Seattle experienced, and probably the death toll rising through various weather problems and perhaps terrorism.
That's scary stuff. Thank you. You answered my question.
All right, onward. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hello. My name is Barry. My location is Palm Springs. Good morning.
Good morning, Barry.
Kathleen, the basic question I have is, what is your conception of God?
I think God had no beginning and he has no end. He is all-powerful. He has created everything that you and I experience.
Can he be seen?
Pardon me?
Can he be seen?
His
Can
son
you see
can
him?
be seen. He cannot be seen.
So you're saying he's an invisible God. Is he omnipotent in every place?
Yes.
Okay. Given that and those ideas that you have, how can you possibly believe in a God which would take the form of a man and can be seen?
Because, as Jesus would say, those who have seen me have seen the Father. He was giving us perhaps a tangible to hold on to. It's very hard in a finite world to understand the infinite.
If God did that once before, caller, why not again?
We don't know that he did that once before. That is somebody's faith who is taking that by faith. I speak Hebrew, and I read Hebrew, and I am Jewish, and I've been to Israel looking for Jesus myself. And the name of God in Hebrew is basically three letters. It's a Yud, Hey, and a Vav. and it grammatically stands for everything that happened in the past, everything that will happen in the future.
But you went to Israel. You didn't find him, right?
I didn't find Jesus.
Right. You didn't find Jesus. So nobody else has either. Yet.
No, nobody else has found Jesus, or God is a no, to my conception, is a no thing, has no name. Only man names things. We name things. We name the animals. We name each other. We name plants. We even have a name.
He named himself. He called himself I am.
I am the I am what I am. That's what Moses says. You know, it says in the Bible. We don't even, we call him a he. A he. It's to me, the conception of God is beyond their comprehension. There is a God is no thing. End of art. He's something which has no name. Only we name things. And
So then God is our invention? Is that your position?
My position is that it's beyond our conception. The Jesus thing is our invention. Our conception of what a God is our invention.
Okay, so basically the whole thing is our invention.
Exactly.
Okay.
Except for the creation of the universe, there must be some kind of divine intelligence, some divine engineer, which has engineered this whole thing.
Well, that's a pretty big butt.
Yeah.
That's a real big butt.
Yeah, and you've got to think real deeply about it, and not just, go into this Bible babble, this situation about Jesus did this, and he died, and he came back to life, and the Virgin Mary, which you have to accept.
Bible babble. So you think that it's all constructed by man to create fear and control and so forth, right?
Hey, that's pretty close there.
Yeah, I think
but there are some good things like the Ten Commandments, and how to treat your neighbor.
Well, do you think the Ten Commandments came from God? Or do you think the Ten Commandments came from somebody who scribbled them down and trotted them down? No.
Well, maybe they were what you call something inspired. Inspired by the I am, inspired by the unseen, and they were written down by man.
All right. Well, I think your position is clear. Kathleen, what do you say about that?
I think the further that we've gotten away from God, the less intimately we know him. And so the way Moses experienced him is not the way we do now because we're too far from him to hear him or to see him into his light. There are visionaries that have experienced him in his totality, but they've fainted from the magnificence of him.
I've actually heard that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And Kathleen, hi.
Hi.
I have a question about, have you ever read the book, Beautiful Side of Evil, from Johanna Michelson?
No.
Okay, well, it goes along with what you're discussing earlier about how people who think they see Christ and they don't. That's basically what the book's about, where Satan appears to these people, and it's such a beautiful thing. The person that's confronting them, they take excuses.
Well, he appears as the angel of light, doesn't he?
Right, exactly.
Right.
And this book is pretty interesting on that.
No, I can imagine.
Yeah, Beautiful Side of Evil. It's a really good book. And I really appreciate this show. It's really good. And first time I heard you, I was hooked. So I really enjoyed this. And thank you much.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Yeah, I heard you say before that after this big thing goes down, and Jesus Christ will come down and give a little word or whatever. What I'm trying to get at is, why would they let all this stuff happen? Why wouldn't God, if he's so powerful, come down right now and make everything right instead of waiting for this whole disaster to happen?
I think that
then do something about it.
Well, I think we're seeing the totality of our sins, and we're paying for our sins and what's happening. He will stop it at the end. Israel will still prevail. He will come down and throw the Antichrist into hell. But we have to pay for some things. We have to pay for all of the crimes that we're committing right now.
So are you saying that God created everything?
God created everything, but evil is of its own mind, and evil is what gets into the hearts of men and changes them.
Well, then God gave the potential for evil to exist, though, right?
Only, not as far as sin is concerned, but as far as the power to do bad things.
So then there's two big guys in charge of all this thing, right?
Well, you've got the good and the bad and the ugly. It's two forces, and that's what we're seeing. They're squaring off. And the whole target are the souls on earth.
So God's just going to sit back, wait for all this evil to happen. Then he's going to come down, say, this is the way you do it. Everybody get on my track. Let's do it. Why doesn't he just do that now? That makes no sense.
I understand the frustration of this caller.
It's
And,
very frustrating.
In other words, why would all of this torture be laid out for mankind? Why have this planned period of time where we'll sin and then we will be tortured and punished for what we have done, and these chastisements will come, and it just doesn't seem like a God that a lot of people envision. Of course, that is maybe our problem.
Well, no, you make a very good point, and I think what it is, all these events are designed to get us on our knees to turn back to God. Right now, we're not listening, we're not paying attention to Him, and we're not doing what we should be doing.
Yeah, but could God blame us for not believing in Him? We really have no proof at all. We have more proof that Frankenstein exists than Jesus Christ. How can He blame us for not believing in Him?
Well, I can understand your point, and I think that through the warning, we're all going to be made abundantly clear that He exists. There will be no more excuses, and that's the real gift from God in the coming days, and it won't be too much longer before that happens, that we will all know who He is, who Jesus is, and where we stand in the thick of it, whether we're going to go to hell or we're going to go to heaven. We'll know at that particular moment in time, all of us at the same time on earth.
But when man was first created, why wasn't all this stuff laid out to start with?
It was, but the further that Adam and Eve got away from God, the less they paid attention to God, and that was the problem. And then evil begets evil, and it goes on and on. It's a never-ending cycle.
Caller, it requires faith. That's a big word, faith. And it don't come easy.
No.
No. All right, hold it right there. Kathleen Keating is my guest, and we'll have more for her coming right up. I know it's kind of frustrating. The whole concept is frustrating, but it's a coming.
A ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nod.
It certainly is, and Kathleen Keating is here, and I know a lot of you are very frustrated in a lot of ways, so we'll just try to let you pour it out on the line. Just grab one of those phone numbers and give us a call. We'll be right back with Kathleen. Oh, now this is really strange. I'm getting a lot of messages on Fast Blast, not a lot, a few, saying that they're through to the website and have the information. Now, I have a really, really good provider here at the house, a big pipe, as it were, and my website has a giant pipe, and I can't get through to Kathleen's site. As a matter of fact, the message I'm getting is the document contained no data. Try again later, or contact the server's administrator. That's what I get when I try to go to Kathleen's site. So if some people are getting through, and some people are getting the information, how could it possibly be that the majority of us are not? That is weird, Kathleen.
Very strange, but that happens a lot. It really does.
Well,
keep trying, folks. People open up sooner or
I
later.
guess that's right. First time calling the line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Kathleen, I don't believe in Jesus Christ at all. And as a matter of fact, I was raised in a religious home. And I, over the years, have developed, well, I did a lot of study also in religions, but I developed a thing with my inner being where it talks to me. And it tells me that there's earth changes that are coming, but it also tells me that I don't have to worry about them, that I follow my feelings, and nothing bad can happen to me. Right now, my feelings have led me into Europe. I live in Germany now. I'm American. I don't live in America anymore because I just don't feel safe there. Would you say that my feelings are right on this?
I know a lot of people that don't feel safe here with what's coming, and people that know what's coming are very uncomfortable with it.
Well, I know my inner being tells me that when this thing happens for about a year, there's going to be total chaos worldwide. And I really do believe that this stuff's going to happen. I mean, we have the mad cow disease over here. We have.
We could go on. Yes, all the signs are there. I agree with you. But whether or not it means what Kathleen says it means, I haven't grasped that. I just can't grasp that.
As long as it doesn't go into seeking pleasure, because I think there's a real fine line there. And when we start going to that because it feels good, I think we run a very big risk to losing our souls. I think there's common sense inside that says, well, this is a good thing or this is a bad thing.
I've always complained that most pleasurable things in life are bad for you, or at least we're told they are. The things that give us pleasure, the little stupid things, whether it's having a drink at night when you get home from work, or it's smoking cigarettes, or it's chasing after the women, or whatever it is that really is pleasurable, is not good for us or our souls.
I think everything in moderation. I mean, if you're married, chasing women isn't the thing to do. But I think if you smoke a little, that's okay. If you drink a little, that's okay. The Bible says everything in moderation.
A little earlier, we had a call from a gentleman you may recall who suggested that the church at one time allowed you to buy exceptions. In other words, you could have an indulgence of some sort as long as you paid a certain amount of coin.
Well, I've not been a follower of that. I'm not sure, whether it was just simply to raise money. I don't think that can be done. I think you can say prayers and get indulgences. You don't need to pay for them.
Other Catholics believe that you can indulge during the week and then repent on Sunday when you confess, and that you walk away clean.
What if you die on Wednesday?
Well, there's that. But I mean, you still will have eliminated on all the previous Sundays all the previous bad things that you thought you could get away with during the week.
You're going to pay for it in purgatory. I mean, I know that's a big topic that people don't believe in it, but I do believe in purgatory, and I think that you may be able to confess that on Saturday and go to Mass on Sunday, but I think ultimately you're going to have to pay some time because your soul is stained from those indulgences, overindulgence.
What do you think purgatory is?
I think it is a learning process that gets us to get away from our earthly attachments, whether it's jewelry, money, food, sexual forays, or whatever. I think that it's designed to cleanse us of our final attachments.
So in purgatory, there would be none of that stuff?
No, and we would come to the realization that they weren't important on earth, and the whys of it.
And would we always rise from purgatory to heaven, or would that be a place where we...
You don't stay in purgatory forever. You stay until your soul is ready to see God.
Yes, but I'm asking, do all rise from purgatory, or are those who don't make it?
There are people that don't make it into purgatory. Certainly people, we've heard...
No. In other words, do we all graduate to a higher level from purgatory?
Yes, moving up until you move out.
So,
you never move down. If you made purgatory...
If you made purgatory, it's like summer school or something.
Well, yeah, on a real hot day with no air conditioning.
Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi, good morning, Kathleen.
Hi.
Excuse me. It's the speed of these events that are happening is what really captures me. And sometimes the underreporting, or when it's reported in such small little sound bites that people can't put together. Because my question to you is this: you mentioned the Russians and the Chinese in the first hour, and the speed since within the last 2 years how they've forged their strategic alliance together, pulling their, which is about 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of troops from their borders, and of course all the other alliances they've made with each other. And then you also mentioned Israel, and within the last few hours, and as we're speaking right now, Israel has moved their tanks into what they call the A areas, which are the total Palestinian occupied areas. So that place is ready to go. Now there's a little story here, and I'll wrap this up quick. It started a couple days ago on Kosovo, Macedonian borders. Little insurgents by the Albanians there. It was really nothing, a couple of blurbs. But as I'm reading right now, this happened just a few hours ago. NATO sending their U.S. troops to Kosovo clash, is the title of the article in the Washington Times. So my question is this to you. Things can be happening in a couple of weeks. I think the time, I don't think people realize how short the time is, because if Israel goes, the Arabs go, we go into Iraq, we get tied down in the Mid-East. We also get tied down on the worst place on this planet to fight a war. We have 40,000 troops in that Kosovo area, which is nothing but mountains. They're tied down. And if China makes a move on all this happening simultaneously, and I believe that this is all planned, and this could be happening in a couple of weeks. What do you think about that scenario?
I think you're right. I think that we're going to see us getting sucker punched into Taiwan for sure. And while we're distracted,
yes,
we have the Chinese troops on our borders.
And and like I say, we have our NATO troops tied down in Kosovo and the Mideast. We have actually a war on three fronts, and I haven't even, you haven't even mentioned the North Koreans making their moves to south. It could all happen.
Well, it could, and they can reach out. They can reach Los Angeles with their missiles. So
I just want to get your opinion. God bless you. I think you're doing a good job.
All right.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the call, sir. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi. This is Bill from West Hartford, Connecticut. I am an atheist, a rational atheist. Let me bring this down to logic and reason and science. Now, Art, instead of saying God, G-O-D, as a supposed intelligence creating all this, there's another intelligence out there that you and I would agree as a studier of UFOs, that's ETs. Now, what I'm trying to lead to is Michio Kaku talked about type 1, type 2, type 3, et cetera, civilizations.
Yes.
A type 2 or 3 or 4 would have the energy, the power to control a planet. Now, bear with what I'm trying to say. It has to do with ETs type 2 or 3 or 4 who may be controlling the Earth and our weather. Let me explain. First of all, in the Bible, Genesis is wrong, where it says, in the beginning, God, et cetera, et cetera. We know the Big Bang Theory from astronomy. I'm an amateur astronomer. You know, the beginning, as opposed to Genesis, does not tie in with cosmology and astronomy. Number two, evolution is correct. Evolution, which your guest...
Bill.
Yes. I'm trying to
Slow
say...
down.
Okay, I'm trying to
Slow
say...
down.
I'm trying to say that...
Bill.
Slow down. I'm trying to say that modern-day science shows that the biblical God is wrong. Therefore, if there were an intelligence that inspired people years ago, maybe it's ET extraterrestrials, and this is an evolutionary test, and instead of people being raptured up, they're captured into UFOs as specimens if we have a nuclear war. What I'm trying to say is the ETs are seeing this as an evolutionary test. If we can
So you're speeding up again. I'm going to take it for you from there. Kathleen, is it possible that God, we'll use that word so everybody understands what we're talking about, the Creator, created others as well as ourselves?
I think they're out there. Whether the ETs are demons or not, I think they were created by God. I think that they were not demons to begin with, or what appears to be extraterrestrials. I think that we have to accept the fact that there may be different things out there that we don't know about. But as far as man itself, I think that's it. But I think someone created the ETs that we're seeing. I think that's God.
Well, why would it not be reasonable, if there are others, if there are ETs, that at some point in our evolution, I guess I shouldn't use that word with you, at some point in our development,
Well, we don't
there
see monkeys.
there was intervention.
Yeah. And there was intervention with us.
But that intervention may have been from other creations. Why is that not outside the realm?
Well, I think that we're going to see that that's an improbability. I think we're going to have it browbeaten that maybe the ETs, did intervene, and we're going to hear a lot about it. But the people that have really studied the ETs, that have had up close and personal contact with them, have a whole different opinion of them, Art. Not all of them get enlightenment, or they channel through and hear about these great and glorious plans that they have for man and how they
I know.
help us out.
I know.
We're talking some serious...
I know. I tend to agree with those who think that they may be as negative, or maybe completely negative and not positive at all, not fuzzy little beings at all. David Jacobs wrote a book called The Threat, which kind of backs that up. But that automatically does not make them devils or representatives of Lucifer or anything else. It may make them simply creations as we are creations, and we could have been tampered with. I mean, that to me, that is inside the realm of possibility.
Well, I think they're tampering with us now. I think they've tampered with us from the beginning. The giants in the beginning of time have taken to the skies, and more or less the ETs now that we're seeing. So I think there's a history of it, not only in science, but in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible confirms their existence.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is George, and I'm in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Hi, George.
So I kind of get confused about east and west of the Rockies.
You're west of the Rockies, or on that line, anyway.
Well, in theory. Actually, I live right at the base of a 14,000-foot mountain.
Well, the phone company is not precise in their cutting of the east and the west of the Rockies. They're close, but not precise.
How true, how true. Anyway, I think I have a little bit of a comment for you that might help you, and then I have a question for Kathleen, very quick. I'm a nuclear engineer by trade, and I ran into some of the same kind of problems about show me and God can't exist. Maybe it's because of that Catholic upbringing, but as it turns out, what I found out in my studies of subatomic physics is that the universe is pretty much made of only two things, nothing and energy. Okay, matter does not exist in any way, shape, or form. And if you look at it from that point of view, then we could actually say that when God said he created man in his image, he literally meant that we're in his image. We're part of his creation. He thought us into being. The act of creation being thought, which is the use of energy, right?
Okay.
With me?
Yes, I think.
Okay. This being the case, basically what that says is that mankind and all that we see and all that is just energy. And I don't believe in the devil. So I don't believe that there's some great conflict going on between a good and a bad. I don't believe
You don't look around our world right now and you don't see that conflict everywhere?
Well, I see conflict everywhere, sure. I don't think
and you do believe in God, right?
Right.
Then why do you not imagine the opposite? Since there are opposites to almost everything in the world right now, why wouldn't there be an opposite to God?
Well, I'm not so sure that I understand evil well enough and good well enough to be able to define it.
Okay, how do you explain it? What is it when a 15-year-old walks into a school, smiles, and starts killing people?
That's not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all.
Right, and I can understand that. I can understand that. Does that mean that he was somehow influenced by something, by some spiritual external force that made him do that?
Well, see, that's where I start bending. Isn't it reasonable to presume that is one of the major possibilities?
No more than it is reasonable to assume that that a record album made him do it, or a certain kind of music made him do it.
A lot of people have a lot of trouble with that explanation. You know, that it's video games, or it's TV, or it's being left with the daycare center instead of mom and dad. A lot of people have a problem with that because most people come up just fine being latchkey kids or whatever. This is so far removed, you know, walking in and just killing people. It's so far removed from the norm that it seems to me it demands that you at least, and I don't mean to be making these arguments for you, Kathleen, but it seems to me that you have to include that as one great possibility for those actions.
Well, you do. I mean, there are positive forces and there are negative forces and neutral forces. And sometimes, like today, the negative forces spin out of control, and that electron or neutron or whatever, they just spin off and things happen. And I think that positive energy is fighting negative energy right now, just to stay balanced.
Okay. Well,
all right, Colin.
Anyway, the question I have for Kathleen, I don't know if that helps you or not. What I did is combine physics and something called the Kabbalah. And if you look at the literal Kabbalah and subatomic particle physics, you'll find that there's a correlation, and you might find that interesting to look into. Kathleen, the question I have for you is about the new Israeli government.
Mm-hmm.
You think that Al Sharon and his new cabinet, or whatever they call themselves over there, are going to rebuild the Temple of David?
I think that's
I recently noted that they're now building moats, like around Jericho, and things like that. It looks like they're heading towards maybe wanting to rebuild the temple.
I think that's definitely going to happen, and I think whether Sharon does it or somebody else, they're going to rebuild it. They're ready for it.
Kathleen, I always give my guests in this last hour an opportunity to bail out and get a little bit of sleep, or go on. That's up to you.
Oh, I'd love to go on, Art.
You'd love to go on, all right.
Sure, thank you.
Then go on, you shall. Your book, Final Warning, right? Is available now. We've got a telephone number, and your book really, I guess, is a blueprint for the final days. Is that a fair way to put it?
It is a good description.
It will describe exactly what will occur in the final days?
Right. With very few surprises. It should uncover a lot for people.
That's pretty heavy-duty information, folks. There have been a lot of odd occurrences around this book. Unbelievable occurrences around this book, but you can get a copy. Believe it, it's set up now so you can get a copy. The number to call is 1-866-394-2665. Let me give that again, because I know a lot of people are going to send me emails. Oh, I didn't get the number, I didn't get the number. So write the number down now, please. 866-394-2665. It's called The Final Warning by Kathleen Keating. And you maintain, Kathleen, there are people, even at this hour, awake taking orders and calls.
Absolutely. And through 9 o'clock tomorrow night, they'll be steady taking phone calls, and it'll be 9 to 9 until the orders stop coming in.
All right. Good enough. Kathleen, hold on. Stay right there. We're going to do one more hour, and there's certainly no shortage of calls. It's absolutely going berserk in here. And you might try to make it to her website, too, through ours. Keep checking. It will eventually get back up on her website, the name of the Antichrist. And
Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222 or call the wild card line at 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I wonder if we woke up in the morning and we found New York under, say, I don't know, 6 feet of snow, if that would be the same thing. No, probably not. She said New York would actually disappear. Back now to Kathleen Keating. That noise seems appropriate for so many programs, and this one especially. Kathleen, if you're ready, we'll take some more calls.
You bet.
All right, here they come. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have a sense of humor. I believe the Pope is the Antichrist, Jeremiah was a bullfrog, and John Hinckley is an imp or Santa's helper. Now,
Santa's helper.
I'm a rocket scientist. I believe I invented the revelation, and I hid the revelations in a bush.
Okay,
Just straighten me out.
Either you need to,
Straighten me out.
yeah, well, no, you need to straighten yourself out here. Your jokes need to get better or you need to get serious.
All right.
That's all right. Well, you're welcome. That was it. And I guess just two bad jokes. Wild card line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Glad to have you back.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Marlene, and I'm listening to you over KFIV in Modesto, California.
Good.
Last year, I don't know if you remember, I sent you a red booklet on the 3 days of darkness.
You know, I do kind of remember that.
I remember?
Benedict metals on them. We have a little problem with the horses because we haven't found a way to keep them on without causing a problem catching in census. But as we're going to braid them into their manes, but our horses did experience some problems. We had a foal that got caught in the fence rather badly. And, you know, other than animals being killed, that's what's been happening.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, I have 3 rescue dogs and 8 cats, and I'm thinking of all the metals I'm going to have to buy. Also, does your book mention who the Antichrist is?
You get a broad enough clue that you would know who it is, yes.
Okay.
I don't mention him by name in the book, but I do on the website.
Okay, and I have to go through your website, Art, to get to her website?
Well, no, you don't have to, but it'll probably be equally difficult doing it either way. If you go to my website, just go to today's guest info, and, you know, the link will be right there.
Okay, I don't have my own computer, so I have to figure out how to do this. Art, I heard over the news a few days ago something is going on outside of California City. Have you heard anything about that?
What do you mean by something? No.
Well, somebody is channeling somebody over there. I mean, I kind of just got just a little bit of it, and I mean something is going on, quote, outside, unquote, California City.
No, I had not heard that. Kathleen, have you?
There's a lot of channeling going on right now. I'm not sure that it's for the best at all. It seems rather creepy.
Well, yeah, maybe, but I was just curious. I thought maybe you might have heard something about it, Art. So
No, I'm sure I will now, though.
Good. And let's see. And lastly, I wanted to know, I was reading some of my notes from prior shows, and I was kind of interested in some of the things I wrote down about this. I believe it was a Father Kramer. Who is that? Who is he?
I'm not...
He's at the Fatima Center, Father Paul Kramer, and he was friends with Malachi Martin and has taken up the gauntlet trying to get the real Third Secret released.
Okay, that's what it is then. Okay, and lastly, Art.
Can you hook me up with him, Kathleen?
You bet. I'll be talking to him tomorrow, Art.
Would you please get contact information for him and get him to me? Or
I sure
get
will.
it to me? All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Caller, very quickly.
Yeah, Art. There's been some talk here over another radio show during the day, the Morning Express, and they've talked, some callers have called in and they were talking about harp. So sometime could you have another show on harp?
Yes,
I'd like
of
to know
course.
what that's all about.
Yes, I will indeed. Thank you very much. We are monitoring HARP, operating on various frequencies. Do you know about HARP, Kathleen? Are you up on that at all?
I do, and I think that we need to be very careful about what they're doing. I haven't gone through all the Bible code on it, but it looks pretty fascinating so far.
Really?
Uh-huh.
There are references to HARP?
572 references, I think, to harp.
572?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Unless it's in the thousands. I know it's at least 572.
Wow.
Yeah. Very impressive.
That stops me cold. Yes, if you could connect Father Kramer and myself, I'd appreciate it.
Be happy to.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kathleen. We're listening to you on the new 97.1 in St. Louis. This is David in Whitehall, Illinois.
Yes, we are now on FM in St. Louis.
Kathleen, I certainly think you have a valid warning about the anti-Messiah, as I refer to him, and certainly the one world government deception, which I think is upon us. And we're certainly talking about the ultimate questions, it seems tonight. I believe in the inspired Hebrew Bible, including the New Testament. However, I don't call myself a Christian. I do believe in the Creator, Yahweh, and the Messiah, Yahshua, which means Yahweh is salvation. I certainly, and I'm sure you already realize that. I don't believe, though, personally, in the such thing as the rapture, that it will occur. But the Bible says that the entire world will be deceived. Even Christianity as a whole, I think, will be deceived by what we've already talked about, the great miracles, these devious miracles, which are going to be done by this man. I mean, how it certainly could even ended up in your backyard in Nebraska. I mean, I believe that happened, and that's just amazing. But of course, they said the truth shall set you free. Do you think, Kathleen, as I do, that the Great Tribulation will begin in the spring of the year, and we're coming up on the spring, and go 3.5 years until the true Messiah comes in the fall and the Feast of Trumpets? Do you believe along those lines?
I somewhat agree with your timeline. I think it could begin in the spring. There's a lot of things begin in the spring. I think it's symbolic. But I think that we might see Jesus return on Good Friday, 3 years after we start the tribulation.
Great show, Art. Appreciate it.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Well, it's me?
Well, only you know that for sure. Sounds like you, though.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in Ojai, California.
Okay. You're going to have to speak up good and loud.
Okay. She mentioned something about purgatory and saying that it was a time to give up all the things that were attached to.
All the earthly things, yes.
Well, I think purgatory is a lot more serious than that, because I go through that right now, through awareness, seeing the things that I'm attached to. I think purgatory is a lot more than just giving up things. It is, and it's very hard to describe in just a short amount of time, but it is very serious. And some people go through it on earth, as you said, either through physical suffering, mental anguish, or whatever. It's a lot of things.
Is there any way to measure in time, in a time frame that we would understand how long somebody might be in purgatory?
There was a question brought up by Lucy at Fatima, who asked the Blessed Mother if her friend had made it to heaven, and the Blessed Mother replied that no, she was in purgatory for her sins. And she said, Lucy said, how long would she be there? And she said, until the end of time.
Until the end of time?
Until the end of time. I have heard that some people are in there as 1,500 years, whatever it takes to get their soul refined.
And this was a friend of...
Lucy knew her in Fatima. And she had died, I think, at the age of 18. And so she was paying for some of the sins that she had committed. Not that they weren't forgiven. They're automatically forgiven through confession or, when you tell the Lord you're sorry.
Well, I'm going to be seeing the year 10,000 coming.
I don't know, Art. I think if we live through this tribulation, that's our purgatory of suffering. I think that a lot of purgatory will be wiped out by enduring a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Yes, Art?
Yes.
Yes, this is Rich from Omaha.
Yes, sir.
First want to say it's great to have you back.
Thank you.
We missed you. And Kathleen, I was raised a Catholic, although I don't no longer attend the Catholic Church. I am still a Christian. Earlier you was talking about the making images speak and such. I think in the Bible, the book of Exodus, where it speaks of not making any graven images or any likeness of anything in heaven above or the earth beneath, I think that's probably the reason that was written.
Well, it could be in the long run, but do you keep pictures of your family up? I think a lot of people that are in the Catholic faith anyway, or in Christian faith, put pictures of Jesus up. I mean, they feel that they're part of his family. And I don't think it's idolatry, but I think it certainly with the end times, lots of strange things will be happening.
Yeah. I just think it's dangerous as far as things that involve our religion or our faith.
You can't throw your baby out, and if your baby starts talking to you, maybe a week old, I mean, that's going to be pretty startling.
Yeah, it definitely would be.
Yeah, you can take the pictures down, but that baby's still going to talk to you.
Yeah. Well, I guess if it says it in the Bible, there has to be a reason, for it to say that. And I just think that images like that, especially something to do with one's faith, gives a tendency for it just leaves itself open for demonic beings or extraterrestrials or whatever you would call them to make use of them.
Well, think of how many Protestant churches, too, have statues of the saints on the outside of the buildings, especially in Europe. I mean, maybe they'll start talking. Who knows?
And that would do it for me, Kevin. It really would do it, and would do it for most people.
That's crap out of it.
Yeah, that's the problem. It would do it for most people.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know how even those in faith are going to make it past all of this tomfoolery that you say will precede everything.
Well, that's where the warning comes in the miracle, because it's going to be made abundantly clear who's who and what's what.
But before that happens, a lot of people are going to fall for it, right?
Well, I don't think we're going to, I hopefully not. I think that some things are going to happen, but I think when we get further into the tribulation is when we're going to see this kind of phenomenon take place.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Good morning. Art, great program. Kathleen, 3 questions. Would the possibility of the church consecrating Russia to the Immaculate Heart of Mary possibly delay the timetable you've put forth?
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's our downfall, and we're paying for it.
Number two, you mentioned the massacre of the church except for a remnant. Could you possibly go into that in third?
West of the Rockies, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. So the Rockies going to air that caller. It's too close and it would identify. I'm just not going to do it. I'll tell you what. Just know that you were correct. All right?
Thank you, Art.
I bleeped that out, but you were correct.
Thank you, Art.
All right, Kathleen, hold on, sir. Well, he's ready to go. Kathleen?
Well, the remnant that he's talking about is we're going to see a big schism in the Catholic Church and Christian churches. And the church will go underground much as it did in the first century in the catacombs in Rome, and will be underground all over the world. And there will be very few people left that are true believers, but they will survive.
All right.
They'll be protected as well.
East of the Rockies, your turn with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Fine.
I got a question for Kathleen.
Okay.
Now, I've been searching for this answer for quite a while, so maybe you can help me out and try to help me to understand this. Okay, it says in the Bible, you know, that Satan was the most beautiful angel ever, right? Okay, then he wanted to, become God, take over his position, okay? Then God cast him out of heaven. That became good and evil. Okay, now let me ask you this, and maybe you can help me understand. Excuse me, I'm kind of nervous here.
That's all right. Just relax and say what you want to say.
What I want to know is, why is mankind caught up in a fight that is not even hard? It's between God and the devil. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, and that's a good question. I think that we are caught up in it because we choose to be. I think that it's been the design of Lucifer all along, to get as many souls as possible, because in his frame of mind, he believes that the more souls he captures in hell will make him like God, and that he will one day be let back into heaven. That's what this is all about.
Maybe the devil's like the Chinese, and they figure if there's a high enough population, they can take a big hit and it won't matter.
Right.
In a war.
Right. That's a very good way to put that.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Colorado Springs on 740 KBOR.
Yes, sir. That's the way to do it.
First off, I'd like to thank you for introducing me to Father Martin over your radio program.
You bet.
And I wish he was still around to help us. My question, I guess, to Kathleen, Sean David Morton one time had referred to Father Martin's death and the release of the third secret, in that Father Martin had to be gone before they could release the false secret.
Well, I believe that.
Yeah, so do I.
That would relieve him from his oath.
No, I agree with you, caller.
He would have let the truth be known. I think he would have.
I think so.
Declared it.
Yeah, and he being the only one out there who had the authority, as he always put it, to question the Pope and the Vatican. Also, Art, I don't believe you should interview this Antichrist, because you don't have the protection of Father Martin.
No, I don't have very much protection at all, thank you very much. Not according to most of what I've heard tonight. If the faith is what gives you protection, I'm in big trouble. So you raise a very good point.
But Father Martin would have helped you.
I'm sure he would have.
One last
But
thing.
you really are particularly right about Father Martin had to be gone before they could do the release of that, I don't know what to call it, that facade they released calling it the third secret.
One last thing. Kathleen, where can we get more information on the Bible Code, please?
I have some of it up on my site if you can ever get in at KathleenKeating.com.
Yes.
We have stuff up every week on the Bible Code.
That is the address, KathleenKeating.com.
That's it.
All right, very good. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Is it my turn?
Your turn, yes.
Okay, this is Dave in Dallas, listening to you on 570 AM.
Quiz, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I tuned in a little bit late. I was wondering if she could expand a little bit on what she said about the Chinese on our border. And I know you've talked many a times in your show about near-death experiences and people seeing going through a tunnel
Yes.
and the light at the end of that tunnel.
Yes.
And possibly Jesus. Would she say that that truly is Jesus, or maybe the devil deceiving people?
Kathleen, NDEs.
It could be both. I think that some people see Jesus and some people see the angel of light. We know that at death we see demons as well as we go through that valley of darkness, through the tunnel, and headed for the light. So I pay more attention to the bad experiences of NDEs than the good ones.
You know, it's funny. There are a lot of bad ones, but people don't talk about them.
They don't want to talk about
I've had a few really fascinating interviews from people who have had the bad ones, but you don't hear about them very often, and they certainly don't write about them in books. Kathleen, hold on. We are at the bottom of the hour.
With no peace of mind, and I'm ready for the time to get better.
Me too, but if you're listening carefully, before they do, it's going to get a lot worse. Don't touch that dial. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
I've got to tell you, I've been racking my brain, hoping to find a way out.
Take a ride? Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The Wild Card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Good morning, all, from the high deserts. The soggy high desert. Kathleen Keating is my guest. She'll be here through the end of the program. Your last chance to ask her a question of the gold. So, well, now would you look at that? Whole thing just messed up. I'm going to set this up all over again. Machines. Oh, machines. Maybe they'll get us in the end. Have you ever wondered about that? Machines. Anyway, here we go. Kathleen Keating up in a moment. From Terry in Denver, Colorado, a fast blast, and I think a very good one, too. It says, how about the aliens and the invasion that Kathleen talked about earlier? Pin her down, Art, for details. We need to know more, especially about first contact. So, okay. Kathleen, if we were to suddenly get a wild message from, and I have contacts with the SETI people, you know, that are looking out for first contact, and they were to tell me, oh my God, Art, we've got the WOW signal or whatever it is they call it,
right,
and we have contact. What? How would you interpret that?
Beginning of the end?
Really?
Yeah, I think that we're going to see it really soon. Obviously, the sightings have become more and more prevalent.
Yes.
Channeling people have gotten a lot more messages that they're going to make their move. And the children that I talked about earlier are seeing them. So it's going to happen soon. I don't know as to when it's going to happen. I would think very soon we're going to see some real proof that they do exist. And that we may even hear that there's going to be a galactic war and the Earth's going to be right in the middle of it.
And so then if first contact occurred, you would simply regard that as the beginning of the end?
Yeah, I would. I would think that we need to be prepared to see wall-to-wall demons and not just ETs, but the real thing, the genuine articles.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Kathleen. There was a study that was done by a commission about how we would react to first contact.
Mm-hmm.
And that study suggested that it would be a catastrophe, that people would believe all kinds of things. And based on what you just said, I guess the Brookings Institution that did that study, in my opinion, would be correct. if the majority of the religious community interpreted first contact, as you obviously do, it would not be a good thing.
Well, I think it may seem like a good thing in the beginning, but I think that we'd all find out that it isn't. The New York Times had an opportunity to release the fact that ETs existed in 1960 or so, and they opted not to because they thought that chaos would ensue.
Mm-hmm. I think so too. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Kathleen?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you doing? This is Michael in El Paso, Texas at the moment. I'm a truck driver. And, of course, I just came out of Laredo, Texas this afternoon, and with what you guys were talking about on the Mexican border, NAFTA has just given an influx of trucks, Mexican trucks, into the United States to actually run the whole state. And, this is thousands of trucks coming across our borders every day. So what you're saying kind of it's alarming to me.
Well, it's very alarming. I talked to a former customs agent, John Carmen. I think Art's talked to him too, at least John mentioned that he's been down there, and they're just letting trucks and everything else through just without being stopped, and that's a very dangerous situation for us.
Oh, yeah, well, there's thousands a day at each border crossing coming across. I can't tell they could possibly thoroughly check every truck coming across.
The answer is they don't.
They don't, and it's planned that they don't.
Yeah, they definitely can't. I guess really no question. I just I heard that, and of course, like I say, coming out of Laredo today, wanted to make that statement. I thought it was kind of interesting. One other thing, though, as I listen to different, any radio station I can get clear at the moment. Of course, the area that I'm coming through, I had about 4 to choose from and saving between all of them. And one of the commercials that came on after that was, or during one of your commercials, was talking about actually the New World Order, or this new one world religion.
Okay, that would have been from whatever station you were listening to. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one it was. Like I say, a lot of them are Jews. But anyway, just even as the program's going on, different things I'm hearing, in commercials and on the news. So I guess those are all my comments. Thank you. Art, glad we're back, and thanks for such a good show.
All right, thank you very much. Kathleen, here's an interesting question for you.
Okay.
You sounded relieved at the results of the election. Is that fair?
Only because, not necessarily in the outcome, but in the fact that what could have happened to the country. So I was glad, yes, we did have a president one way or the other, without something happening.
All right, but you were not particularly pleased that it was George Bush versus Al Gore?
I think they're both part of the same coin, both different sides of the same coin. I think that with Gore, we would have had a faster approach to the New World Order than we will with Bush. So Bush is better.
You really think that?
Yeah, I do.
Particularly in view of the fact that it was George Bush Sr. that first raised the specter of the New World Order. Right from his lips.
Yeah, but they have a different plan of attack, and I think that I'm not sure that the Jesus Christ that George Bush believes in. I would like to think it's the genuine article, but then again, it could be the other one.
But there are many who say the apple does not fall far from...
Well, there you go. You didn't like, I don't think, the way he looked in his eyes. There was something in his eyes that bothered you, as you mentioned, I think, a couple years ago.
He gave me the creeps.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm just hoping he's good for this country to give us a little more time.
I hope he is, too. All right, wild card line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Morning, Art. Morning, Kathleen.
Good morning.
Mike and Randy, Redondo Beach, listening on KFI.
Yes, indeed.
I want to ask you, it's interesting that of all the books of the Bible, Revelation's the only one that promises a special blessing if you read it. And my specific question in regards to Revelation is, it mentions that the beast will have the number 666. And how do you tie that into maybe either confirmation of who the Antichrist is, or maybe that'll tie into the fact that Revelation discusses that we'll have to take the mark of the beast to trade? Do you see that tying into Social Security numbers or anything? Where do you see that 666?
Well, the Antichrist name in the Gematria Code does add up to 666, if it's spelled the way that it normally is. I do see that any number of any kind being assigned is a danger. We're seeing it in Russia now that the barcode's being handed out and people are going crazy. They won't go to church if their priest or pastor has taken the number. So we're going to see a lot of that. I think we're not going to be able to buy or sell, and I think the Bible predicts it. So gold and silver will eventually be worthless.
Gold and silver worthless?
Yeah, the Bible says that in the book of Revelation, that within a day, the price of gold and silver will be nothing. Very scary stuff, because a lot of people, what are we going to do?
Sounds like you're scared of this color.
Well,
He's probably got a pile of gold there or something.
Yeah.
All right, somebody says, Art, why not be honest with your listeners and mention that you've already had the fellow Kathleen is referring to on your program, October 11th of 98, and he gives the name. Yes, I had the man who represented that he could get the person who Kathleen has named as the Antichrist on the program. I certainly did, and he promised to get that person on my program. That's exactly right. This person who sent the message is dead on.
Mm-hmm.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
It's me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Matt from Minneapolis, Minnesota, on AM 1500.
Yes, sir.
My question, I'm going to try to keep it simple here, because I have so many questions. But to start out, I guess, do you believe, I know the Antichrist, it's all going to happen, and the Messiah will appear, and God will come at the end, but will there be any, like, earthly warriors sent from God, actually human form?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That will withstand or try to withstand?
They will put up a valiant fight against the Antichrist and his forces, and they will have powers that the saints in earlier times really had wished had been born now, so that they could experience them.
So they won't hide, they will?
No, they will fight. They will come out in the open and they will fight.
Okay, wow. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome equally much, and thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Yes, good evening, Miss Kathleen.
Hi.
This is Lady of Connect in KENI, Alaska.
Right.
And hello, Art. Shalom. And about the book of the Bible codes, I read that, and everything was all synchronized. And then they got into where they were talking about that large earthquake of 5760, and that ended on Yom Kippur.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed that the year don't really end until we step into the month of Nisan, and that's March going into April, and that's when, like, the Jewish calendar, that the new year begins. And I think that is just really, really interesting that hasn't happened yet, and except for that one in India. I thought that was phenomenal. And also, the code working in 7, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it 1994, February the 28th, that the siege of Waco started? And then on this February 28th, 7 years later, we had that happening in Seattle. And also, where it was talking about as the times of Noah, it said, they're saying March the 28th, that the morning star is going to be the closest to the earth that it's been in 3,500 years. And the last time it did that was in the times of Noah, when the flood came.
Gee, I'll give you one. I've been watching this. The scientists, the astronomers, are now saying we are going to have a visible to the eye comet this Christmas.
Hale-Bopp was in 1997.
Right.
And John the Revelator.
And this will be, they say, the next biggest thing to Hale-Bopp, and it will come at Christmas.
But Art, you know what's really interesting about this thing is if you think back in 1997, Rosh Hashanah,
Yes.
September, okay? Back in March of 97, it was when they had the peak of Hale-Bopp, that was March the 29th. And in your Zandavan, you read it, and it'll tell you that 97 AD is when John the Revelator wrote the book of Revelation. And that would mark 1,900 years to the day. And if you go from September, Rosh Hashanah 97, till this here coming Easter, which is supposed to be the first, after the first Sunday, after the first full moon, after March the 21st, it's supposed to be, that'll be making around the 8th, okay?
Yes, I understand. So in other words, you're fixing the date this spring. You don't necessarily disagree with that, Kathleen?
This spring for what, particular? something to happen?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. I think we're gonna see some things happening, and we've got 2 comets coming in December.
2 of them, really?
One's due on the 16th of December.
Wow. I knew about 1, but not 2.
They just found this other one.
All right. Every day is something new. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Fred from Woodinville, Washington, listening to Tacoma.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate the program tonight. And I'd like to answer a question that you and quite a few other callers have asked concerning the futility that we are being subjected to. And according to God's own mouth, he said that we were subjected to futility not of our own will, but because of him who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself would be set free from its slavery to corruption into the freedom of the glory of the children of God. So that's his purpose. And what would be kind of a shock to you is, from what I understand from quite a bit of what I've heard about and learned in the Bible, is that we are really the aliens on this planet. We are not of this world. And there were those Nephilim that corrupted the human race. God had to do everything legally. That's why it's taken so much time for his laws to be set forth, that things will be done legal in the universe, and that the demons are quite possibly the pre-Adamic creation that was mentioned in the Bible, because he said for us to replenish the earth, to take it back over, take the territory over, and I just would like to know what you think, and Kathleen thinks about that, and I'll listen off the air. Thanks.
All right. Kathleen?
Well, I think the Nephilim have been a problem for a long time, and they continue to be, and certainly they intermarried with some of Adam's relatives, and the problem just keeps on getting worse and worse.
All right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Kathleen. This
Good morning.
is Christopher calling from Hawaii. I'm listening to you on KHVH, the big 8:30 a.m.
Honolulu. Yes,
That's right. Boy, there's a lot of passion to go by this topic tonight. Kathleen, I support what you're saying. I believe very strongly. I'm a scientist and a spiritual person. Some guy got earlier, and he sounded very fanatically religious in his scientific point of view. Unfortunately, I think that the false religion persecuted science for so long. There's a backlash now. The new science has become the religion of the day. Christ did exist, though, because they have that the book that was written recently that said, "Oh, Christ was a myth. He didn't exist at all. It was just all made up." However, if that's the case, then Pontius Pilate was in on it, because he wrote a letter to the Emperor of Rome declaring that he had crucified Christ, and was upset because his hand was moved by the religious leaders of the day. So Christ actually existed. He was a real man, whether or not he was an Essene or agnostic or whatever. I think the thing is, as we get closer and closer to the end times, there's more and more of this polarization between believers and non-believers. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's just going to increase. Pilate was given a revelation that he would kill the Christ himself, and was troubled by it. His wife had a dream too, and it came back to haunt him. And I think the proof is there. Whether we make gods out of the creation of God, or whether we accept God for who he is, it remains to be seen.
Well, I appreciate that.
All right, sir. Thank you. Time for one more, I think. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi. Okay, where are you?
I'm calling from Toronto, Canada. My name's Mike.
Okay.
How you doing, Kathleen?
Fine, how are you?
Not bad. I was just wondering, do you believe that Jesus Christ was God in human form?
I believe he's the Son of God in human form.
So you don't believe
he was
that?
human and God at the same time. There are 3 persons in God, and he is the second person.
Okay. Do you also believe that you have to be born again?
I do.
Okay.
Whether it's your baptism or whether accepting Christ as your Savior.
Oh, great. Another thing, I was wondering where you get your biblical background for the purgatory.
That's in Catholic dogma.
So it's not actually Baptist or any other type biblical?
No, that's Catholicism all
That's
the way.
Catholicism.
Oh, I see. So you don't believe, so I'm just wondering why you believe in purgatory then?
I think that there's enough evidence from the saints and scholars to indicate that purgatory does exist. I know Father Martin talked about it a lot.
Oh, so you believe in getting information from true believers?
Well, they're the best kind to get the accurate information.
But they don't believe in being born again.
Sure they do. It's just a different phrase of how they put it. Catholics believe it in baptism that they're born again. And that you have to continually make that commitment every day of your life to be born again.
Okay, what about the fact that Jesus Christ is the only mediator between man and God?
He is the only bridge to the Father, and without him we can't see the Father.
And on that note, we're going to have to close it out. Kathleen, again, once Kathleen's website is back up again, you can go take a look for yourself with regard to the name of the Antichrist and the organization. With regard to her book, The Final Warning, you can call 1-866-394-2665. That's 1-866-394-2665. Is there any other information you want to get on the air?
You can get the monthly newsletter for $14.95. It's at cost. That's it. And for information, that's up to the latest minute in between books.
And I take it that's also on the information on that is on the website.
It is, and the phone number will apply to that as well.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Is that a monthly?
Monthly newsletter.
All right. Well, Kathleen, as always, thanks for coming on the air and scaring the hell out of all of us.
Thanks for having me, Art. I appreciate it.
Good night, Kathleen.
Good night.
All right, folks, that's it for now. Tomorrow night, Richard C. Hoagland is going to be here, and it's going to be quite a wild ride. So if it's been a while since you've heard Richard C. at his best, tune in tomorrow night. Otherwise, it's going to be a fascinating week. Remember, I said I've got this convention I'm going to on Friday night, Saturday morning. So Ian Punnett will be here, and we will make adjustments and do open lines. For now, that's it. I'm Art Bell, 9-9.
You're one of those, your phone's probably going to ring. And then, of course, Fast Blast, if you want to do a one-sentence summary that will convince me yours is a serious and good ghost story and include your phone number, then maybe. And then, of course, people who just get in on the line. So, well, you know, we'll mix it up. Now, this program is only about one thing. Life, and more importantly, death. Life is short. Really short. Yeah, I can remember when I was falling in the crib, and here I am 60 years old, staring at the Reaper. And so it shall be for all of you, all of us. Now, that leaves a really big question. The one that probably drove me to begin this program in the first place. Is there anything after all of this? Or is this some accidental or even purposeful biological existence that goes no further than this? I don't think so. I've been convinced by a number of things, electronic voice phenomena, the voices of the dead that I've heard, and people I trust who have recorded them. And then, of course, what you're going to hear tonight. And that would be real ghost stories from real people. So it is kind of scary at times, because this is the real McCoy. Ghost 05, coming right up. As I said, these are just regular people you're about to hear. Regular people. And so, if you're wondering whether there's more to this life than just the short physical existence that we have. You're going to want to listen during the evening, and I think at some point you'll begin to convince yourself, and for that reason alone, it's well worth the listen. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, and the first caller this night, good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi, what is your first name?
My first name is Dave.
Yo, Dave. Where are you and what you up to?
I am in northeastern Ohio and I am working.
You're working?
Yes.
Oh, you're working. What kind of work do you do?
I am a police officer.
A police officer. Okay. You know, that makes it particularly interesting. Something happened while you were on duty?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, really? All right. Fire away.
Well, I've been a police officer about 10 and a half years, and on the south end of the city in which I work, there are two large estates right across the street from one another. And about 4 years ago, my buddy Joe and I were working the midnight shift, and we got called to one of the estates about 12:30, quarter to 1 in the morning. Somebody had thought maybe there were some deer hunters on the property. They have a large wooded area on the property there. So we went to check it out.
Was it a call, you know, people with guns, that kind of deal?
They got, all we got was that they thought maybe there were deer hunters in there. I don't think they actually heard shots. They may have seen.
Yeah, well, still, if you know there's a gun at the call, your head's up. All right.
Well, absolutely, yeah. We weren't going to venture actually into the woods until we figured out what we had. So we got there and we were standing along the edge of the wood line, trying to listen to see if we heard voices or, you know, movement or anything in the woods. And after a few minutes, I heard, as clear as day, no question about it, the sound of a small child laughing. And I immediately turned my flashlight on and I started looking. It sounded like it came in from just a few feet inside the wood line, and I could see probably 15, 20 feet into the wood line.
Right.
And I'm looking, and I don't see anything, and I don't hear any movement, no leaves rustling, no nothing. And when I had turned my light on, Joe had turned his on at the same time. And I asked him, I said, did you hear what I just heard? And he looked at me and he said, I think so. It sounded like a little kid laughing.
Mm-hmm. Last thing you'd expect to find in the woods late at night.
Exactly. So I said, okay. So we looked around a little bit and we didn't see anything. Hung around for maybe another 10 minutes and nothing came with the call. So we left and we had referred to it a couple of times over the years, you know, just kind of jokingly. Well, fast forward ahead to about 4 months ago, Joe and another officer got called back to the same estate, this time for an alarm at the main house. They got there and they were met by the caretaker, who explained that the power lines had been cut to the house and that's why the alarm had gone off. And they were standing outside talking to him.
Right.
And they were near the woods, and Joe was kind of looking around a little uneased. And the other officer, Ron, asked him what the problem was, and Joe said, these woods kind of give me the creeps. And that was all he said.
Mm-hmm.
And the caretaker looked at him and kind of chuckled and said, why? Have you heard the kids laughing at you from the woods?
Oh, really?
And Joe was obviously dumbfounded and said, actually, yeah, I did. What's the story? Well, apparently, according to the caretaker, the same family had owned this property for generations and generations. And years ago, one of the first couple of generations to own the property had two small children that used to play in the woods there, and they both drowned in the pond that was in the woods.
Yes.
And ever since then, according to the caretaker, the family and the maintenance people and caretakers and visitors and whatnot have all reported hearing these kids laughing from the woods.
That just scares the hell out of me, and I'll tell you why. Have you heard some of the shows that I've done with EVP?
Yes, I have.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
yeah, I know, and so many of them appear to be small children, you know, and as you're considering life after death, man, the last thing you want to imagine is that a child remains on this earth as it was after something, for example, like that. Right. I mean, that's to me, that's horrifying, and even to the EVP people, it's horrifying. And so there you go. And so, so you think that what was heard was a ghost, and it was a child.
I know when I heard it, there was no mistake in it when I heard it. And like I said, Joe said he heard the same thing. I didn't have to ask him, did you hear the kid laugh? He just said, I heard what sounded like a kid laughing.
I really appreciate the call. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Robert.
All right, take care. There's a police officer, and as I said, the last thing you want to contemplate is that if there is another life, that it's spent on this earth, perhaps in the same form, eternally. There is one counterbalance argument to that possibility, and that is that it is only an echo of you, that your soul has moved on, and that what remains to be heard, like by those two police officers, is only an echo of some sort of your life. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dan from Greenfield Park, Quebec.
Hello, Dan.
Yes. Just about the last caller, I realized that the story was the children had died on the estate, and the woods may very well be haunted, but it has to be remembered that a lot of times you are called with children's laughter because it's very tempting to go and help a distressed child.
Well, that would be.
You really don't know what you're going to have when you get there, you know?
Yeah, that certainly would be true. Almost anybody would attempt to rescue a child. And I really should have asked them why they didn't venture into the woods, but anyway.
Yeah, that's not why you called, right?
Yes.
Okay, my story. I was an Army brat. My father was in the Canadian Forces. And when I was around 10 years old, it was the mid-1950s, we were stationed in Western Command in Alberta, Canada. And it was a desolate posting, the old story of the prairies where you can watch your dog run away for 5 days.
Yes.
And so my mother originally was from Glasgow, Scotland, and she had come over as a young girl, so she had been in Canada for 30 years or so, or 25 years. And her only contact at home was in the old days, was when they didn't phone, it was the old foreign airmail letters. And they went back and forth over the years, but she had never seen her family or visited Scotland before. So one evening, this is back in Alberta, we had gone to bed. We'd been in bed for hours, and my mother went up to bed. And in the tradition of the 50s, my father locked up and secured all the windows, and he followed her to bed. And sometime in the small hours of the morning, my mother woke up and really felt an urge to go downstairs and pour herself a glass of water from the kitchen sink, something she can't ever remember having done before. So she simply used the light from the staircase to get down the stairs. And as she got to the bottom of the stairs, she just froze, because sitting in her armchair in the living room was an old woman. And the old woman calmly gazed at her. My mother, it was probably a few seconds, but my mother said felt she was rooted there for minutes. And then she was terrified. She ran up the stairs and she broke into her and my father's bedroom crying. And he woke up and he said, okay, well, I'll go downstairs and find out what's going on. So he came down the stairs and checked all the doors, all the windows, and of course there was no one in the house.
Nothing, huh?
No one. So the next morning, when they got up, my mother was still pretty upset. She hadn't got much sleep. My father said, well, I have to stay home today. Take care of the kids, whatever, and I'll go to work and just be with you, though. And she said, no, go ahead to work. I'll be okay. Have a coffee with friends and I'll get over it. So he went off to work, and he came back within an hour. Because when he arrived at work, there was a telegram on his desk. And he opened the telegram, and the telegram said that my grandmother, my mother's mother, had died the night before when lightning struck the tenement houses in Glasgow.
Wow.
In the ensuing fire.
And so there she was.
And my mother hadn't visited her, but I mean, the old lady she saw would have put her in long brown hair. Now then, when she looked back, it would have been exactly as she would picture my...
Do you think that it's that the departed wants, I don't know, somehow to comfort the living, let them know there is still an existence, I'm still here, something,
you know,
I don't know.
It's really something, because they repeated your 1993 show, I believe, last night.
That's right.
And you had, at the end of the program, you summed up by saying that, when the before the souls depart, they want to visit the friends they perhaps want to.
All right, buddy, I really appreciate the call. That's what would make sense to me. You would want to communicate, of course, to you, the closest one to you, to let, in some way, to let that person know that you're all right, that it's not all over, that things are going to be okay, and they too will be okay. Very few, by percentage, make it. But that's pretty interesting story, I would say, wouldn't you? I'm presuming they compared photographs and that the identity was firmly made, but you can see why somebody would want to get back. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Glenn from North Bend, Oregon.
Hello, Glenn. How are you doing?
Doing great. My little story starts when about 25 years ago, 17 years old, we used to take a shortcut through the woods, Freeport, New York, Long Island. And heading towards the shortcut, it'd take me about 12 blocks and had to go through like a marshy swamp area. About 100 yards in, it's dark. In the back of an old railroad station place, had a low lit light. Could barely see. You could see 20, 30 yards or so. About 100 yards into here, had to follow a trail along the fence. I sat down to smoke a cigarette. And I'm sitting there, 17-year-old, I'm not scared of much. Especially growing up in New York, all kinds of surprises.
And when you're 17, you're eternal.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's right.
Until after this experience. And out in the marsh, I'm sitting down, and out in the marsh, I hear some dog tags, and they clanking together. I didn't think much of it. I thought of dogs out there just goofing off. And as I sat there, the chains just started coming closer, the tags, they were clinking and clanking and started coming closer. So I'm thinking the dog's on its way, and no big deal, no need for alarm. And as my ears, I couldn't really see, to my left was a creek that came out of a pipe that came under the property, and it wrapped around in front of me. About a 10, 12-yard drop to the creek. The creek's 10 yards. Then the sandbank on the other side. And then a bunch of marshy, kind of small trees. And then you could see maybe 10, 20 yards past the creek. Here come those clanking sounds coming closer and closer. And my ears were telling me that should be visible soon. Should be coming into my range.
I have to be seeing whatever this is, yes.
And I just still thought it was a dog, so I'm expecting to hear a little critter, coming through the grass and the leaves and whatnot.
Yes.
And I hear 2 footsteps.
Oh.
I hear something with 2 footsteps.
As in thump, thump.
Well, yeah, thump, thump, and it's coming towards me.
Not a little French poodle.
No, not a French poodle, not a German shepherd. Just 2 distinct footsteps coming through, and you can hear the grass, walking in the dog chains are still clinking. That's about when my alarm went off. I'm thinking, okay, this is a problem. There's no way you can think that this is anything but a problem.
Something big.
Something's wrong. And my ears were telling me that I ought to be able to see this thing. And it should be right there on the other side of the creek. And this kind of dragged on for a couple of minutes. It didn't just walk up.
Have you ever seen a deer that was being hunted, whether by man or a predator? It doesn't matter. The deer, usually just before it's pounced on or shot, it gets this invisible communication, and it suddenly knows it's in mortal danger. Kind of like that, you mean?
Exactly like that.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking serial killer. I'm thinking something I didn't know.
Just bad.
But I was just bad, and I was ready to go. Because I should have seen it. My ears were telling me it was there, but I couldn't see it. And I'm looking around trying to figure, should I go back to the right or should I go to the left? And I'm in New York, so it's not necessarily always a friendly place, and I'm out in the middle of this swamp. And you can't see that good. To get to the back street of the neighborhood I was heading to, I had to make a left, about 10 yards, go across the pipe to the right, go another 25 yards, and then up the side of the hill and bring me to the dead-end street up there into the neighborhood where I'd have about 30 more blocks of my house. And the trail on the other side went away from the creek. So whatever should have been down there on that bank would have had about a 30-yard trip to where it was, and I had a 30-yard trip. So I got up and bolted. I figured I could beat it. I hang to the left, run to the right, and I'm in full sprint. And I'm athletic type. I'm 6'2".
I understand running. If you're in that kind of fear, running is good.
Running is good.
Yeah, okay.
And just as I got to the point where I would go up this hill, 10, 12-foot shadow, red beady eyes, stepped up from the bank and was standing right there.
God, I hate red eyes.
I hate red eyes.
I mean, of all the... So, how, 10 feet?
10 or 12.
10 or 12 feet? And red eyes.
Huge.
Well, see, after that, for me, it wouldn't be a problem because I would have a heart attack and fall down dead, out of danger completely, and on to the next life.
That would have been okay, but I froze. As horns, it's just an outline, it's dark, as dark could be.
Horns?
Well, it had all you could see was an outline. You couldn't see it. Looking into this creature,
yes,
it was as dark as space.
Yes, sir.
Red beady eyes. Beady eyes, not just red glowing eyes, red beady eyes. And I froze. I was just stuck. And I don't know how long I was there, sitting there contemplating some kind of communication coming at me, like, step into me or something I didn't know. But I didn't want to have nothing to do with it. So I did what a red-blooded American 17-year-old would do in this situation. I turned around and I ran.
You ran.
And I ran. And I didn't stop running. I ran all the way home, and this is like 40 blocks.
Yeah.
You know, this is like 2 miles. And my mom and dad, I came home sweating, huffing, and my parents kind of looked at me odd. You know, I was a good raised, yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, Catholic boy. And I was in almost shock, and I couldn't explain to them what had happened. I didn't dare. They would have committed me. You know, they would have sent me to private school or something.
So you've kept this to yourself ever since?
I told one person in my life.
But not your mom, not your dad?
No, I grew up in Catholic schools, and I tried to tell my priest.
All right, briefly, because we don't have a lot of time, what do you think you encountered? What do you think that was?
It was just a definition to tell me that life just isn't what I had figured out it was at that point. It was just something that alienated me from what I had considered normal.
There's no chance it was a dream, obviously.
Oh,
no drugs, none of that baloney.
No.
So you're certain you know what you saw. What do you now think? This is years later. What do you think you saw?
I think I saw a bridge towards wizardry or shamanism or something, that I had an opportunity, had I done something maybe, other than being totally afraid, that maybe I could have maybe launched myself into another plane, because certain things have happened over the last 25 years.
You mean, for example, if you had approached that thing, if you had just sort of said, okay, let's rock, then you might just be gone. I mean, one of those people that just disappears and you'd be somewhere else, right? No question about it. The most important question in life is about death, isn't it? And you have all of that short life to consider it. And that's what we do on nights like this. We'll just keep the stories coming. You be the judge of the person. Now, so far, I judge them to be pretty regular people. How about you? West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. This is Kyle from San Antonio.
Hey, Kyle. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well, thank you. I have a story for you, something that happened when I was just a hair over 4 years old. Something that scared me so badly back then, and still does now, about 25 years later. I get goosebumps thinking about it.
So you remember, you have clear memories of being 4. Some people don't. I guess I do, and even further back than that, I can actually remember being in the crib.
Yeah, I do have some very good memories of, 3 or 4 years old around that time, but this one particular incident kind of seared itself into my brain because of how bizarre it was.
All right, what happened?
All right, my family lived in Northern California at the time, town of Chico, and we had a motorhome, a very big motorhome that we would take trips in. And one summer night, I think it must have been the 4th of July weekend, because my parents had decided to just take me and a couple of family friends on a little evening trip to some public park that was a little ways away along the Sacramento River. So we were in the motorhome, and we never ended up making it to the fireworks festival because of this thing that I saw. Still don't know what it is. I'm hoping maybe you or some of your viewers might have an idea.
I don't have viewers, I have listeners, radio, so you're going to have to describe it.
Okay. Well, while we were on the road, it was a dark, unlit highway. It's a very heavily forested area, as I remember. At some point on that trip, I decided to go to the back of the motorhome, away from everyone else, because there was a window right next to the bunk bed that I like to look out of. And I went back there, looked out the window, and like I said, it was pretty much pitch black outside. You couldn't really see anything, but I was watching the shadows of the trees going by, and all of a sudden, something appeared in the window right across from me. It was a face. It looked like a man's face, except it was hanging upside down.
Oh, brother. All right, now wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're in a motorhome. You're moving, or you're moving, right?
Yes, we were on the...
Because you said things were moving by the way.
It must have been a little state highway or something.
And so here's an upside-down face, like this thing's on your roof looking down at you.
Yeah, well, that would be the easiest explanation.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had a...
And so what did you do?
Well, it's obviously frightened me very badly. It had these glowing eyes. The face itself was had a blank expression, but the eyes looked like they wanted to do something
Let me
very
guess.
bad to me. So,
Glowing red.
well, I'm actually a little bit colorblind.
Glowing will do. Oh man, that's.
They were glowing and they didn't look very friendly. So
Yeah. Oh,
no. I went screaming up to the front of the motorhome and freaking out, telling my parents and a couple of friends that were with us that I saw a bad man's face looking at me through the window, and I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know why they believed me, but they obviously thought that I was scared enough that I thought I had seen something.
Yeah, if someone's scared enough, you're going to read truth into what they're saying. So what then?
They pulled the motorhome over on the side of a road.
I would too.
Yeah, my dad peeked his head out of the door or whatever, and he saw someone on the roof of the motorhome. And so he ducked back inside, and he got his friend that was with us, who was, I think he was an ex-Marine or an ex-Navy guy, a very big, tough guy.
Yeah.
So was my dad. They were guys that would be afraid of a hitchhiker on the
So they both went out there and then did what?
Well, they said that they saw what looked like a little skinny college-age guy running away into a field, and they said that they chased him into the field, but he disappeared in the field.
Disappeared.
And, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what my dad meant by that when I was talking with him about that.
All right, skip then to this. What do you think you saw?
I am not sure to this day. I just got the impression that that whatever it was that was looking at me through that window did not have good intentions at all.
I got you. All right, thank you very, very much. Going down the road, you've done that, right? Whether in a car or a motorhome, just looking out the window, watching the trees and the scenery go by, and a head upside down with glowing eyes pops upside down, staring you right in the face. Yeah. Hi there, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with, Coast to Coast AM. Hey, Dana, we don't allow last names on the air, so I had to bleep that out. So, suffice to say, it is Dana calling from where?
Calling from Arizona.
All
Thanks
right.
to Clear Channel and KFYI, your signal's coming in loud and strong over the Halloween Eve tonight.
Way to rock with a promo. So you have a story for us?
I have a story. I have a son, Dylan, who, when he's about the same age as I was when this happened. And the story I'd like to dedicate tonight for all the children, the listeners, who either their parents have said they could listen to your show or they've had to wait for their mother and father to go to sleep.
I honestly hope it's not too many children listening. Really, I do.
There might be a few. A long time ago, when I was young, I was very fortunate because my best friend was also my cousin. And it had been a Friday night. I was going over to my aunt and uncle's farm to do a sleepover with my cousin Kelly. And late that night, it was a great night, but we heard noises coming from his window, from the outside of the farm window. Now, I'm sure that many of the young listeners from time to time might have heard noises coming from their window. Now, my uncle and aunt had a big farm, but the farm was right next to the old Mesa Cemetery. So that's where these noises were coming from. Early Saturday morning, we got up. Kelly and I loaded our Daisy Red Ryder BB guns and proceeded to...
Heavy armament.
Yes, heavy armament of a time that's long gone here from things like that.
Yes.
So we took our guns and loaded them with BBs and got ready to sneak out of the house to go over to the cemetery to see what could have been going on last night and the noises that we heard. As Kelly and I were leaving out very quietly out the door, his two younger brothers, Steve and John, had woken up, and they thought they wanted to come. So in lieu of waking my Aunt Helen or Uncle Wayne up to let them know what we were doing, we took them with us too. So off we went into the early morning with our Red Ryder BB guns for an adventure.
Hunting ghosts with BB guns. That's good.
Exactly. We were a little scared, but we couldn't let Kelly's two younger brothers, Steve and John, know that something might be wrong.
Yes.
And as we got to the cemetery, it was very ominous, and my heart started to race. And they have these old cypress trees there, the Italian cypress trees that get so big. And the large trees in the cemetery cast a dark shadow. And as we walked, you could feel your heartbeat moving. And then the shadows seemed to be following us as we walked down this long, lonely cemetery road. Now, as we walked, Art, we came to what looked like a pile of fresh dirt. And as we got there, sure enough, there's this pile of dirt about 4 or 5 feet in height.
Pretty big pile of dirt.
It was a big pile of dirt. Now, if you've ever seen a gopher dig a hole, how it throws the dirt out, you get the fresh dirt, and then it kind of starts to dry.
Yes.
And this is what this pile was like. There was no shovel, digging, chumps or anything. This was a pile of fresh dirt like that.
Got it.
By the pile of dirt was a hole that was about 7 or 8 feet. And by the hole in the pile of dirt laid a casket that was all charred and burned out.
Oh,
now,
man.
We looked at the casket, not knowing what might be in the casket. We're going to see a body, where we're going to see bones, what we're going to see.
I'd be voting for a body, probably.
Well, there's like a smell of a burned, kind of a stinging burn smell.
Oh.
We get to the casket and we look into the casket, and what should we see? Not a thing. The casket was still warm to the touch, but the inside of the whole casket was completely charred, completely burned out.
Oh, man.
Now, Art, as young boys, we didn't know what to do, so we thought we'd get Doug, Mark, or Craig, and they were some friends that were about 2 or 3 years older than us, and we figured they'd know what to do.
Yes.
So we ran off down to get Doug, and he came back with Mark and Craig, and they decided that they would take the casket and take it over to Doug's barn and put it there for safekeeping until we could figure out what to do with it.
Why?
Well, we didn't know what else to do with it. We found this casket, and now finders keepers.
Yeah,
we didn't know any better as young boys.
I guess.
We took the casket and put it over at Doug's house and kind of hid it in the back of the barn so we could figure out what to do with it.
Yes.
Many years have gone by. The casket's been used for haunted houses. It's been used for spook alleys every Halloween, but nobody really knows the true story of what happened and how it came to be. And one year, the Emerson School was doing a haunted house, and they had wanted to use the casket for their haunted house. And somehow I had gotten volunteered to have to lay in it dressed as a vampire. And I could only take about an hour because it just freaked me out, just being in that casket. So whatever happened. But through all these years, there's always been 3 questions in my mind, Art, that what could it have been? Was it damnation, resurrection, or just grave robbers?
I don't know, but that's one hell of a story. Thank you very much. A burned out casket. Finders keepers. as it relates to caskets, can you imagine? Still all warm. As if, I don't know, it sprang from the dirt or something all by itself and the occupant's gone. Nothing but heat left. Finders keepers. Only kids, huh? Hi, you're on the air, Ghost to Ghost 05. Welcome.
You talking to me, Art?
I am talking to you, sir.
Okay.
What is your first name and where are you?
Well, it's Ivy, and I'm Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay, Ivy, what's up?
Okay. Well, you asked for somebody to send you email on ghost stories. I've had several ghostly experiences.
All right, well, we only have time for the scariest of them all.
All right. Well, we were living with my in-laws at the time. I was married, and I was working the night shift, and it was my night off. Everybody else upstairs sleeping, and I was sitting in a semi-darkened living room, lit only by a street light outside, meditating on nothing particular. Suddenly, there's a presence in the room by the TV. Nearly everyone's had the experience of sitting in a crowded auditorium and felt someone staring at the back of their head.
Sure.
Looked at that one person. That's how I sense entities. Anyhow, I've had several such experiences, but this one was very strong. I also sensed basic emotions such as anger, fear, confusion, and so on, and I was sensing great fear. I saw nothing but the inside of the room. I said something like, "It's okay, go outside and someone will be there to meet you." In just an instant, whatever or whoever it was beside my chair and gave me a hug that almost knocked the wind out of me.
Uh-huh.
There was no physical feeling to this, but it was definitely a powerful hug. Then in an instant, it was gone. I spent the rest of the night wondering exactly what had happened. Next day, while I was sleeping, my mother-in-law called Uncle Harold, her 90-year-old brother-in-law who lived across town, to see how he was doing. There was no answer, so she took a key to his house and went over to check on him. When she got there, she could see him sitting in his easy chair, but there was no response to her knock, so she let herself in. The best guess was that he had died at the exact time that I had received my visitation the night before. It was after I got up and told them of my experience the previous night, and they informed me of Uncle Harold's demise. That led to some interesting conversation.
But I bet. No doubt in your mind about where that hug came from, right?
Pardon me?
No doubt in your mind about where that hug came from.
Oh, I have no doubt at all. Uncle Harold and I were very, very close. And he had willed his house to my mother-in-law. Since we didn't have a home at the time, we moved into there. It was just full of his little inventions. He was quite the inventor. And when I got a novice ham license, I was privileged to use the same antenna that he had used to contact Admiral Perry on at least one of his polar expeditions.
Well, it's, thank you very much for the call. It's always wonderful to move into a house where, if you're a ham radio operator, or there's already an antenna. But in this case, a hug, huh? Yes, already indications of a sort of an early theme that the dead want to come back at least long enough to let somebody know that they're all right, or in some way give them an indication. I believe I had such when my father passed. Is it that? Or is it that you're looking for something? Well, I can tell you honestly, I certainly wasn't. In the case of my dad, it was a little bat that landed on our porch on the morning of his passing. It was so unusual, it stayed the day and it just left, and it was fine, but this bat just flew virtually right down to my feet on the front porch. It was bizarre. Anyway, I think that those who pass do try to let those who remain know in some way, sometimes very graphically, that they're still there. Good morning, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM, Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, this is Mike from Vancouver, Washington.
Good morning, Mike.
Hey, yeah, I wanted to tell you a story about when I was around 11 years old. I went to a church camp. I loved this church camp. It was Sky Lake. It was in the Windsor, Damascus area of New York.
Yes, sir.
And, well, it's kind of like, are you familiar with, like, the Friday the 13th movies? You know how the kids are with their campers, with the, you know, you have the boy group and the girl group. Well, we all went out in a field and did a Stargaze. There was about 30, 40 of us. And, well, I got woke up in the morning, early morning, about 4 o'clock, 4:15. It was where the sky was just starting to turn light, and it's still dark. And I thought, well, you know, I might as well, everyone's dead asleep. The fog is rolling in, it's kind of damp, and I thought, well, you know, I might as well go to the restroom area and take a shower. That way I can get done, and that way there's before the lines and stuff. So I went over, and there's this shower area with a bathroom area, like 8 stalls in the boys' room, and it's located next to this forest line, about a football field away from where the group was.
Yes.
So I went over and walked into the bathroom, and you know, got my stuff, and I sensed something like a presence, and I just kind of dismissed it because I didn't know. I was only 11 years old. I wasn't really thinking about anything bad or anything. And then I heard it like a giggle, like a little kid. And I started looking underneath the stalls, and there's nobody there. And I looked out the window. I could jump up and look out the window, and everyone's asleep. And so the giggle stopped. And so I proceeded to take a shower, and I sudsed my hair. And then all of a sudden, I heard these children laughing, and it started to scare me.
Again, children. Again, children. Good morning, everybody. It's your program, and therefore directly to the lines we go. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello, sir.
Hi. Yeah.
What is your first name, and where are you?
Okay, my name is Michael, and I'm from Vancouver, Washington, and I was in the middle of telling you about my story. I was in the shower, and I heard these children start to laugh.
Yes.
And you know what was weird about it is they waited until I had my head soaked.
Your most vulnerable moment. I know exactly what you're saying. You got suds all over you, and now it gets loud. There's lots of kids.
And the thing was, it was like it fed on my fear because my heart started racing, and the more scared I got, the louder it got. And so the only way to deal with it was I started singing. And as soon as I got washed off, man, I was out of there. I ran. It was just quite a...
You are the first person who has ever dealt with something like this that I've talked to by singing. What did you sing?
I was just singing some praise tunes that we normally did at church camp.
I've got it. All right. Well, thank you very much. So there you have it. Saved by the song, I guess. It's bothersome to me, and I know to the EVP people that so many of these stories seem to involve the very young with children. Somehow we just don't want to think that they have to endure some sort of eternity here on Earth after passing, but actually, it should be said, a disproportionate number of EVPs and these stories that we're hearing tonight involve young children. The universe just can't be that cruel, can it? Wildcard line, good morning. You're on the air.
Good morning, Art. How are you?
I'm quite well, thank you. What is your first name and where are you?
My name is Peggy, and I'm in Rochester, New York.
All right, Peggy.
Well, I've got a real exciting and some tragic information here.
Okay.
In 1977, my ex-husband's wife shot and killed her 2 children, and then killed herself. He and I were the data processing department for a major mail order company in Tucson.
Yes.
And I've known his wife and children because I bring my children and my date to play cards with them. And we would just, for hours sit there and have fun. My children would play with his while we played cards.
Yes.
About a year after the tragedy, through sympathizing with him and because I worked with him, I fell in love with him. We married about a year later, and since his home was larger than mine, me and my children moved into his home.
Sure.
Subsequently, we had two burglaries and then had a burglar alarm installed. He was traveling to Sierra Vista and Fort Huachuca on a weekly basis with his job for the city there, and he'd be gone about 5 days a week, and this went on for months. After we put the burglar alarm on, he was gone, and each night he was gone at exactly 2 a.m., no later, our burglar alarm would go off. When responding, the police couldn't find any entry. Even the burglar alarm company had reviewed the system many, many times.
Right.
And I don't know if you're familiar with Arizona, you can have your window open because of your swamp cooler.
Right.
About 1.5 inches, 2 inches max.
Right.
And still have your system operational.
Absolutely.
Well, anyway, both the police and the alarm company would have it set so that the window was open and try to set that alarm off. It would not go off for them. Now, mind you, while this was going on, each time the alarm went off, I had trained my children to immediately run to my room, lay down next to the bed, and I had a .357 Magnum underneath my pillow that I would point toward the hallway, the bedroom door.
A .357 Magnum.
A .357 Magnum.
Okay.
And I didn't even know how to shoot a gun.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, I was so terrified after, this happened, I would say 20, 30 times.
Oh, God. Is it your presumption that these children and or this woman who had killed them and then committed suicide was coming back to the house? I mean, is that where we're going here?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because I would hear, when my children were at school, I would hear children's whispering coming from the kids' rooms.
Right.
And I would find things like the flour would be in the refrigerator, the milk would be in the pantry. I would put things down and I'd turn around to get them and they weren't there and I'd go crazy looking for them. I think this was the kids kind of playing with.
Yeah, I've got it. These shows end up scaring me every damn time, and this is really doing it for me. Already I see this theme, and here you are again with children, and what a tragedy. Well, did it ever all end, or is this something that's just going on and on?
After months and months of this, and the police responding, one of the policemen pulled me aside. And he said, "Lady, if I were you, I would not spend another night in this house."
Really?
Because he had responded on numerous occasions with this situation. Well, I told my husband, I said, "Look, it's either me or the house." We bought a home the next day and moved out. The entire 3 years that we were there, it would be 110 degrees in the middle of summer, and my living room, I get goosebumps and the hair raises on my arms.
So you were driven from the house?
Yes, I was driven from the house. That house would be like an ice box in the middle of summer. Just the one room. And I could always...
this is something you must have talked over with your husband.
Yes.
Many times. And so by the end of this, you were both absolutely convinced what was going. Do you think that these spirits stayed with the home when you moved? It all stopped?
No, it did not stop. As a matter of fact, 6 months after we moved out, the new owner telephoned us very late at night, and I would guess around midnight. And he asked my husband if he was the original owner of the home. And we knew exactly why he was asking.
Yeah. I've heard that when you go to sell a house with the kind of activity that you had, you're actually legally, responsible to tell the person, maybe in California or just some states, I'm not sure, that it is a haunted house.
I don't believe we were at that time.
That may well be, Yeah, I think you have to now. In some places, anyway, you actually have to tell them it's haunted. That's how serious this is. So, is it all resolved now, or what?
No, I don't think it's resolved. Something happened subsequent to that. Did you get my email earlier?
I got your email.
Okay. Subsequent to that, in 1985, my daughter ran away from home. And she called me about 2 weeks later and proceeded to tell me that my ex-husband had been molesting her.
God. It just gets worse and worse and worse.
It was right then and there that all of a sudden it hit me. There was no motive until that moment for this murder-suicide.
Oh,
And
wow.
my feeling is that she was trying to get me out of that house.
Clearly.
Me and my children away from him.
Whew.
I believe she killed her children because she could not leave them with him.
Oh, that's incredible.
And she could not herself deal with the situation emotionally.
Well,
So I believe that this man has blood on his hands. And I could not get the police department to listen to me on it.
well, you sure got one to tell you to get the hell out, though. Thank you very, very much for the story. So many of these hauntings seem to have some kind of tragedy, instant, some horrible accident or suicide associated with them. Could it be, of course, we frequently speculate that souls are held here on Earth or in some kind of purgatory when it's something like what was just described. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I've been listening, and we've had quite a few incidents happen, and there was one that just happened recently, and it really sort of worried me, but we'd gone through the hurricane, and I had been up all night,
Hold on. What is your first name?
Sharon.
Sharon, and where are you?
I'm in Jacksonville, Florida.
Jacksonville, Florida. So you've been through a hurricane.
Yeah. And so I had laid down finally that morning, to get some sleep. And so I woke up, and my bedroom door was shut. And all of a sudden I look, and it's like I had some clothes hanging on the back of it, and somebody was pulling the dress away from the door like they were looking at it. That's what was really strange.
Huh.
And so anyway, later I went to the washroom. I was going to decide to do some clothes, and so do some wash. And so I opened the washer, and there inside the washer was 3 stems of leather-leaf fern inside my washing machine.
Really?
And I'm saying, oh my God, then I knew what had happened. My mother was a real dress nut. She used to make us dresses all the time when we were young.
Yes.
And so she was a fernery. She had started the leather-leaf fern business. And so anyway, I have her fern here.
Huh.
And so I think it's what she was trying to let me know, that it was her that was here with me during the storm. You know what I'm saying?
Got it. Yes.
And then another incident, my husband had gone up on the roof after a hurricane one year. And so when he was trying to come back off the roof, the ladder was there, but the ladder kept moving back and forth. And so he couldn't figure out what was making the ladder move. And so anyway, he starts to come down, and he falls backwards. And he hits the tree, and he comes down the concrete, and hits his head, cracks his whole head open. And anyway, we end up getting him on rescue. He dies on the way to the hospital.
Oh, my God.
He's dead for about an hour. He comes back, and anyway, we find out later this girl had come to the house to visit, and she brought a friend of hers with her, and she happened to be from the church. Anyway, she was psychic. And she said, there's somebody in this house. There's a spirit in this house. And so she goes to start to me and says, there was an accident not too long ago. And I said, yeah. She said,
Wait a minute, slow up. You don't die for an hour.
He was dead for an hour, and he came back. He was sent back.
No, you
yeah, he was. They verified. I mean, I heard on the radio if they were lifting off with the helper. I was in the office. There was emergency, and
Are you saying that he was declared dead?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, they said patient just died, and so I went back later, and they said he was dead for right at an hour on the way to the hospital, all the way from where we were at to. They had to go to another place. It was a storm. They had to go to another place.
Well, that alone is just absolutely astounding.
Well, I know I've talked to a lot of people I know, but anyway, anyway, she was telling me, she said, well, I'm going to tell you who this was, or why this accident happened. And she starts to describe this young man, and then she tells us that it was my brother-in-law. He was trying to warn my husband not to get on the ladder, because my husband didn't notice he put the wrong end of the ladder down. He had to round it in instead of the flat end. He was trying to warn him not to get on the ladder.
And that's why the ladder was shaking.
Yeah. And so anyway, he said Jim was trying to save his life. That's my brother-in-law.
Got it.
And so anyway, then she says, Paula, he's standing right behind you. We were sitting at the counter in the kitchen and the sink and all that's right behind me. And she said, Paul, and she described it to a T. He was standing there making himself coffee right behind me. And I went, oh my gosh. And so then another incident happened with my father-in-law. And my grandchildren were here, and one of them turns around and looks out the window and says, who's that old man walking across the yard to the shed? And so I went, oh my God. So I showed her a picture. I said, is this him? She said, yeah, that was my father-in-law. And I mean, we've had so many incidents. Like my grandchild, he showed up after he passed away.
All right, well, it seems to, thank you very much, run in the family then. Anybody out there watching the show Medium? It's kind of interesting, actually. I believe they ran 3 in a row this night. It's the story of Allison Dubois. Allison Dubois lives down in Phoenix. She's a real person. I'm trying to get an interview with her, by the way. I'm working on that, even if I have to do it during the day and tape it or something. God, I really want to interview Allison Dubois, but in the show Medium, she frequently has, what you just heard, encounters actually seeing a person who is dead in trying to resolve some kind of situation, ongoing tragic murder or something associated generally with crime, because she works for the district attorney. Anyway, it's a pretty good show, so if you haven't seen Medium, it's something you might want to check out, and I certainly would be interested in interviewing Mrs. Dubois. Imagine that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Debbie in Sutherland, Oregon.
Hello, Debbie. You're going to have to speak up and yell at us. You're not too loud. So
Okay,
get real close
better?
to... Oh, that's much better.
Okay, this is my shape-shifting. Could be ghostly, could be not.
Okay.
1 o'clock in the morning, I stepped out on the front porch to put some dry food out for the cat,
Right.
and evidently I scared some kind of a creature that was eating off the porch, and when I got out there and shut the door, it was down at the bottom of the stairs on the driveway. Now,
What kind of creature? I mean, how much of a description?
Well, it was small, round, didn't see any legs, couldn't see its face, it didn't turn around, it had long brown hair that hung to the ground. And it started to move, and it waddled as fast as it could, which wasn't very fast.
Waddled.
It didn't have any legs. It was kind of waddling, and as it moved down the driveway, it started to grow, get taller, and the brown hair was gone. It became short hair, dark hair. The legs grew as it went down the driveway. It wasn't making a sound. And I thought, as it's going down, I'm thinking, raccoon. It gets to the end of the driveway, and it's tall like a deer, and I think deer. It runs across the street. It's not making a sound. It clears the sidewalk across the street with 1 foot. At that point, I heard a hoof print.
A hoof print.
A hoof print.
So we're talking about some kind of shape-shifting...
Creature. It ran across the lawn, the front lawn of the people across the street. They also have a concrete patio right after the lawn. At that point, it made no noise as it went across this patio. At that point, I could see that it was growing long black hair, and it was running, and it was flowing out behind it.
Wow.
I watched it until it got all the way past all their lights. The street was well lit.
Just let me stop you long enough to ask you actually visually see the hair
Yes.
growing.
Yes. I saw everything from the bottom of my porch to the end of the driveway to the 1 hoof print on the sidewalk, cleared the lawn, made no noise. It was going across their patio, and it started to grow long hair, black long hair that flowed out from behind it.
That's straight out of some kind of movie.
I don't know, and I watched it until it went into the darkness. I had my porch light on. We have a street light out in front of the house. People across the street have their porch light on, which was unusual for 1 in the morning. We live in a cul-de-sac. The street's not very wide. At the end of the cul-de-sac, a creek runs through there. The people at the end have a nice creek near their
A
backyard.
creek runs through it.
Yeah, so it ran into the darkness. A couple of days later, I went over to the lady that lives in the cul-de-sac, and I went in and I sat down and I told her all the thing, and she sat there and stared out the window for a moment, and she said, well, I guess things happen. And she thought for another moment and said that she sees all kinds of animals come up from the creek all the time.
Good morning. We're exploring with all of you real experiences people have had with, those who have passed, for the most part. Not all of these stories may have been that. And you have to imagine that in addition to human spirits that for whatever reason may remain, or remain in contact with some of us, there are perhaps spirits that have never been, nor ever will be, human. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Keith. How you doing?
Hi, Keith. Where are you?
I am in Hastings, Minnesota.
Hastings, Minnesota. All right, welcome. You have a story, no doubt.
Yes, sir. It's from a book that I've written on my experiences as a person who's been sensitive to those sorts of things over the years. And it's called The Mineral Springs Sanitarium. This is a true story. And the Mineral Springs Sanitarium was a tuberculosis center.
Yes.
Built in the early 1900s down in Cannon Falls, Minnesota. That's kind of way out in the sticks. Well, anyway, when we were back in high school, me and some friends decided to go down there, and we didn't know where it was, but it turned out that a friend of the family had a mom who worked there, and she told us where it was because it was abandoned. So we went out there to shoot a music video. We just kept on getting this weird feeling, and you can imagine it's just like a standard hospital. You know, it's 4 floors, an elevator on one end, and a staircase on the other end. And we went in the place, and there were still beds in the rooms and files in the filing cabinet. And even stuffed toys left in the nursery. The whole place had just been like it was just abandoned.
Right. You're not very loud. You're going to have to yell at us here a little bit.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Okay,
So
continue.
anyway, what we did was we decided to go back the next night and explore, you know, and see what it was like at night. And so we went there, me and a friend of mine, and we took some baseball bats with us because there were rumors of like satanic cults and stuff down there, of course, you know, it's urban legend stuff. And anyway, we went down there, and we decided to start at one end of the building, and she took one side of the hallway, and I took the other side, and we go in the room with the flashlights and the baseball bats and see if anybody was in there, and if nobody was in there, we'd shut the door behind us and leave. Well, we did this for like the first floor and the second floor, and finally we got to the third floor of the facility, and we were about halfway down the hall. And all of a sudden, I come out of this room, and I shut the door, and nobody's there. And we're going on to the next door, and all of a sudden, bam, one of the doors slams behind me. And I turn around, and she looks at me, and it happened to be the room that I just come out of. Well, we're trying to explain it out. I might have missed somebody, or maybe it was the wind, because there was some broken windows. So I go back to the door, and the handle's still jiggling. And that's when I realized that the door opened in, not out. And I had shut the door behind me. So I opened the door and looked into the room, and it was a room that didn't have a closet or anything in it, and the glass was still in the window of this room. And she looks at me and goes, we should get out of here. And I'm like, okay, I'm with that. So we turn around and we start heading down towards the stairwell, which was maybe about 50 feet away, and we made it about halfway there, and all the doors on that floor started opening and slamming as hard as you could open and slam a door physically.
Yes.
That's how hard these doors were slamming.
Oh, all by themselves.
Yep.
So you no doubt readied your baseball bat to combat this force.
No, we got the heck out. We ran like crazy.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I
the
did too.
car was maybe about 50, 60 yards from the building, and we got there, and I'm fumbling through my keys. It's like a horror movie, and I'm like, stop, I gotta get in the car, gotta calm down. And we sat there by the car, and we could still hear all the doors in the building opening and slamming by themselves.
That'd do it for me.
Yeah, no doubt. But here's the really weird thing, Art. There was a contractor who bought this property, and the city of Cannon Falls was blockading him because he wanted to put in like condominiums down there.
Yes.
And well, one night the building mysteriously burns down, so then he can go ahead and forward with his work. Now they're building houses on that. And there used to be an unmarked cemetery where they put the unclaimed bodies of the tuberculosis patients down there.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I very much appreciate the call. Then obviously, that was, I don't know, I guess you'd describe that as poltergeist activity. That a spirit can move things, that I think it takes additional power because you don't hear of it frequently. We do get these stories, but not frequently. You know, things actually moving, flying around a room, of spirits being able to manipulate material things, but it's very unusual. It's certainly not usual. It's the odd ghost story. You're on the air, Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell. Good morning.
Art.
Hi.
This is Jim in St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Jim.
Hi. This happened years ago when I was living in Colorado Springs in the mid-'80s. My girlfriend and I were out for a drive one night on a dark mountain road up in the mountains above town and parked at a place where we could overlook the city lights below. But we were sitting on the car facing away from the city lights and looking down into the darkness of the road as it headed back into the mountains. And suddenly, two shadowy figures emerged from the blackness and were coming silently toward us. And each black, featureless figure appeared as a head and a torso, but the lower form was indiscernible and appeared to just fade into nothingness.
You mean like no legs?
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't even say there were no legs. It just kind of like, kind of faded out, you know.
Yeah, were these things, how would you describe them, as floating?
Absolutely. I was just going to say they were floating straight towards us, and they weren't weaving side to side or bobbing up and down or jostling in any way that you might associate with normal walking. And
smoothly floating is very bad.
Yeah.
I mean, living humans, as you say, when you move, you jostle, you walk, you move back and forth, you don't float evenly. That's horrible to begin with. Okay, so then
That'll
what?
make me nervous.
Yeah.
As we first laid sight upon them, they appeared to be about 75 yards away from us and coming straight towards us, floating straight towards us. And I just casually said, "Here come a couple people."
Yeah.
And about 3 seconds later, they appeared to be only about 50 yards away. And I said, "And they're coming pretty fast." And then about 2 or 3 seconds later, they appeared about only 25 yards away, and I shouted, "Get in the car!" And we scrambled into the car, nervous wrecks, and I'm shaking my keys so bad I could barely get the car started. And finally I get it started, and I gun the car, peel out just as my girlfriend, who's looking out the back window, screams, "Jimmy, go!" And we got out of there and drove home. We were scared out of our minds, and we took a lot of time to quiet down, and I began to ask her to tell me her version of this story. I didn't tell her anything that I saw. I just wanted to see what she would tell me.
Yes.
See how well they match. And they matched virtually perfectly in every detail, but she did add that as I was peeling out, and she was looking over her shoulder out the rear window, these two ghostly figures had closed the remaining distance and were nearly upon us.
Oh, my God.
And then we're gone.
Yeah, and she would have, of course, been the only one to have seen that, looking back, telling you to get the hell out of there. Yeah, I've got it.
Right. And you would think by that close, something more detail would have come into view, but she didn't mention that any did, or that they diverted off the path. You know,
well, that's probably a silly question for you because you have no way of knowing. But had you not made it the hell out of there, what do you think might have happened?
I've wondered that all these years, and I have no idea what would have happened if it just would have gone poof and it was gone, or it turned out to be people, you know. But I've had doubts as to whether it's people like riding bicycles or something, because even then you would still see some wavering of some kind, or maybe hear the bikes. Plus,
well, a rational human brain tries to make sense out of something that makes no sense at all, you know, like floating parts of bodies. Very bad.
I never could imagine anybody taking that kind of chance coming upon us, because, I mean, for all they know, we could pull out guns and blast them down, you know. So it just kind of cast a little more doubt on the likelihood of just being a couple casual strollers, you know.
Well, I'm glad you're here to be telling us the story, and probably
likewise.
you're only here because you took off. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, Art.
Take care. Parts of human bodies floating evenly, no jostle, no movement, just moving toward you very, very quickly. That would do it, and I would do exactly what he did. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello, Art.
Hello there. What is your first name?
It's Keela.
Keela.
Keela. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Keela, where are you?
Well, I'm in Tennessee, a place called Wartburg.
Tennessee.
Yeah,
All
next to Oak Ridge.
Well, welcome to the program, Keela. Do you have a story for us?
I do, and it kind of spans quite a long time because I'm getting up there in age. And it started back when I was young. The house that we lived in wasn't very old, and it had an upstairs to it. It had 13 steps to the top of the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was young, when I was little, I slept, of course, downstairs close to my mother, but then as I got older and as the brothers and sisters grew out of the home, I finally got my own upstairs room.
Boy, there's nothing like that, huh? If
I
you've got
tell
brothers
ya.
and sisters to finally get your own room, that's hot stuff.
Especially out of 6 other brothers and sisters.
That's right. That's like winning the lottery.
That was it. Well, anyway, everybody that would come over, you know, cousins and friends and, you know, just whoever, they would go upstairs and, you know, you get hungry and I'd run down and get something. All of them. All of my nieces, all of my nephews, all my cousins and friends hated going upstairs. They didn't want to go upstairs. They kept telling me things would happen to them. Well, nothing ever happened to me. So it didn't bother me. You know, I wasn't afraid of any. So now I'd laugh because it would keep everybody out of my room. I didn't have to hide my stuff.
Right. All right.
So I just jokingly to myself would say, thanks, Joe, especially if somebody come over that I didn't want to come up to my room, you know, and didn't think anything about it. Well, I went to visit my cousin in her new house after she'd had her baby, and because me and my cousin were real close. Well, we still are. But anyway, I was rocking her baby in the living room, and my cousin, you have to understand, from upstairs, she was skittish anyway. I called her Shaky Jake because anything scared her.
Uh-huh.
And we were in the living room, and I was rocking the baby, and we kept hearing these noises. And they were coming from down the hall where the nursery was at, but the baby didn't sleep in the nursery. And so we, you know, she wasn't going to go investigate by herself, so I had to go with her holding the baby.
Right.
We go in and open up the door, and in the middle of the room is this big bird, you know, way back when they had big birds that would talk, and I'm sure they still have them, and a Teddy Ruxpin that would tell stories. Okay, well, they were carrying on. It was like they were talking to one another. And so me and her start laughing. It's like, oh, you've left the toys on. You know, you're scared for nothing. We go into the room to turn them off, and it's at that point that we realize they're not on. Their little thing is on off. And to top that off, it has no batteries in it.
Uh-huh. Oh, my God. And these toys have animated and are in some sort of dialogue with each other.
That's
and
what, yeah.
no batteries, no on switch, nothing, huh?
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not a scaredy cat, Art. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. It really, you know, I kept thinking, oh, it's something to do with a new toy. They, you know, some kind of manufacturing thing.
Yeah.
My poor cousin, it was not very long that she moved out of that house.
Well, I'm with your cousin. Perhaps because I understand how impossible that is. Anyway, she took off, huh?
Well, after she'd moved, and I guess it was a year or two later, I went back up to visit her at her new house now. And we were laughing, cutting up, talking about how everybody hated my upstairs bedroom. And how she kept saying that's haunted, and she never did go back upstairs. I was laughing about that because here she was a mother now, and she still wouldn't go upstairs in that house. that I used to live in, my home.
Well, look, thank you. I don't blame her. Animated toys without batteries? No, that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, then something is just too weird. Remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind? You remember when the ship was nearby with a large electromagnetic field of some sort? I mean, insanely large, and lights were going on, and toys were beginning to operate, that kind of thing? Yeah, electromagnetics. Hello there, you're on the air. Ghost to Ghost version 05.
Great. How you doing, Mr. Bell?
Very well, sir. Where are you?
I'm actually, my name is Eric. I'm calling from Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah.
No kidding, all right.
And this actually happened when I was living in Southern California. I was running comping at a hospital, and I'd been there maybe about 6 weeks. And one of the floors that we had, it wasn't earthquake retrofitted, so it was an abandoned floor. So one night I got off the elevator and looked at the first patient room to my left, and we'd look for transients and things like that, make sure, everything's okay. The bathroom light's on in there, and that wasn't a problem. Plumbing still worked, electricity worked. So I walked in there, I flicked off the light, and I started checking all the rooms, subsequently down the floor. And I get around the other side, and I hear two voices. It sounded like maybe a male and a female just talking. And I'm thinking maybe it might be our environmental services people. So I'm like, let me go say hello. So I backtracked and go back around, and there's nobody there, but that light's on now. I'm like, that's sort of strange. So I go back in, I turn off the light, and I start checking it again. I get back to the same spot where I was at, and I hear the two voices again. Just sounded like just a male and a female just talking, and I couldn't make out what they were saying though. So instead of going back the way I came, I went up and around to the nurse's station. And again, it was hospital floor, it's almost a circle type deal. So, and there's nobody there. And at that time, I started to get this feeling that there's something up there. And so, but I have to do my job, so I finish it out. And later on, I was talking to one of my partners, and he told me that when he was in training, he was up there, and he had got done checking all the rooms also, and he had walked over the elevator, and he hit the call button for the elevator, and he saw something flash out of the corner of his eye, and he looked over, and the last room he had checked, the call waiting light was going off now. And the only way to get that to go off is if you have to be inside the room pressing a button.
That's right.
And so I asked him, I said, well, did you go back and investigate? And he said, heck no, I started hitting that call button to make that elevator come up quicker, and he got the heck out of Dodge.
Huh.
Not a real scary story, sir, but it's sort of an odd one.
No, probably would have done it for me, thank you. But I guess I do scare a bit easily. Who was it? Tess Gerritsen, I believe. Tess Gerritsen, Dr. Gerritsen, who told us a story about how they used to put bells with ropes inside of coffins, so that if you were to awaken in your coffin, you'd be able to yank real hard, no doubt, on this cord, and let everybody know you're still alive, but you're trapped in your coffin. Most of you have good hearts. That's one good part of all this. I mean, so much of this is virtually heart-stopping that the majority of you calling who have been through these experiences, you've just got to have good hearts, right? Good, strong hearts, because here you are telling your story. East of the Rockies, your turn to tell your story. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, and what is your first name, and where art thou?
I'm Barbara, and I'm calling from Jonesboro, Arkansas.
All right, Barbara.
When I was about 12 years old, my mom had started to drink. And if you know anything about alcoholism, if they don't want to get help, you watch them get progressively worse.
Until they hit bottom, that's right.
Yeah, so over the years, that's what happened until I was about 19. And at that point, I watched my mom get very bad. and watched her change physically over the years. And she finally died an alcoholic. She just wouldn't get help.
I'm so sorry.
But one day, about 3 months after she died, I had gone back to the house where I was not living at home at the time. I went back to help my dad, and there were some dirty dishes in the sink, so I decided I would wash them up. And I was just kind of not thinking about anything, looking out the window at the backyard where I used to play. And I just felt like somebody had walked in the room and was standing next to me. And I looked over really quick, and there's my mother standing. But she looked at me, and I was so shocked. She looked, her face was all glowing, and her skin looked really healthy, and she looked healthy. Her hair was looked soft. And she said to me, "Don't worry about me. I am so happy now." And she was smiling. That's something I hadn't seen her done in years. And I don't know why I did this, but I kind of turned to the other direction, I guess for a reality check. And then I looked back, and as I was turning my head back, I wanted to say, "Mom,"
Right.
and she was gone.
And she was gone. All right, here's what I want to ask you. And I'm sure you've asked yourself this many times. We hear so many stories like the one you just told, although usually not an appearance, and rarely does the person talk like this, but is there any possibility that your mind could have concocted this, in some sort of psychological calming for yourself, or
No.
No chance of that? This was real, huh?
Yeah, because I was just so shocked, and afterwards I was shaking because I thought, my goodness, it's just so bizarre. And I never told my dad because I just felt he wouldn't believe me. But, because of this whole thing with alcoholism, my mom and I didn't have a very good relationship anyway.
Right.
And her coming to me and smiling and just saying, "Don't worry, I'm okay," was just weird. I mean, it was just out of character, I guess you'd say.
Well, there are many who believe that on the other side, if we make it, to the supposed good place, you are restored to your best health and all the rest of that sort of thing. And so maybe it's all true.
I know, but she was glowing. I mean, she just had this glowing appearance.
Very healthy. The exact opposite of what she was in life. That's, I hope that's true. And for you, is it now true? I mean, was it so real that you have no doubt at all in your mind about kind of the nature of the other side now?
Oh, I wish that were true, but I still question myself.
You still have questions, huh?
Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know. I guess everybody goes through a period where they kind of question, if they have faith, they kind of question it. And then maybe that's where I'm at now. But I remembered this story as I was listening to your show, and I thought, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for calling. And that was an important question for me. I mean, the question about could, and she responded so quickly, no. Could it have been some sort of psychological protection, your own mind reaching out and telling you what you essentially want to hear? But she came back very quickly, no. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
Hi, this is Murray from Portland.
I'm sorry, the first name again? Murray? Murray, okay. Welcome, Murray.
Thank you, sir. I'm a long-time listener. I started listening to you in, 1991 or 1992.
It's been a while.
A long ride. Well, the reason I'm calling is I had quite a ghost experience in 1988. And it's changed my life forever. And it's funny, when I found your show, I found that I wasn't the only guy out there that experienced this type of stuff. That was great.
Well, yeah, that is one thing about this program, of course, that people do hear other people, and then they say to themselves, I guess I'm not nuts.
My wife still thinks I am.
How so? All right, so what happened?
Well, I was going to school in Fulton, Missouri, a place called Westminster.
Westminster College, and TV ended there. We were, pretty bad shape at that time. Couldn't afford cable, so TV shuts off pretty early, and you have to find something else to do.
Right.
We had turned on. I was with my cousin Mark and my friend Peter, and TV had ended. Yet we hadn't turned the TV off. We were just doing other things. By that time, a stereo would come on.
I was going to ask, is that back to the days when TV stations would sign off, play the Star Spangled Banner, and go off the air?
That's right. I
Yeah.
believe the last show was Star Trek, and then they would do that. And that was out of Jeff City, Missouri. It was the only TV you could get.
Okay, so I remember all that, yes.
Yeah, those old days. So white noise had come on through the little television. It was probably a 14-inch TV.
That's right.
And my friend Peter was just noticed out of the corner of his eye, you could see images running in the snow. And it looked like, a feed from another station. And it was odd. It was odd. It was very odd. And 5 minutes of this or something, and then it just passed. Then we turned the TV off, listening to a record.
Right.
And this is where all reality ended, and I had the weirdest experience of my life. We're just sitting there in his living room of my cousin's house, and then we just hear a large groan come out of the kitchen.
A groan.
A groan. And it definitely caught our attention. We were like, what was that?
Human or animal type groan?
Human, definitely. From behind the corner, which would have been out of the kitchen, steps a lady. It looks like she was made of black smoke. You could see right through her. You could see the wall, the door behind her. And where she stopped in front of me, I could see a speaker behind her.
This is the moment you know your heart's okay, by the way.
It was definitely strange. I looked at my cousin, he looked at me. We're like, what is going on? And she's looking at us, and we're looking at her. And it got really strange from there. I don't understand. When she disappeared, the next thing we saw in front of us were 3 little boys playing jacks at our feet on the hardwood floors of the apartment.
Again.
Little boys playing jacks, and you could, same thing, see right through them. They were made of black smoke, like when you burn plastic. I don't know, when I was a teenager growing up in Missouri, like on 4th of July, you'd see plastic burn, and it was just acrid black smoke, and it was just angry. It was just strange.
That'd be, and more?
Oh, it just keeps going, sir. And I'll try to hurry, because I know we have a few listeners out there. I just think we mentally, all three of us kind of lost it so much when we saw these little boys playing. And 2 were skinny and 1 was heavier. And that was even funny. We all remember the same thing today. Somehow, that made a segue. I just cannot explain it. And the weirdest thing of the whole story is that suddenly there was a little girl. It reminded my mother, like Shirley Temple growing up. It reminded me of Shirley Temple. And she was doing cartwheels in place at the exact same place where we saw the older lady ghost and the voice playing.
And again, black smoke?
Just see right there. Now, I've heard that term shadow people for all these years on your program. And I just don't know if that applies. I just don't even...
Well, I was almost going to jump to that myself. Anyway, did this all end, or how did it...
No. Did I mention that they were wearing period clothes? It was evident to us that they were...
you did not mention that.
I'm so sorry. I'm a little excited.
When you say period close, what period?
Minimum turn of the century. It's not a PC thing, but
You mean early, like 1900s?
Earlier. This is Fulton, Missouri. They Kingdom of Callaway. They seceded from the state and during the Civil War and stuff. So they've had a long history there.
Right.
Well, to get to the point, we were watching this, observing this, and just couldn't believe it. And then there was just no image, I think, where it was with our thoughts. It's very hard to explain. And in kicks the front door, and an African-American guy, big old man, runs in very angry, and he's pointing and yelling into the kitchen area where that original apparition had walked out. And he's just angry. He's a very abusive man. It just scared us to death. Then he saw us. He saw us. He turned at me. He looked me straight in the eye, and he just cut across the room straight at me. And he got within 3 or 4 feet of me, stared me straight in the face.
And?
He proceeded, he pulled his hand back and tried to punch me 2 or 3 times repeatedly. My friends are screaming at me. They're sitting down a little bit lower on the couch. They're screaming, they're, no, no. And he swings at me. And he didn't make contact. He could not make contact. And he stepped back about a foot, and I sat up in my chair, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and absolutely positively, right there, we just knew we were just worlds apart.
Boy, you're right about one thing. That's where reality ended, and then all of this whole thing began.
And I could just see it on his face, and I just don't remember much. I remember my friends were whimpering.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And we were so in shock.
And you all remember it the same way now?
Exactly. One of my friends after this quit school. I'm like, it changed our lives completely.
I'm sure it would. You know, that's into a. How would you describe that? It's like you walked into, no, because there were several of them. So a different world opened up in front of you. Different creatures, different. Perhaps a different dimension. I really don't know how to describe what I just heard. That's really weird stuff. Several entities of some sort, just a whole collage of them, maybe that's a bevy of them. You're on the air, Ghost to Ghost AM 05. Hi.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Argo. How you doing, man? I'm calling from San Antonio. This is John.
Yes, John.
We love you, man. You're awesome, dude.
Thank you. You have a story for us, John?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk. One time I had it was on Halloween. It was down here in San Antonio at the train tracks. And,
the famous train tracks?
Famous train tracks. And, we went out there one day with a couple of friends, and we're in the back of a very big pickup truck with a 4x4 off-road, very big. There were 4 of us in the back of the truck. We went to the train tracks, and we did it one time. Went through it, you know, we're messing around, goofing, laughing.
All right, you really ought to tell the audience, I suppose, a little bit of background of the train track story in San Antonio.
Well, it's supposedly of a school bus that tried to go over, and I think it stalled.
The school bus stalled?
The school bus stalled, and supposedly they didn't get the kids out on time. The train came and took all of them.
Right, but now subsequent to that, there have been so many stories about people who have intentionally parked their vehicles on the train tracks, some of them sprinkling powders and stuff, and these vehicles are pushed over these train tracks in San Antonio, and you can actually see little children's hand marks on the back of the vehicles.
Yeah, I tried the baby powder, but I never got anything from that. But what's amazing is that this vehicle that we're in was very big, very humongous.
And did it move?
Yeah, it moved it. And what was weird is that it goes it goes up on a hill a little bit. And the third time around, I was telling my friend to mess with the brakes. He kept messing with the brakes. I told him, when you get right to the slope and the truck's pointing kind of up at an angle,
I
said, step on the brakes. I said, make it come to a complete stop. He did that, and then I told him to let it go because I wanted to see if he was going to push the big...
You were really testing this, weren't you?
They pushed over the truck, and it went sliding to a slope to the side, and there were 4 guys in the back. I had 4 friends in the back. There was 3 people inside the truck. Girl in the middle, my friend Donnie, Angel driving the truck, 4 of us in the back.
And you all witnessed?
Yeah, well, we had already did it about 3 times. And the 3rd time, when we were doing it, we did that slope, and we heard a bunch of children crying. We could hear, you're talking, I heard from 7 to 8 children
crying,
moaning and crying, and this was the best surround sound that you could have ever heard of children just crying. We freaked out, and everybody looked at each other. We told each other, did y'all hear that? And they said, yeah. And I asked them what they heard, and they said that they heard children crying. 2 guys in the back claimed that they heard a train coming. I didn't hear no train coming, but we all heard the children crying, man. And let me tell you, it scared us. I just started yelling to the guys.
Well, you should not have, all right, first of all, you should not have been testing that in that way. You know, I've heard from enough people about this story that I guess I believe it's true. that these children that were killed now push vehicles off these train tracks, but to go and intentionally test it in the way you did and to apply the brakes and to cause these entities to break out in tears, that's a little much. I don't think I'd be testing it in that way. That's really tempting some kind of fate, I think. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with RFL. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning. Where are you, sir?
Mike in Traverse City, Michigan.
Hey, Mike.
How are you this morning?
Well, a little freaked out, but...
It is so good to hear you on the radio.
Thank you.
And our story comes kind of from the old country, from Ireland.
Okay, you're going to have to speak up good and loud for me.
Okay. My wife and I make a number of trips to Ireland. We've been there 3 of the last 4 years, and 4 times total. And we like to hunt out castles. And there are so many there that the people are so nice, you can usually knock on the door or of a caretaker or the castle itself and get the guided tour or get permission.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd love to go castle hunting myself.
Oh, it's great. It's so ancient, and my wife kind of has that touch. Her grandmother's from Ireland, and they said she had the shining, so to speak.
Oh.
But there are some castles that you just can't get permission because nobody's around, and so you, hate to say it, you trespass. And you figure if you get caught, you apologize, and hopefully
really?
Just leave.
Okay.
But we went to Charleville, right pretty much smack in the center of Ireland. It's a Gothic castle built, I'd say, in the mid-1700s.
Yes, sir.
And reputedly one of the most haunted in Ireland. And again, literally sits right in the center of the island. We did it on a Friday afternoon, and it's got one of those long winding roads that goes through both groves and trees, and it's just the most ghoulish thing you could imagine.
Yes.
And we did it, finally made that about a 1 mile drive up the driveway, and parked in the parking lot, and just a beautiful Gothic castle, very big. And went and knocked on the door, and of course nobody answered. And so we kind of just walked the perimeter, and we noticed a lot of sawhorses and construction material around, and we figured like a lot of old castles, it was under renovation.
Yes.
So we kind of kept walking the perimeter, and then we heard a horn honk, and we thought, well, we're busted. We might as well, go admit and then leave. And came around, and there was a few more cars in the parking lot, and people that were dressed up in suits and tuxedos were going in the castle. So we asked one what was going on, and they basically ignored us. And we kind of followed them in and saw that they were taking wedding pictures.
All right, I believe we're back to the castle. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, Art. Very fitting bumper music here at the Cat.
Yes.
Anyway, we were at our castle in Ireland, Charleville Castle, and we kind of split off from the wedding party. And immediately we headed up a long spiral staircase that was rickety and almost kind of like in that Julie Harris movie, The Haunting.
Mm-hmm.
And couldn't believe it. Got probably 2 or 3 floors up and did the thing you scream at movie characters for doing. I turned around, my wife's gone. She split off down the hallway.
Always.
And I told myself that, and it's like, this is probably the dumbest thing I've ever done. So kind of rattled around and found her, came back down the stairs, and we saw stairs going down. So we proceeded, and we ended up in the dungeon. And all this time, from the time that we came in with the wedding party, this white cat was following us around. And kind of rubbing against our legs, and we pick it up and pet it, and it purred, and it followed us up the stairs, and in the grand hallway, and then down into the dungeon. So we get down into the dungeon, and now we know we're really kind of in an area we shouldn't be. So our senses are really heightened because we're sure we're going to get caught, and there's really not much apologizing you can do other than just face the consequences.
Not by the time you're in the dungeon.
Yep. There's no way out now. And so we're down there, and we start hearing the construction noises and the remodeling noises, and saws, being placed down, and sawhorses being moved around, and tools dropped, and people walking. So we're really trying to avoid that. And we hear it ahead of us, and so we go a little bit further, and then we kind of back up. And down in this dungeon in Charleville, it's a long, narrow hallway with alcoves shooting off to the left and to the right, like little black tunnels, which is kind of creepy as you're walking by them.
Sure.
And, excuse me, all of a sudden we hear the footfalls coming down the steps, and it's one of those kind of square spiral steps. So the boots are coming down the steps, and my wife leaps in a dark alcove and beckons me in, and I kind of hit that deer in the headlight thing and just froze. and the cat was on the bottom landing at the last curb. And the steps came down one at a time, distinctly hearing these steps. And all of a sudden, the cat looked at me, looked up at the steps, and just hissed and arched her back. And then the noise stopped. And so we thought, boy, caught another break. And kept kind of walking around and hearing a lot of these noises, could never find them. Well, as we came out finally and left the castle, we went out to our car and noticed that, we were the only car when we got here, and now we're the only car while we're here. And it's like 6 o'clock on a Friday night. We know that these good Irish folks aren't working construction after 5 o'clock on a Friday night, so what were those noises coming from? And never really did figure it out. Now, this last year, 2005, in fact, in September, we went back for a trip, and we met the owner of the castle. Wonderful lady. She's an American, been there, I think, 15 years now, and she gave us the guided tour of the castle, which is just steeped in history and Masonic history and...
Okay, we've only got a very short time now.
Okay, and as we were chatting with her, we told her about our last trip and apologized, and she accepted the apology, and then as we were talking about where's the white cat at, she looked at us and said, what cat? And we described it, and she asked a few more nuances, and we described the cat further. She said, that cat has been dead since 2001. That was her kitten. And we were kind of aghast at that point. Now, a year later, we've taken our digital photos and look at it, and you can see 2 apparitions of a cat and orbs floating everywhere.
Okay, thank you very much. I haven't made up my mind about orbs. On the other hand, they're unusual. I mean, most people in photography would say these are, lens flashes, and everybody knows that if you get the sun in a lens, you're going to see a whole bunch of different suns, and these are what they attribute orbs to. But on the other hand, orbs have been picked up in some photography where it really may be the spirit or a spirit or something like that, because there's absolutely nothing that would do that to the lens. So orbs, I don't know, they're kind of in my gray basket, but some of them are kind of eerie. You're on the air, Ghost to Ghost, AM05. Hi.
Art Bell?
Yes.
Hello, this is Juan from Pleasanton, Texas.
Yes.
To talk to you. I just wanted to say something about the year 2012.
Yes.
Have you looked in the Bible in verse 2012?
No, I don't generally allow verse reading.
On your own time, read it.
On my own time, okay.
Kind of spooky. Also, you're a cat lover, right?
Oh, yes.
Have you ever seen a 6 o'clock cat before?
As a matter of fact, yes.
You have?
I have. They're very unusual, but they do exist. Naturally. I mean, it happens. Like you get people with 6 fingers, it does happen. So there's nothing necessarily ghostly about that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hello. It's Michael calling you from Seattle. I'm actually a Portlander, and pleasure to talk to you again. I've talked to you many years ago.
I'm glad you're back.
Well, thank you. In 1977, actually, I had just rented a lovely little, cozy little duplex, half of a duplex in Portland's West Hills. And about the 3rd night that I was there, just settling in, first I sensed this entity behind me as I walked into, I was going in and out of my little place, and it was evening, and I sensed first, and I figured, well, maybe I'm wrong about this. I sensed a very tall being, and I actually turned around and I addressed him, and it was a male. I knew somehow it was a male. And I said, and I greeted him and told him I was no harm, I would be no harm to him, and he was welcome in my home.
Do you mean sensed in the sense that, somebody's in the room with you, or sensed?
Yes. I sensed that somebody had walked into the door, and he was right there in my little place. Well, I didn't think much of it after that, and I was doing some things, and finally I got ready for bed, and I went to sleep. And I swear to God this story is true, and I swear on my my own father's memory. About somewhere around 2 a.m., give or take an hour, perhaps it was 2 a.m., and I was sound asleep. All of a sudden, the house had these beautiful little French windows that opened in. You had to open it, the window in to get air into the room.
Sure.
And this was February, and it was very cold, a particularly cold night. And all of a sudden, the pole shades on both at the same time just went up. And you know, when you pull on those old-fashioned shades and you let go, they go up really fast.
Yes.
And that's what happened. They each went up. It was almost simultaneous. It was kind of like bam, bam, like that.
Yeah.
And that woke me right up.
That would do it.
Yeah, that'll do it all right. And then I watched each latch work. I watched the latches work, and I saw each of those windows, one at a time, opening up, opening into the room.
Oh.
And then, of course, then the wind was blowing, and these lace curtains that were on the windows, they were going.
By now, I'd be running.
I tell you, I did not sleep, obviously. I did not sleep the rest of that night. It was, but I knew that it was taking its leave. It was exiting my life, and for some reason, I just knew that it didn't really either like me or relate to me or whatever.
Well, you still didn't get back to sleep, though.
Pardon?
You still didn't get back to sleep, though.
Oh, that's for sure. I was up the rest of that night. Yeah, the windows opened up. You know, they just opened
by themselves.
All by themselves. I watched the latch turn. I saw the windows opening, and afterwards, I did talk to there were two gentlemen living there before me, and I said, you know, you have a ghost, or you had a ghost, or I had a ghost anyway, and they said, oh yes. And I said, well, why didn't you tell me? They said, because we thought, you know, that would really scare you, and we just figured it would probably be okay one way or the other.
Uh-huh.
So that's my story.
And a good story it is. I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you. I wouldn't want to see anything move by itself. Not at all. And if you actually saw that, I think that, well, again, it would be a great way to know that your heart is in great condition. Especially, you know, those, as he described, those old shades. You remember those? You let go of them, they go right up. But then the latches, you might make your way past that one, but the latches moving and the windows and going up by themselves, no. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, what is your first name?
My name is Donna, and I'm calling from Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Excellent.
And I listen to you on WHBY 1150 AM. And I had emailed you with, it was just 3 little stories about how I was raised in a haunted house. I will tell you the first incident, and it actually was the most frightening, even though I don't think you ever really get used to that kind of thing when it happens.
What happened?
Well, I was just a little girl, and I'm figuring now it was about 1959. I was raised in this house, and we kept this house until my father died in 1980. So, I need to let you know that my father worked during the day. He was a painting contractor, and my mother worked second shift at the hospital, so she wouldn't get home until 11 o'clock at night.
Right.
And I'm about 7 years old. I'm getting ready for bed. I'm in my bedroom. My father's in the kitchen, and we had finished dinner, and he's washing the dishes. And I can still remember my little fingers pushing these buttons of my pajamas through the buttonholes as I hear, Donna. And without even thinking, I just said, yes. And again, Donna. Well, then I thought it was somebody hiding under my bed. I'm a little girl. What do you think?
Yeah, about that. Maybe somebody's hiding under the bed.
The bed. And not a monster, though. I just figured it was a kid, you know, like my niece or something. But these thoughts are coming as quickly as what you could even think them. And so I think there's somebody under the bed, but I know there's no one there. And then I hear Donna. Now I look to my bedroom window because all the kids in our neighborhood, we all got together and played until the sun set, and things were different back then, what they are now. And we would talk to each other through the open windows at night if one could be out later than the other or whatever.
Sure, I remember.
And I look to the window, but the window is shut, and I am wearing flannel pajamas. So now I start thinking, no, it's cold outside and there's no one there. And before I can even get that thought out of my head, this voice says to me, Donna, don't be afraid, I just want to talk to you. And with that, I became so afraid. I remember opening my mouth, but no sound came out. I tried to scream so hard, and no sound could come out. I was paralyzed with fear.
Well, sure. You know, the moment something tells you don't be afraid, your reaction is going to be, I've got something to be afraid of.
Finally, when the voice came out, my father came running to me. And he comforted me, but he really didn't even know what to say. I know that he and my mother had talked about it after that. And then, of course, there were other incidences in that house. And as I grew older, then my father would start to talk to me about how he had experienced things just like that in this house. But the thing that, and I tried to analyze this, and listening to your programs, I'm wondering now if what I experienced there in that room that night was maybe a sort of time travel, because I refused to sleep in that room ever again.
Certainly one of the things, thank you very much, that you can't rule out about these incidents. And that is that it is some sort of time travel, some sort of portal, some sort of accidental entry into some other realm. That certainly is a possibility, but then again, so many of these things seem to be personalized. You know, as in a relative coming back to let you know that they're okay, or even the children. But occasionally, these stories, you know, they don't make sense in terms of any contemporary reason for a contact. And so it could be some sort of slip, some sort of entry into some other realm or dimension, accidental or whatever. And that might account for some of these things. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Art?
Hi.
Hi, this is Linda calling from Houston, Texas.
Hey, Linda.
And my story has to do with what you were just talking about. This was back in 1957, and I grew up in a small town not too far from Roswell, New Mexico.
Right.
It was in Texas, and we would always vacation in Cloudcroft, New Mexico, which is kind of up in the mountains, and it looks down on the White Sands missile range. And I can remember we used to go and watch them fire off the Sidewinder missiles.
Oh, what a neat place, yeah.
It was really neat. And so we went on vacation. I was with my friend, and I was about 12 years old at the time, and we were walking out in the piney woods, and we saw this cabin, and it had a window that was a little bit open on the bottom, and we didn't see any cars around. So being kids, we opened the window and crawled down into the basement, and we didn't hear anybody, and I was attracted to a piano, so I went over and lifted the piano bench, and I was looking at the music, and it had music like the Andrews Sisters from World War II, and it had like Glenn Miller Orchestra, and I thought, well, this is funny, all this music is from the 40s. So I went over into a closet, and there was like a leather sports jacket from the 40s and a prom dress. So I said, well, let's go upstairs. So we went upstairs, and went into the living room, and on the coffee table were these papers, newspapers describing World War II. And I got to thinking, this is so strange. And I just looked around, and there was nothing from the 50s. No, rock music or Elvis music or any other papers. And
My God, so it is what we were talking about. It's kind of like you slipped into another time, sort of accidentally or somehow. Everything was from some other time.
But it was not like dusty. At first I thought, well, maybe the family had just left the vacation home and been killed or hurt in an accident and never returned, but everything looked shiny and new. And I went into the kitchen, and there was like a small light on the stove and like a coffee cup.
Yes.
And there was a medicine bottle, and I looked on it, and it was dated 1943.
Wow.
And the hair just stood up on my neck, and I said, we've got to get out of here. And I was just freaked out. So we crawled back out, and we were afraid to tell anybody because, we went into the house. We didn't take anything. But later on, looking back at it, it was like stepping into a different time.
You know, I sometimes wonder, there are a lot of people in this world that just go missing. I mean, they're just never heard from again, no body's ever found. You know, they just go missing. There are many, many, many cases like that. And you've got to wonder if occasionally somebody like yourself has an experience like you had, except doesn't come back.
Well, in kind of analyzing this, looking back on it, my father was in the, he was an Army airman, and he helped work on the timing device that dropped the atomic bomb.
No kidding.
And he was killed in August of 1945, before I was born. I was born in December of 1945. And I always wished that I could have met my father or known him or been around him. And looking back on it, I think maybe that was sort of a way for him to show me how things might have been had I been there when he was there.
Well, that might be a leap on your part, or not.
It took me a long time to kind of come to that conclusion. I thought maybe I had gone back in time to try and see how things might have been back then.
Did you ever, well, you have no way of knowing. If you had embraced it and stayed, maybe you would have remained in that time, and you wouldn't be here talking to me right now.
That's what scared me the most. I had to get out of there because I could sense that really might happen.
Good morning. It is odd, isn't it, to listen to the average person tell these kinds of stories that otherwise would seem so unbelievable, but the lines are jammed. You could do this for days and days. You could do it for weeks on end. You could do a program that would be virtually nothing but ghost to ghost every single night of the week. Now, that means something. That means these experiences are widespread. It means that they're right across the population, right across all the demographics. Everybody, well, not everybody, but so many people have had one of these experiences. It's kind of like the number of people who have seen UFOs, that you have to, you know, this much proof demands a verdict. That might be another way to put it, don't you think? First time caller line, you're on the air.
Are you talking to me, Art?
I am.
Wonderful.
What is your first name?
This is Pat, and I'm calling from San Antonio, Texas, listening on the big road torch, WOAI.
Boy, it is, too. What a signal. Welcome.
This happened to me, true story, many years ago now. It's not a ghost story. I'd say it's more of some kind of demonic story, but here's how it goes. I was at my grandmother's house. My mom and her are cooking in the kitchen, making some kind of dinner, and then they give me the scraps of the meal to take out to the dog. So I step out the door, go around to the dog. We had one of those big shepherd wolf dogs. Well, he started growling at me. I mean, I played with this dog every day. He never, ever growled at me. It was a real gentle dog. But he's growling and barking, so I won't even go near him because he's acting real vicious. I put the food down, turn around, start to go back into the door. Something grabs my arm from behind.
Huh.
I turn around and there's nothing there. My arm starts to burn. And there's something yanking on it. So I'm right in the doorway. I immediately grab the other side of the door and wrap my legs around it as this thing's trying to pull me, and I start screaming my lungs out. I can hardly breathe. Even when I think about this happening to me.
No, there you go. I mean, I always look for the right reaction from people, and if that happened to me, that's exactly what I'd be doing, screaming and squirming. And
that's it. I mean,
yeah.
I'm screaming at the top of my lungs.
Sure.
So by this time, I'm up at the top of the door because it's pulling me up. So I've got my head inside the door, and my other arm and my other leg, I've got both my legs wrapped around the door jamb, and this thing's pulling me, and my arm is burning. And my mom comes out of the kitchen, and she looks at me, and she thinks I'm joking around or something because I'm up at the top of the door, and that's all she can see. And she goes to grab me and pull me off, and when she does that, we both get yanked out the doorway. And because then she starts to realize that something's pulling on me, and what's happening?
Good Lord.
She wraps her arms around me, and she starts screaming, and my grandmother comes out. She thinks somebody's attacking us or something. So she comes running out of the kitchen with a big old butcher knife. I mean, the biggest knife she's got in the kitchen is practically a machete. And she comes out and sees what's happening. By this time, we're going down the sidewalk. I mean, I'm up in
That's
the
like
air.
a giant tug of war, huh? And you're in the air?
Exactly. I'm up in the air. I'd say my mom by now got me by the legs, just with her arms wrapped around like my waist. And
You swear to me this is true.
This is the God's truth. I have nightmares about this even when I think about it.
All right.
I mean, in my lifetime, this probably happened 20-something years ago, and I've had all kinds of freaky things happen to me since. I've seen.
I know, but getting yanked up in the air.
This happened.
And so, how in God's name did you get down?
Well, here comes my grandmother. She comes running out, and she's got this big old knife, and sees that there's nothing there, and I'm up in the air, and by this time, there's 3 big lines starting to appear on my arm. Look like long fingers.
Right.
It literally like something, I don't know, out of Alien. I've seen all kinds of movies. It looks like just 3 long arms from my wrist to my elbow. I've got these 3 long, big red marks happening down my arm.
Right.
With another one going down the backside.
You said it was hot.
And it's burning it, and I can tell you, I can still feel it to this day. It was the most. If there's a word to feel demonic, I mean that's what I felt. It just felt like the most evilest, horriblest, just ill-intent thing.
Got it. And so how did you get down?
Well, she comes running out, and she jumps in front, and she starts swinging the knife everywhere. I mean, she's just trying to swing it out in the air, and she's just attacking whatever it could be that's got me there. And she's making crosses, and but my grandmother then, she was probably 60, 70 years old, and we knew her in the family as kind of a real religious woman, even though you might say a white witch or anything like that, and she was from Spain.
So she knew it was something visible and evil. And
exactly.
Got it.
And she started saying some words I couldn't even tell you to this day, because I'm still busy. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. There's people coming out. I mean, there's witnesses. There was plenty of people that saw what was happening. That, you really can't describe what you're seeing.
So you think she had the right words?
And she said some things and was waving the knife around, kind of making crosses with it and all this other stuff, and it let me go, and I fell to the sidewalk. And I've had nightmares about that over the years,
That is a nightmare. Yeah, that was.
I've studied probably every. I've gotten to the point where when I do tell somebody about this, I ended by saying, that's what started my search for the third dimension, because I'm going to find this thing and kill it or kick its ass or something, but I know it exists. I know that there's something out there that.
Well, you're a braver man than I for trying to chase it down, whatever the hell it is. I don't think I'd be chasing after something like that. Can you imagine actually being held in the air by something that had burned your arm? Brother. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is Deborah. I'm up in the Gold Country in Northern California.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi. In 1988, I had been married about 8 years to a man. We lived in Hawaii, and he was just very charismatic. He just had a lot of confidence, and I just trusted and believed in him 100%. Anyway, this affair came out, and I was very upset. And I broke up with him.
On his part?
Yeah, on his part, with like one of my best friends. And I was really upset, and I had gone to these like psychic fortune teller people. And while I was there, they said, your husband, he's going to try to kill himself. And I got really panicked, and I just ran back to the house as quick as I could. And it was just a little, tiny house with a screen door. And when I came in the screen door, he was sitting in his chair, and I sat down on the couch, and I was talking to him. I said, "Are you going to try to kill yourself?" And he said, "Well, I just about did, but then, his friend had come over and taken the gun from him, and, he'd written a suicide note and stuff, but he was so completely different. I mean...
Now, was this after you had separated?
Yeah, we had had a fight, and I told him I was leaving, and I had been gone for the night, and then the next day I went to the fortune tellers.
Got it.
And so, but when I was talking to him, I said, I noticed that he didn't have, like, any energy. He was flat. I mean, I say he was like cardboard, like dry cardboard. It was so bizarre to see him like that. And he was just so dull. And I thought, this is the strangest thing about him. And in that instant, the screen door kind of like, not blew open a lot, but just kind of shook open a little bit.
Are you sort of saying he wasn't there?
Yeah, and I found out later something, he explained something to me a little later, but yeah, it was like he really wasn't there anymore, and all of a sudden the screen door shook, and he always would sit and watch TV, and the TV was on all the time. And anyway, the TV was on, but it was kind of turned down low, and all of a sudden when the screen door shook, I could feel this force. It was like an electrical force that hit the TV set, and this was like in a small triangle of space, maybe about 15 feet. All of a sudden the TV was like, going up and down where you couldn't see the picture, and it was all fuzzy and snowy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to listen to him. He was talking so quietly. But then all of a sudden I'm like, what is going on with the TV, right?
Yes.
And then all of a sudden the TV stopped, shaking like that, the screen, and I felt something come in my body, and I was just like, wow. I mean, my whole inside, almost as if I was choking from the inside, and it was like moving inside of me. I'm like, what is that? And I looked at him, I said, is that you? What the heck's going on, And then he just, scooted forward and said, give me your hands. And so he took both of my hands, and it was like some energy was running through my body. And it took, I guess, maybe about a minute, and then all of a sudden, I just felt exhausted. And he said, I had closed myself off, and I just opened myself up to you again. And because I guess he knew stuff I didn't really know. But then he was like he was back to normal. And
But you think he took life energy from you?
Well, what I think happened is, this is the thing that I finally got out of him. He was kind of a troubled youth, and he grew up in Oregon, Eugene, Oregon area. But one time he said he was walking in the woods as a young teenager, and this voice came to him and said, well, I will give you power if you want this power, and he accepted it. And I just think that he had allowed this dark power to kind of give him this confidence, because I found out later, so many big things he lied about. But yeah, I think that the spirit left his body when he was thinking of killing himself.
Boy,
What I think happened, and then I think it actually was like in the tree outside the front door.
That is really odd. That's an odd one. All right. Thank you very much. Well, I actually can imagine that in an instant or instance before somebody would decide to commit suicide, they've already given up life, right? If they're really serious about it, then they have given up life. And it may well be that the spirit at some point just prior to the actual ending of the life really does leave the body. Maybe that's what she experienced. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, this is Rod. I'm calling from Hampton.
Yes, Rod.
I was telling you about the Yorktown Victory Center and the ghosts that pop up every once in a while there. And being a security guard out there, I
love security guards.
One night happened to have a certain circumstance where I had just finished going through the inside museum area and had glanced over and saw what I thought was George Washington. I glanced back again, I didn't see it. And a few moments later, I was outside going into the forest area out behind the camp. And all of a sudden, I started hearing this sound about 6 feet behind me.
Great.
And I took a few more steps, and I heard coming up behind me, about 6 feet behind me. I glanced up the hill. There were two glowing orange orbs. And I took a few more steps. I looked behind me. Nothing there. Took a few more steps. Sound still following me. And I'm still seeing these orange-colored orbs up there on the hilltop. And I stopped. And I went back a few more steps. And I went forward. I heard the sound again. So, being the curious type, I figured something may be following me. And
that was about 16 steps. By now you should be sure
Well, I was pretty sure something was behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I got to looking on the ground, and there was a feather, a turkey feather, out of one of the animals that had been there in the farm. And it was somehow hooked up to a spider web, and I had crossed over this spider web, and it hooked up to my leg. And that was dragging along behind me, making that sound. But I still had those orange orbs. Maybe a little bit of a fire, I thought, up on the hillside. So I got closer and closer to that. And they had set up a firing range for the black powder muskets. And they had been shooting that. And the two orange orbs that were showing there were a reflection of the light over there in the maintenance area.
So it was nothing.
So it was nothing.
It was nothing. The whole thing was nothing.
Yeah, but it sure scared the dickens out of me.
Sarah, well, thank you. There is a story that wasn't. In other words, a perfectly appropriate explanation for everything that happened, sounds and lights combined. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, my name's Raven.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a friend named Gary, and he told me this story, so this is secondhand. But he has three friends, Steve and Vern and Kim. And his friend Vern had been depressed for a couple of years and had been talking about suicide. So, and he hadn't seen him for a while, so Vern said, can I come over? And he came over and they hung out together. Mm-hmm. And then Vern drove away that night, and he hadn't seen him for a few days. And then he had this dream. And in the dream, this is my friend's name is Gary, and he hears, Gary. And he's like, who's that? Who's that? And he looks up in the window, and here's Vern. Vern's in the window, and he's going, Gary. And Gary's like, oh, wow, what's Vern doing in the window? And then Vern says, bury me. And Gary, at this point, freaks out, and he wakes up, you know.
I didn't quite get it. Was it bury me?
Bury me, yeah.
Bury me, oh.
In a really scary voice.
Yeah.
And so he wakes up, and anyway, the next night he has the same dream. Gary. And at this point he's thinking, I don't want to look at the window. I don't want to look at the window, but he has to look at the window. You know how dreams are. And there's Vern, and Vern's like, Gary, bury me. And Gary wakes up, you know, and he's terrified. And this goes on for, a few months, and he's, starting to lose sleep. He talks to his friend Steve, and Steve tells him, I've been having these dreams.
Oh, my God.
And by this time, Vern hasn't shown up. Vern's gone. He's just disappeared. And the police have been looking for him and stuff. And he says, yeah, I had this dream. And Vern came to me and said, Steve. And I look up, and he's in the window. And there's Vern, and he says,
bury me.
Bury me.
Let me jump to the conclusion. This friend of yours did commit suicide and was later found?
He did commit suicide. And then they talked to their third friend, Kim, and Kim was like,
somewhere.
I've been having the dreams
Got
too.
it. Got it. And so this friend actually did commit suicide. Did they finally find the body?
And each dream, as the months went by, he looked more and more like ugly and decomposing, and after hours, fungus all over his face, and like slime and decayed, and just, got more and more messed up, and, after I was like,
I got it. All right.
That was horrible. This is a true story. And so finally, the next door neighbor came home up to his vacation house, next door to Gary's house, and pulled into the driveway, and here was Vern's car. And he had a hose going from the exhaust pipe up into the cabin of the car.
And how much time had passed since he committed suicide? Oh, my God. So this decomposing guy was entering the dreams of his friends, begging to be buried. Well, they do tell these stories about suicide, don't they? You're on the air, Ghost to Ghost AM 05. Hi. Hello? Yes?
Yeah, okay, it's me.
It's you.
Yeah.
And your name is?
My name is Marilyn from Grafton,
Okay.
Ohio. And, gosh, I don't even hardly know where to begin.
At the beginning.
At the beginning. Okay, that would probably be when I was like 6 years old. I was walking to school, and at this red light, I stopped to cross the street, and I looked both ways, nothing's coming. And I started across the street, and I was hit by this drunken funeral director, and he was driving a hearse. And the next thing I knew, I was like floating above my body. And I looked down, and I saw people in the group on the street there.
And heaven knows your heart must need help after this. You're on the air once again. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Art.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, I was hovering up above the ground, and I noticed a large group of people on the road, and I was curious, so I kind of just floated over, and I looked in there, and I was really startled when I saw myself laying on the ground. Mm-hmm. And with that, I just kind of, that's the last thing I remember. I was like sucked back into my body. That was just like the beginning of everything that started happening to me.
Many, many people who have had near-death experiences have a lot of follow-on stuff happen to them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would get these, what I call visitations at night. Before a close friend or a relative in our family would die, I would have visitations by ghosts. Mm-hmm. And there would always be more than one night of it. So when it started, I would just be terrified because I couldn't fall asleep. I knew it would keep happening and happening. Well, one time, this visitations had started happening to me, and I knew another one was going to come that night. I had the bed pushed up against the wall, and my husband sleeping on the outside. I was kind of afraid there.
Sure.
And I was laying there in bed, just totally terrified, and I could feel like these fingers going up the nape of my neck. And I could feel that the fingers were sort of like grabbing the hair. And I knew within myself that if it was able to grab my hair, it would pull me to somewhere. I don't know where, but I didn't want to go there. So I started screaming, and I woke up my husband. And I had subsequent visitations to that. I would see, like, shadows marching up against the wall.
You know, of course, your story is very similar to other NDE, type experiences that people have had. I mean, I've really interviewed quite a number of people who have had a sort of a brief instant on the other side, and inevitably they have these follow-ups. And I wonder if there is some kind of connection, kind of like, once you've been there, once you've made a connection with the other side, it maintains a connection with you. And a lot of people have precognitive experiences. A lot of people have visitations, much like that young lady was just describing. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Good evening, Art.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Before anything else, may I say thank you for this marvelous entertainment that continues night after week after month after year.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Marvelous. Several years ago, when I was just breaking into the trucking industry, I was traveling across the middle of California on Highway 152. There's a very large reservoir up in the hills between the San Jose Valley and the San Joaquin Valley.
Yes, sir.
And lovely summer night, just marvelous. And I'm driving along about half asleep in the middle of the night. And all of a sudden, out of the blue comes this little voice, says, "Lovely night." And I kind of looked off to the right side of the cab, and just a fleeting glimpse of this blonde girl in a white full-skirted dress. And I thought, okay, too many miles, too many hours. I kept on, there was a Denny's about 20 miles in front of me. I was going to stop at for coffee.
Good for you.
Which I did. And reaching over to the right side of the cab, it was a cab over, so of course there's an engine cover there that I had to lean over, and I put my hand on the right seat to roll up the window that I had partially open.
Right.
The seat was wet. I thought, well, that's rather odd. It was a lovely summer night. It wasn't raining, nothing going on, no heavy dew or anything like that.
Right.
I hadn't run into anything. So I proceeded to get coffee and go about my business. And a couple of months later, I was talking to a couple of drivers in the truck stop in San Jose that's no longer there. And they were relating this story about this couple that had gone off the road up in the Pacheco Pass years before. The new husband had survived, but his bride of just earlier that evening had drowned there.
And let me guess. The other truckers had experienced the same thing.
No, they hadn't. They just were relating the story. We were just kind of kicking it around. And like I say, this was a couple of months after this experience. I had not heard the story before. I just thought it was rather odd that the seat was left.
I should say, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I would think that would be the repetitive kind of thing. That worries me, has always worried me. This apparent repetitive action that people seem to experience in these stories. I mean, in death, that they do the same thing again and again and again, a hell of its own, really, if you think about it. But again, it does lead one toward the possibility that all we're experiencing and all we're noticing is some kind of, I don't know, endless tape loop, sort of a vibration that remains, but not really a ghost as we think of a soul. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Yeah, Walt from Pennsylvania.
Yes, Walt.
850 WNTJ, Johnstown.
Yes, sir.
Yes, excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold right now, so if I sound a little hoarse to you, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, back in 95, me, my dad, and a friend of ours, we were out hunting. There's about a foot and a half of snow out there, and we go back in our tree stand, separate up, and around about lunchtime, we meet up with my dad on his tree stand. We're sitting there having lunch, and look out across the hillside there in the thicket. My dad says, "Look at that." He said, "There's a guy and a woman over there." And he's holding her hand, and they're making tracks up through the woods, up through this thicket. And we're looking at him, and he had a long sleeve dress shirt on, dress pants, and dress shoes. She has a white dress on with high heels. Now, there's 18 inches of snow out there, and it's about 10 degrees out. And we're all bundled up and like, what the heck are they doing back there?
Not very appropriate.
No, not very appropriate at all. So my buddy pulls his binoculars out, and he's looking at them, and I pulled mine out of my pack. We're looking at them, too, and, all of a sudden, we're checking them out, and they just like disappear. So toward the end of the day, maybe about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we're working our way out to go home, and we're looking at the tracks in the snow. There was no foot tracks from them.
No foot tracks.
There was ours. There were tracks from deer, but there was no foot tracks from them.
Again, that's kind of like some kind of slip. It's, almost like you went to another time or another time came to you, or there was some little window of something that just should not have been.
Well, it's more like, I think it's more like there was a window that came to us, because about 3/4 of a mile from us used to be an old farm up at this place. It's up in the state park. And there was an old farm up there, because we found foundation stones from like 1810, 1835 up here. And, I was kind of wondering, if you just wonder what happened back then, that you see a young guy and a young woman, and they're making tracks up through the woods, and when you leave for the day, you see no tracks in the snow from it. And it didn't snow, and the snow didn't melt. So,
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I've got it. All right, thank you very much. Well, there have been quite a few like that tonight, haven't there? Sort of little shifts or little immersions into different times, like the lady with all the contemporary things that were actually really old. Not dusty, brand new, just used, but really old. It's kind of like we went to a different place, a different time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I got one that's a little different approach, and I'm going to speed it up as quick as possible.
All right, please.
About 4 years ago, I was with this girl who came from a very broken home. Her mother was killed in a car accident. Her father abused her, so she was kind of off balance, and I didn't realize that she was off balance until we moved in together. But in the middle of the night, going on 3, 4 in the morning, I had to get up and be at work at 6 in the morning.
Yes.
So I wake up and have an attack of what appears to be sleep paralysis, which I'm sure you're very familiar with.
I am.
And I had never had this happen to me before, kind of, unfamiliar with it. And I battled with this for about 5 minutes and then fell immediately back into a deep sleep. Into this sleep, I was in this dream state where I was in like a grayish-like hallway, and I saw my grandfather who had committed suicide when I was about 6 months old. And I went to approach him and hug him, and he pops me right in the nose.
Oh?
Bloodies my nose in the dream, and we're struggling, and a woman in a blue gown came and got my grandfather off of me and told me it's going to be okay. She's just confused. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
So when I wake up, I snap immediately back, just completely awake, not the least bit tired, and there's my ex-girlfriend, and she is bawling. I mean, completely in tears. Couldn't get a word out of her for an hour. And finally, when I did get a word out of her, she said, "What does she mean that I'm confused?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "I heard her voice through you." And I heard a groan. And at that moment, Art, my nose gushed blood.
Oh, my God.
So, you be the judge. Thank you for all these wonderful shows. You have a great night.
Yeah, thank you very much for contributing to it as well. Well, I guess my first reaction would be that you really did not escape the paralysis, that you really didn't fall, obviously, back into a normal sleep after the paralysis, but instead you in some way gave in to the paralysis. And voila, what followed? You can fight off this sleep paralysis and wake yourself up or whatever, but that's not what happened to you. You immersed yourself into it. You're on the air Coast to Ghost AM with Art Bell.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Art.
What is your first name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm a little nervous.
That's all right.
My first name is Diana.
Diana.
And I'm calling from Brighton, Colorado.
Excellent.
My true story, my experience happened some years ago when I was attending the School for the Visually Impaired in Louisiana. And I was about 16, 17, around that age. And I had just laid down to bed, and I was living in a dorm. And my room was like at the end of the hall, and I was the only one in that room.
Were you completely sightless?
No, I'm totally blind in one eye and have some vision in the other.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And so I just lay down for bed and starting to doze off, and all of a sudden I hear this like kicking at the wall outside. And I'm like, okay, what in the world is going on? Maybe it's some of the boys that are playing a prank, you know?
Sure.
So I get up and I look out the window, open the window, okay, nothing out there. Okay, go back to sleep. Then I start hearing scratch at the screen. I'm like, oh, okay, now this is getting ridiculous.
By now, you'd probably figure somebody's messing with you.
Yeah. And so then it's like, okay, it's like, I gotta get some sleep. I gotta get to school, you know? So I lay down again, start to doze off, and then I hear this voice that goes, sleep now, Diana, it's okay. And I'm like, all right. And the next thing I know, I wake up and my bed starts shaking.
Oh.
The room, everything in the room just starts like crackling all over, and then I look toward my closet door, and there's this face, this like orangish red face with these reddish fire eyes and these horns on the head and like a black hood over the head, and it's like getting brighter and bigger, and it's like I'm frozen, and I'm like, oh God, what do I do, you know? And the only thing I knew to do was just say, God, get me out of here. And the next thing I know, I'm running, but my feet aren't touching the floor. It's like something's carrying me out of that room, and I ran to my best friend's room and said, something happened. She says, well, take it easy, you know, just sleep in my room tonight. And I didn't go back in that room for the rest of the night.
Well, I'm not laughing because anything's funny, only because it's sort of so classic. I mean, running and you can't go anywhere, you know, feet up in the air. It's just the worst of the worst.
But I mean, that face, that was just
that has just haunted me all my life, seeing that.
I imagine it would. What conclusion do you now, when you think about it now, you're older, what do you think?
I don't know, maybe something just trying to scare me because it knew things in my future, good things in my future that were going to happen to me, maybe trying to scare me. I don't know. I could never figure it out. But I mean,